Imagine waking up and realizing you've been isekai'd into a novel you used to read. A world full of gorgeous women. Sounds like a dream, right? Wrong. Because when you see the mirror, you realize you're that third-rate dumbass of a villain. You are a disposable punching bag meant to get his ass kicked and erased like trash before Chapter 20. No cheats, no plot armor, just a death sentence. And this is what happened to our protagonist. A majestic castle with towering spires rose among the green hills, its grand silhouette screaming, "Old money and aristocratic drama live here." This was the home of the Campbell family, and within its opulent walls, a young man suddenly bolted upright in bed, his disheveled blonde hair adding to his overall look of, what the hell just happened? He stared at his hands, then at the luxurious Western-style room, straight out of a historical drama. Okay, either I'm in a really weird dream or I've been isekai'd. Please, let it be the first one. Stumbling towards a mirror, he took in his reflection. A young man, 17 or 18 at most, with a familiar yet subtly different face. Then it hit him. He was in someone else's body, and not just anyone. Panic set in like an unwanted house guest. He could have been reborn as some chosen hero, or at least a sidekick with potential. But no, fate had a twisted sense of humor. His gaze flickered to a book on the nightstand, the very novel he used to read religiously, The Strongest Heroine in History, and in that novel existed a particular character, a certain useless, pathetic, womanizing idiot who got exiled and forgotten by Chapter 20, Moon Campbell. The name alone made him want to punch something hard. "Oh, fantastic," he muttered bitterly. "I got reborn as a third-rate villain whose main achievement in life was making an overpowered heroine's life mildly inconvenient." He grabbed a knife off the ornate dresser and made a small cut on his finger, wincing as sharp, searing pain confirmed his worst fear. Nope, not a dream, just my new personal hell. Before he could wallow any further in his cosmic misfortune, a knock on the door shattered his spiraling thoughts. "Enter," he said, barely masking his existential crisis. A maid, Anne, stepped inside with the grace of someone who had dealt with rich idiots before. She informed him that his outfit for tomorrow's banquet had arrived. Normally, past Moon would have dismissed her with a lazy wave. Today, however, present Moon was too distracted by his impending doom to bother playing the role of a spoiled noble. "Sure, whatever," he muttered, waving her off. Anne, however, was sharp-eyed. Her gaze flickered to his hand, where a thin line of red still glistened. "My lord, you're injured." "Huh? Oh, it's nothing, just a scratch." "I can take care of it," she said, stepping closer. For a brief, blissful second, he assumed she meant bringing a bandage. Logical. Sensible. What actually happened was something straight out of an awkward anime scene. Before he could react, Anne took his hand, brought it to her lips, and licked the wound. His brain completely blue-screened, his entire body locked up as he stared at her, horrified. Was all he managed. She released his hand with a satisfied smile. "There, not a drop of your precious blood wasted." Did she just call his blood precious? What was he, a rare steak? His mouth opened and closed as he struggled to process what had just happened. Anne, meanwhile, was completely unfazed. She touched her lips teasingly and said, "Take care of yourself, my lord." Then, like licking your employer's wound was the most normal thing in the world, she turned and left. When the door closed behind her, he exhaled heavily, his heart racing. Then, like a delayed slap to the face, realization struck. His face turned redder than a scandalous love affair, and he covered it with his hands. "Jesus, how dirty!" he shrieked, writhing on the bed like a fish out of water. Meanwhile, just outside the door, Anne paused. That had been unexpected. The young master had actually thanked her. That was a first, but her moment of reflection was short-lived, because inside the room, Moon Campbell was undergoing a full-scale existential crisis. Why the hell had Moon Campbell provoked the protagonist in the first place? He had everything: good looks, money, a mansion, and a disturbingly devoted maid. If he remembered correctly, his eventual exile came after he attempted to drug the third princess at the coming-of-age ceremony. Well, screw that. Now that he knew in advance, he could just not do that. Revolutionary idea, really. Smirking to himself, he resolved to stay rich, keep his head attached to his body, and avoid exile at all costs. But then a thought struck him, and his smirk shattered. When was the ceremony again? As his gaze flicked to the outfit Anne had just delivered, realization dawned. His face froze in horror. Tomorrow. There was a moment of absolute silence before the castle walls shook with a single thunderous cry. Shit! Sprawled on his bed, he frantically searched for any clues about his new world. System, grandfather, goddess, some wise old monk, anyone? Nothing. Silence. What the hell, where are my cheats? I had 5 golden tickets in my last life. Does that mean nothing here? Despair settled in. The ceremony was tomorrow. Tomorrow. It was too late to rewrite history. Would apologizing be enough? Probably not. And then a new nightmare took root. What if they forced him to grovel? What if he had to do something humiliating, like lick the protagonist's feet in public? He shuddered, but then resolve. A real man wasn't afraid of a little humiliation. If it came to that, he'd do it with dignity. As long as she was wearing black stockings. His mind steeled, he made his decision. Tomorrow, at the ceremony, he would fall to his knees before the heroine at the speed of light and bow 3 times. But before he could fully embrace his tragic fate, something smacked him right in the head. Ow! What the hell? Rubbing his forehead, he scowled at the object that had so rudely assaulted him. At first glance, it looked like a phone, but upon closer inspection, it was something far more mystical. A book radiating magical energy. His face lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. Yes! My cheats, my God hasn't abandoned me after all. Excited, he clutched the book to his chest. Sure, he was still cannon fodder, but now he had a fighting chance. Determined to seize control of his destiny, he flipped it open, ready for whatever power lay within. And then he froze. The pages were blank. Dead silence. A long, painful blink. What? He flipped through every page, hoping for hidden text, an activation phrase, anything. Nothing. Okay, he muttered. Maybe it needs a ritual? It was a Western European setting, after all, and what was the most cliché activation method? Blood. Without thinking too long, he ran his finger across his lip, leaving a small scratch. He let a few drops fall onto the pages, watching intently, waiting for the magic to reveal itself. At that moment, the book began to tremble violently, dark energy swirling around him like an ominous storm. His eyes widened in horror. What the actual hell was happening? Blood ran down his arms and a searing pain ripped through his body. He barely had time to comprehend the situation before everything faded to black. When he awoke, he was chained in a dark room, his body aching, covered in bruises and abrasions. His vision blurred, but soon a girl with chilling red eyes emerged from the shadows. She smiled, sweetly, cruelly. "I've been waiting for you to wake up," she whispered. Panic surged through him. He struggled against the chains, but they held firm. He winced as pain shot through his limbs, and she tisked in disapproval. "Pain is necessary," she said, almost lazily. "It teaches you a lesson." His mind reeled. What lesson? What the hell was going on? She sighed as if disappointed. "This shouldn't have happened to you. But it's your own fault, your cruelty, your arrogance, your selfishness. It led you here." He clenched his teeth. "Excuse me, what?" Ignoring him, she continued, her voice carrying an eerie certainty. You were meant to hurt others, to make them despise you, to make them hate you, and then you would belong only to me. A chill ran down his spine. The girl's lips curled into a grim smile. But something changed. No matter. Her red eyes gleamed. I'll fix you. With my love, no matter how long it takes. His breath hitched, his stomach twisted. We can talk about this. We will always be together. Not even death can separate us. And that's when he screamed. Moon jolted awake, gasping for breath. His heart pounded like a war drum. Cold sweat clung to his skin as he clutched the sheets, struggling to convince himself that it had been just a dream. Or was it? His body still ached. His arms still burned where the chains had held him. It felt real. Glancing at his arm, his breath caught. The cut from earlier was still there, the same one he had used to awaken the book. Dread crawled down his spine. If this book was supposed to be a cheat, then why did it feel like it was actively working against him? With shaky hands, he flipped open the book again. And there, staring back at him in ominous lettering, was a warning. Do not try to change your destiny. He muttered the words aloud, feeling the weight of them settle over him. Dark energy seeped from the pages, an unspoken confirmation of his worst fears. So if he tried to change anything, he'd be screwed. But if he did nothing, he'd still be doomed to exile and disgrace. Brilliant. Just brilliant. He looked out the window, scowling. His initial plan to play nice and stay out of trouble had clearly been a joke. The book wasn't giving him a choice. Fine. If he couldn't change his fate, then he would change everyone else's. His character didn't die in the original story. He just vanished. And if disappearing meant he got a fresh start, then that was exactly what he'd do. But first, food. With renewed determination and a gnawing hunger, Moon devoured the finest meal he had ever tasted. Meat so tender it melted in his mouth, wine that tasted like pure luxury. Maybe being an aristocrat had some perks after all. His moment of indulgence was interrupted by his mother, Duchess Noyce Campbell. She watched him curiously. You look pleased, she noted. His father, Duke Lon Campbell, chuckled as he sipped his wine. Tomorrow's banquet is an important event for him. Moon, swirling his glass, nodded. I'm looking forward to it. More or less. The Duchess beamed. My son is growing up so fast. He'll have all the young ladies swooning. The Duke, however, had other concerns. He already has a fiancée, remember? Princess Celia. If she gets jealous, it could be a problem. Moon blinked. Who? Memories flooded back. Princess Celia, third princess of the Empire, cold, reserved, mysterious. The kind of woman that had countless admirers, but zero interest in any of them. He held back a bitter laugh. Only his parents thought he was perfect. They were good people, too good. And thanks to the impending scandal at the banquet, they would be exiled. But why? The book insisted he couldn't change his own fate, but it never said anything about changing theirs. Everyone assumed his scandal at the banquet was what doomed them. But the truth was different. His father would be accused of treason, a political conspiracy among the nobility. Moon had a plan. It wasn't the best plan, but when your choices were find the real culprit or get exiled and die as a beggar, you learned to make do. He needed a way to either uncover the mastermind behind his family's downfall or frame someone else. The problem, the crime he was supposed to commit, insulting the princess, wasn't just about slipping poison into her drink. Ordinary poison wouldn't work anyway. The third princess was a magical genius who could probably sniff out toxins with a single breath. No, Moon needed something special. Unfortunately, his memories of this mansion contained exactly 0 references to hidden stockpiles of rare poisons. That meant finding another source, preferably one that didn't involve him getting shanked in a back alley. He recalled a place from the novel, a hub of criminals and cutthroats who dealt in the kind of merchandise he was looking for. The problem? It wasn't exactly within walking distance, and sneaking out before a grand ceremony was just asking for trouble. As he stewed over his predicament, a sudden clatter snapped him out of his thoughts. A servant girl carrying a tea tray had tripped, sending the fine porcelain shattering across the floor. She winced, rubbing her ankle, and let out a miserable whimper about the wasted tea. Moon, still half distracted, mumbled, "Ah, my bad. I wasn't paying attention." The reaction was unexpected. The maid stiffened as if he'd just declared he was about to personally toss her out a window. My lord," she stammered, visibly pale despite the feverish flush on her face. "Please, I'll clean it up right away. I beg you, don't punish me. Don't have me dismissed. I'll do better, I swear." Moon blinked. "Wait, what?" She looked one stumble away from prostrating herself, which really hammered in just how awful his predecessor must have been. Had he truly been so terrifying that a single spilled cup of tea was a life-or-death scenario? Rubbing his temples, he sighed, "Relax. I'm not going to punish you." The girl hesitated. "You're not?" "No. And why are you even working? You look like you're about to drop dead." The maid, Noel, she introduced herself, looked taken aback by his concern, as if the concept of basic human decency was foreign to her. She tried to brush it off, explaining that there weren't enough workers due to preparations for the banquet. "That's a dumb excuse," Moon said flatly. "Sick people shouldn't work. Just hire more servants." A silence followed, so thick you could have cut it with a dull butter knife. Another maid, Anne, exchanged glances with Noel before hesitantly replying, But, my lord, you said we shouldn't bring in outsiders. You called them filthy." Moon fought the urge to groan. God, his past self was the worst. "Well, congratulations, I changed my mind. Follow my orders and get more people." Anne, ever the composed one, nodded, but Moon caught the way she eyed him as if she were preparing for some impending disaster. He could already tell she was going to keep a close watch on him now. Whatever. He had more important things to do, like find the one thing that could let him weasel out of his fate, a VIP pass to the black market. His past self, despite being utterly useless, had at least acquired one redeeming item. After ransacking his chest, he found it. The sleek black card practically oozed illegal activity. Was the original me a complete scumbag? He mused aloud, twirling it between his fingers. The answer was almost certainly yes. With his golden ticket in hand, he made his way to the Chesford trading house under the guise of buying jewelry for his parents. Then, slipping away unnoticed, he ventured toward the infamous city of Belrand. Finding the entrance to the black market was easy enough. It was the stinking, rat-infested sewer outside the capital. Lovely. Lighting a torch, he pressed forward until he reached a massive iron door guarded by a brute of a man. The guard's gaze was as warm as a slab of cold meat. "Who goes there?" "A sewer rat," Moon deadpanned. The man snorted. "Purpose." "Looking for carrion." That seemed to be the magic word. The guard grunted, stepping aside to let him through the towering doors. Inside, the underground black market stretched out before him, a chaotic sprawl of illicit goods and shady merchants, selling everything from magical creatures to human lives. He ignored the slave traders and other disturbing sights, making a beeline for the potion vendors. A masked saleswoman greeted him with an unsettling level of enthusiasm. "Welcome, dear customer. First of the day, how delightful. What can I do for you?" "I need a special potion," he said, lowering his voice. "Colorless, odorless, strong enough to knock out a mage for a few hours." She let out a knowing chuckle. "Ah, a thrill-seeker, are we? Many noblemen come here looking for entertainment. If you're interested, I can also connect you with a reliable slaver." Moon's stomach churned. Yeah, I'll pass. He turned to leave, but the moment his back was turned, her cheerful tone dropped into something far more sinister. You're lucky, she murmured, her voice now as smooth as poison. I just so happen to have exactly what you're looking for. Moon immediately notices something off about the merchant. She is completely hidden under a cloak, her voice altered by magic, and even her body is disguised. It's almost as if someone took paranoia and wrapped it up in a neat, shady little package. However, as she moves, bends, and gestures, it becomes apparent, despite all her efforts, she's definitely a woman. Interesting. A mysterious merchant hiding her identity in a place like this? That could only mean she had something to lose. And people with something to lose were people worth knowing. A plan begins to take root in Moon's mind. If he can establish a good relationship with her, she might prove useful after his inevitable exile. Because let's be honest, at this rate, he's about as doomed as a candle in a hurricane. Wait a moment, the merchant says as she rummages through her supplies. Moon isn't in any hurry. The important thing is getting what he came for. But before she can return, another figure appears. A hooded individual, draped in black, radiating an aura of I definitely don't pay my taxes. The merchant greets the new arrival, and without wasting a second, the newcomer states their request. I need a powerful drug that leaves no magical traces. Moon's ears perk up. Oh, how delightfully suspicious. The merchant, momentarily surprised, quickly regains her composure. That's a rare request, she says, already sifting through her wares. Moon sizes up the new customer. Judging by the figure and subtle scent, a strange mix of lavender and steel, this person is also a woman. Judging by her confidence, she likely has access to these substances already, but wants something extra potent. The merchant finally presents a vial to Moon. It's aggressively bright, like if highlighters were weapons bright. He raises an eyebrow. This is undetectable. The merchant waves a hand dismissively. In red wine, absolutely. Besides, this thing is so strong, a single drop could knock out an elephant for hours. Moon blinks. He appreciates overkill as much as the next guy, but an elephant? The merchant, as if reading his thoughts, shrugs. Power comes at a price. Yeah, usually that price is don't be dumb enough to test it on yourself. Speaking of price, the potion costs 130,000. Moon is about to mentally curse his lack of funds when the hooded woman makes her move. I'll pay with information. The merchant, intrigued, leans forward. And how valuable is this information? More valuable than gold. Moon watches as the two strike a deal, the merchant studying the contents of the note skeptically at first, but after a moment she grins. Whatever she just learned was worth far more than any bag of coins. The hooded woman, satisfied, takes her potion and disappears into the shadows like a well-rehearsed cliché. Moon, not one to miss an opportunity, flashes his own VIP pass at the merchant. Her interest piques, and, unexpectedly, she tosses him a small extra vial. What's this? He asks suspiciously. She smiles. A little enhancement. Makes the red potion even stronger. Fantastic. Now it'll take down 2 elephants. He thanks her and then, ever the opportunist, tries to fish for information about the hooded woman. The merchant smirks and makes a counter-offer. You can buy her from me. 90,000. Moon narrows his eyes. You just made that number up. She grins wider. Fine. 900,000. Oh, I'm leaving. As he steps out, he can practically hear the merchant laughing behind him. It's the kind of laugh that says, I just made a profit, and you'll never know how much. Outside, Moon processes everything that just happened. The black market is a cesspool of opportunists, and he's going to need someone a little more reliable in his corner if he wants to play this game right. Meanwhile, the merchant remains in her shop, chuckling to herself. She hadn't expected today to be interesting, but things were about to get very fun indeed. After all, the third princess herself would be at the banquet, new servants were being hired for the mansion, and an aristocrat was snooping around for undetectable drugs. The second prince, who despises his talented sister, might find this information worth buying, and the duke, who's had a falling out with the Campbell family, might also be willing to pay for it. Why pick sides when you can sell to both? A wicked smile crosses her face. She's about to kill two birds with one stone, and make a fortune doing it. The grand halls of Campbell Palace shimmered with opulence, chandeliers casting a golden glow over noble guests who had nothing better to do than sip expensive wine and judge each other in whispers. The event was as suffocatingly sophisticated as one would expect. Silk dresses, polished shoes, and enough forced smiles to make even the paintings on the walls cringe. Moon, standing at the center of it all, was playing the role of a charming young noble, a drastic departure from his predecessor's usual villainous persona. He had barely adjusted to his surroundings when a marquis approached, dragging his daughter along like an unwilling sacrifice. "This is my daughter, Lady Evelyn," the Marquis announced with the enthusiasm of a man delivering bad news. The girl, however, seemed to have a different idea about socializing. The moment her eyes met Moon's, her face turned the shade of an overripe tomato. Beads of nervous sweat formed on her forehead as her hands fidgeted with her dress. I, she stammered, her voice cracking like cheap porcelain. Moon raised an eyebrow, waiting for the usual pleasure to meet you, or even a half-hearted curtsy. Instead, the girl's pupils darted around in search of an escape route. My mother is calling me," she squeaked before spinning around and bolting out of the hall with the urgency of someone fleeing a burning building. A brief silence followed. The Marquis coughed awkwardly into his hand. I apologize for my daughter's behavior. She's rather shy," he explained, though it was painfully obvious to everyone that shy wasn't quite the right word. Moon, keeping his expression perfectly composed, smiled diplomatically. "Not at all, my lord. I understand completely." Internally, though, he was struggling not to laugh. Ah, yes. The original Moon Campbell, so insufferable that young noble ladies would rather fake parental summons than spend a minute in his presence. If there were a competition for most avoided aristocrat, he would have won by unanimous decision. His amusement was short-lived as he caught the suspicious glances of the other guests. It wasn't just Lady Evelyn. Many in the crowd were looking at him with that same wary, distrustful gaze, as if waiting for him to do something obnoxiously villainous. He supposed he couldn't blame them. The original Moon had apparently set the bar so low that just standing still and smiling was already an improvement. At that moment, his father, Duke Long Campbell, approached with a rare nod of approval. "You're doing well, son." Moon blinked. "I am." The Duke nodded, clearly pleased. "Tonight is your night. You must prove yourself as a true Campbell. Show them your worth." Moon held back a sarcastic remark about how his mere presence was apparently already a miracle, and instead nodded respectfully. "I'll do my best, father." Before anything else could be said, the sound of a staff hitting the marble floor echoed through the hall. A hush fell over the crowd as an announcer's voice rang out, announcing the arrival of Her Imperial Highness, 3rd Princess Celia Leopold. The air itself seemed to freeze as she entered. Celia was the very image of elegance, her steps measured, her posture flawless. Blessed by the goddess of ice and snow, she carried herself with an aura of untouchable beauty, the kind that left commoners awestruck and nobles wary. Her silver-blue dress shimmered under the chandelier's light, perfectly complementing her cold, piercing gaze that scanned the room as though evaluating which of the attendees was worth acknowledging. As the last of the esteemed guests trickled in, Moon's father placed a firm hand on his shoulder, a rare smile gracing his usually stern face. "I'm going to receive the other dukes. I leave it to you. Remember, do not neglect Her Royal Highness the Princess." "Ah, yes, the ever-so-gentle reminder to not be a walking disaster. Truly touching." Moon responded with practiced confidence, placing one hand over his chest in a show of aristocratic discipline. She gracefully made her way towards him, each step measured and poised, like she was floating rather than walking. "Long time no see, young Master Moon," she greeted, her tone formal but distant. Moon, ever the charmer, or at least trying to be one today, put on his most diplomatic smile. "Long time no see, Princess Celia. You are extraordinarily beautiful today." Her response was as cold as a midwinter blizzard. "Is that so? Thank you for your compliment, but it's rare to hear such words from young Master Moon." Celia then lifted the hem of her skirt ever so slightly, bowed with flawless grace, and radiated pure noble elegance. It was the kind of practiced perfection that made people feel like peasants just by existing near her. Moon, keeping up the charade, returned the bow with equal politeness, placing a hand on his chest. "Aha, Your Highness, what you're saying makes me seem like the kind of rude person who can't even control his mouth. Don't you think that's a bit unfair?" The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Celia's piercing gaze met his, and for the first time that evening, Moon felt genuine discomfort. Her voice dipped lower, colder. "Oh, so that's how it is." This wasn't just small talk. This was an interrogation in disguise. For a brief moment, Moon's brain short-circuited. If he didn't tread carefully, he was about to be verbally executed in front of high society. He quickly pivoted. "Ha ha ha ha, Your Highness must be tired after traveling from the royal city. Why don't you rest for a bit? The banquet won't officially start until later." A pause. Then Celia, without another word, turned on her heel and walked towards the rest area. "Well, that would be appreciated." As soon as she was out of sight, Moon let out a quiet exhale, rubbing the back of his head. "She's finally gone. Beautiful, truly beautiful, but also terrifying. Really terrifying. No wonder she's the novel's first female lead. Her aura alone is enough to crush a man's soul." Meanwhile, Celia was receiving the usual greetings from nobles as she moved through the hall, gracefully lifting the hem of her dress in return. But her mind was elsewhere. "He seems different today." She stole a glance back at Moon, still standing among the guests, his usual arrogance replaced with something eerily close to politeness. Has he actually changed? Before she could dwell on it further, the murmur of the crowd shifted. A slight commotion rippled through the room, low whispers carrying through the hall. Moon, sensing the shift in atmosphere, subtly tuned in. Nobles were always whispering behind one another's backs, but this had a different energy to it. "I can't believe that illegitimate daughter is here. Is she the one who dueled with her betrothed recently? I heard Duke Bugar just named her his heir, her. Unbelievable. Not only is she an illegitimate child, but a woman. How did she qualify to inherit the earldom?" Moon's eyes flickered toward the entrance. Sure enough, the person they were gossiping about had arrived. Two girls stepped inside, walking side by side, one tall, one short. Nobles on either side of the door cast them thinly veiled glares, their whispers only barely hidden behind wine glasses and decorative fans. Moon had expected this night to be exhausting, but now it was starting to look like an actual battlefield. As he stood among the nobles, his gaze locked onto two figures walking in from the entrance, two people he knew all too well. And by knew he meant feared and respected in equal measure. The tall girl on the left, the one exuding an aura so overwhelming it could crush lesser men's egos on sight. The undisputed, battle-hardened, and absolutely terrifying true protagonist of this world, Ariel Bugert. And next to her, clinging onto her sleeve like a frightened rabbit, was none other than the Holy Maiden, Lee Angel. They weren't dressed in formal attire, no dazzling gowns, no layers of expensive jewelry, and yet they stood out more than anyone else in the room, mostly because Ariel carried herself with the attitude of someone who would sooner flip the entire banquet table than bow to aristocratic nonsense. Meanwhile, Lee looked like she wanted to evaporate into thin air, gripping Ariel's sleeve like a lifeline. Ariel didn't seem to care about the judgmental stares or whispered insults from the noble crowd. Instead, she crossed her arms, her cold expression unwavering, and walked forward like she owned the place. Then she casually raised a hand in greeting. "Hey, young Master Moon, we meet again. How have you been lately?" Moon, caught slightly off guard, was about to respond, maybe even pull off a passable, polite greeting, when disaster struck. An obese nobleman wearing glasses suddenly burst forward, practically foaming at the mouth. His stubby finger jabbed in Ariel's direction as he bellowed in outrage, "You lowly illegitimate daughter! How dare you speak to our young Master Moon like that?" Moon's soul briefly left his body. Oh no. No. This was exactly the kind of thing that got people killed. Without thinking, his instincts kicked in, and he lunged forward, slapping a hand over the nobleman's mouth before he could dig an even deeper grave. "Shut up," Moon hissed through gritted teeth. The nobleman flailed his arms wildly in surprise, muffled protests escaping beneath Moon's palm. Moon held on for dear life, looking every bit like a man trying to stop an active bomb from detonating in his hands. Ariel, watching this mess unfold, raised an eyebrow. Her usual cold exterior cracked for a second, as if she wasn't sure whether to be amused or annoyed. Moon forced a stiff smile as he awkwardly restrained the nobleman. "I've been doing well lately, Miss Ariel Bugard. Thank you for your concern." Ariel blinked at him. The Moon Campbell she knew, the insufferable, sneering, pompous noble brat. He had just politely responded to her. By her full name, no less. Something was wrong. Very wrong. She lowered her head slightly, covering her mouth with her hand as she pondered. What is happening here? Has he come to his senses? Or is this some elaborate scheme? His tiny peanut-sized brain is suddenly functioning. Meanwhile, Lee, standing awkwardly by Ariel's side, was still confused by the chaotic scene unfolding before her. Moon suddenly turned to her with a warm smile. "Miss Lee Angel," he said gently, offering his hand, "it is a pleasure to meet you." Lee's eyes widened like a startled deer. "Ah, young Master Moon actually knows my name," she blurted out in shock. Moon, playing the role of the polite gentleman to perfection, slightly bent forward, his outstretched hand, waiting for her to shake. "Of course. How could I not know the name of such an important guest tonight?" Before Lee could even think about taking his hand, it was slapped away, hard. Moon recoiled slightly, blinking in confusion. Ariel stood between them now, her gaze sharp and unreadable. Her expression had shifted from mildly suspicious to fully hostile. "What do you think you're doing?" she asked coldly. Moon stared at her, utterly baffled. "Offering a handshake?" Ariel clearly wasn't buying it. From her perspective, Moon suddenly being polite was far more suspicious than any insult he could have thrown at her. Ariel stepped closer. Too close. Her entire presence was practically suffocating as she leaned in, pressing against his chest in a way that would have been exciting if not for the pure rage radiating off of her. Moon instinctively leaned back, nervous sweat forming at his brow. Miss Ariel." She didn't let him finish. Her voice was low, sharp, and filled with venom. "Moon Campbell, listen carefully." Moon gulped. "I only came here out of respect for your father. I don't know what game you're playing, but let me make one thing clear. She jabbed a finger hard against his shoulder, eyes narrowing. If you try anything against Lee, I will personally make sure you regret it. Without waiting for a response, Ariel spun around and marched toward the hall's interior. Lee, let's go, she ordered without looking back. Lee hesitated, glancing back at Moon with uncertain eyes before hurrying after Ariel. And just like that, they were gone. Moon stood frozen in place, processing what just happened. Moon ran his hands up and down his chest, desperately trying to massage away the sheer terror Ariel had just implanted into his soul. He exhaled sharply, closed his eyes, and let out an awkward smile. Ah, so the original Moon Campbell really did have a horrible past with her. What a delightful inheritance. Shaking his head, he turned on his heel and made his way toward the second floor. He had a coming-of-age speech to give, after all. A bright future awaited him. Well, assuming he survived tonight. Looking straight ahead, he plastered on a carefree smile. No need to dwell on it. After tonight, our fates will go their separate ways. Two parallel lines never meant to intersect again. You will be your world's great savior, and I will be a diligent corporate slave living in the shadow of my noble family's expectations. A beautiful future for both of us, Miss Girl Overlord. In no time, the coming-of-age ceremony commenced. Moon stood on the observation deck of the second floor, his parents beaming proudly behind him, basking in the glow of their well-bred son. Below, nobles gathered like a sea of judgmental, expensive perfume-wearing sharks. Taking a deep breath, he bowed to the crowd. The room fell silent. Then, with the most dignified expression he could muster, he began, "So, under the guidance of my dear parents." His voice rang through the hall, carrying the weight of an 18-year-old nobleman forced into adulthood way too soon. His chest puffed out, his gaze steady, like he wasn't mentally screaming inside. Each time he paused for breath, his parents smiled wider, as if they'd won some kind of Best Parenting award. When he finally uttered the grand closing line, "I, Moon Campbell, have completed my coming-of-age speech at the age of 18, witnessed by all the nobles of the Empire. From today onward, I can officially be considered the heir of the Campbell family." His parents clapped proudly. The nobles naturally followed suit, their polite applause echoing through the hall. Moon stood there smiling like a perfect little heir should, but inwardly he knew. Well, that's a lie. Sure, he said the lines from the novel. Sure, he played his part, but after tonight, the story would shift. The so-called heir title might as well be a limited-time promotion. Still, the speech ended with enthusiastic applause, and Moon, finally, was allowed to loosen his tie and exhale. "Finally, it's over," he muttered under his breath. And with that, the ballroom officially came alive. The nobles paired off with their dance partners, twirling across the hall like well-dressed marionettes. Laughter and polite conversations filled the air as Moon stood to the side, contemplating his next move. Time for the main task. His gaze swept across the ballroom, searching. Celia, where was she? His eyes landed near the grand French windows, and there she was. Princess Celia, untouched by the festive atmosphere, stood alone, holding a glass of red wine. The golden light from the chandeliers softened against her profile as she silently admired the night view outside. Moon sighed. Great. I abandoned the noble Royal Highness Princess to fend for herself. Truly, I am a flawless host. He walked up to her, bowing slightly. I seem to have made a grave mistake, he said with an air of exaggerated regret. Leaving the esteemed princess alone. How terribly disrespectful of me. Celia turned to face him, one eyebrow arched. Moon Campbell. He elegantly extended his hand, the picture of noble charm. His other hand rested behind his back as he gave a slight bow. I wonder, he mused, tilting his head slightly, if I might be fortunate enough to have this dance with you. Celia blinked, caught off guard. You're inviting me? Moon's smile was warm, dangerously so. Of course, my beautiful highness. She hesitated, lips parting as if to protest, but after a moment she let out a small sigh. Shutting her eyes briefly, she reached forward, placing her delicate hand into his. Well, she murmured, it is your coming-of-age ceremony. I suppose I have no reason to refuse. Moon's smile widened slightly. Thank you, your highness. The dance floor had become the center of attention, and the nobles, ever the professional gossip-mongers, were practically drooling at the spectacle before them. They whispered to one another in hushed yet not so hushed tones, their curiosity piqued. Is that Princess Celia dancing? And with Moon Campbell, of all people? I thought she hated him. What in the aristocratic hell is happening? Meanwhile, Lee, standing among the crowd, tugged urgently at Ariel's sleeve. Ariel, look! Ariel, who had been in the middle of stuffing a particularly delicious piece of cake into her mouth, barely looked up. Huh? What's wrong? She mumbled, crumbs falling onto her dress. Lee gestured toward the dance floor with wide eyes. There, under the golden glow of the chandeliers, Moon and Celia glided effortlessly across the floor, hands intertwined as they moved through an elegant sequence of steps. Celia followed his lead gracefully, tilting her head up most slightly to meet his gaze. Your dance steps are good, she murmured. Moon flashed his signature polite smile. Thank you for your praise, your highness, but I assure you this is just beginner's level. As they danced, Celia studied his face carefully. Tonight's conversations had confirmed something she had been suspecting for a while. You have indeed changed a bit, Moon Campbell. Moon raised an eyebrow. Oh boy, here we go. In what way? He asked, feigning innocent curiosity. Am I not behaving like a nobleman? Celia's expression remained unreadable. No, it's the way you invite people. Moon blinked, confused. The way I invite people? Celia's lips curved into something that almost resembled a smirk. I recall the last time you invited the daughter of a viscount to the Academy Ball. Your exact words were... She suddenly deepened her voice, perfectly mimicking his old pompous tone. Woman, rejoice and cheer. I have mercifully rewarded you with a dance with me. Moon physically recoiled. His soul left his body. His entire bloodline probably cringed from beyond the grave. He turned his head slightly, avoiding eye contact. Ah, well, you see, Celia's smirk disappeared, her tone turning cold again. How was that? Did I imitate it well? Moon forced a smile, the very picture of please, stop talking. It was my mistake, your highness. Can we pretend that never happened? Unfortunately for him, Celia had a long memory and a very sharp tongue. Before she could continue her verbal execution, the orchestra transitioned smoothly into the next part of the song, prompting the dancers to shift positions. Celia leaned slightly into him, and Moon, ever the gentleman, held her hand just a little tighter to guide her into the new movements. Then he lowered his head and whispered in her ear, After this dance, may I invite your highness to my room? Celia instantly stiffened. Her expression darkened, and she prepared to reject him on the spot. Moon Campbell, she said icily, although you and I are engaged, we... Moon, sensing the impending royal smackdown, quickly cut in. I understand, your highness. I have no intention of overstepping any boundaries. He paused for dramatic effect, then added smoothly, What I want to discuss with your highness in detail is about the engagement. Celia blinked, caught off guard. Her icy exterior wavered for a brief moment before she raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, The band's melody shifted seamlessly into its next movement, prompting the nobles to adjust their steps in perfect synchronization. Among them, at the center of it all, Moon and Silesia continued their dance. Hands clasped, eyes meeting in a fleeting moment of understanding beneath the weight of their shared burdens. As they moved with the rhythm, Moon leaned in, his voice a quiet murmur meant only for Silesia's ears. "Do you need to have a private discussion with me about our engagement?" The words came smoothly, calculated, just as he had rehearsed in his mind. His hand pressed gently against hers as he guided her through the next set of movements. He knew Silesia would be skeptical, so he painted his deception carefully, laying out the undeniable truths of their situation. "I know your highness doesn't like me," he admitted with a soft, knowing smile. "And our relationship, it's nothing more than a political arrangement, something His Majesty orchestrated to maintain ties with my father." Silesia's gaze flickered, but she said nothing. Encouraged by the lack of immediate rejection, Moon pressed on. "This engagement, it's a symbol, a tool to maintain balance. If you were to openly propose its cancellation, it would cast doubt on the royal family's credibility and strain the relationship between you and His Majesty. Am I wrong?" For the first time that evening, Silesia's expression shifted, her lips parting slightly before she gave a small nod of agreement. Moon allowed himself a quiet exhale. He was leading her exactly where he needed her to go. Lowering his voice even more, he whispered near her ear, "So, at least when it comes to ending this engagement, we share the same goal. If we work together, perhaps we can find a way to part without scandal, without disgrace. Wouldn't that be preferable, Your Highness?" Silesia's eyes widened slightly, just for a moment. Then closing them, she let out a slow breath, as if weighing the weight of his words against her own unspoken thoughts. Finally, she answered, her voice steady but low. "I understand. This can only be discussed privately between you and me." Moon concealed his satisfaction with a simple, courteous smile, but inside, triumph stirred. She believed him. She took the bait. "Sorry, Your Highness, but for the sake of my survival, I have no choice." Just as he relished his small victory, Silesia's voice cut through his thoughts like a blade. "Where is your room?" Moon froze. His mind stumbled over itself, struggling to process her sudden question. Room? His room? Now? Before he could muster a response, Silesia had already made her decision. Without hesitation, she took his arm and began leading him out of the ballroom, her grip firm and unwavering. "Wait, Your Highness." Moon barely managed to keep up as Silesia strode forward with purpose, paying no attention to the curious glances thrown their way. Around them, whispers began to ripple through the noble crowd. A handful of guests followed their movement with raised eyebrows, their murmurs lost beneath the sound of the waltz. The heir to the Campbell family, leaving his own coming-of-age ball in the company of the Lionheart King's daughter? Alone? At the far end of the hall, where the golden light of the chandeliers faded into shadows, two figures watched in silence. One of the maids, a short-haired woman with keen, observant eyes, lowered her broom, narrowing her gaze at the sight of Moon being dragged away. "She's leaving with that idiot young master," she muttered. Beside her, a long-haired maid stole a glance before nodding. Neither of them spoke further, but the air between them was thick with understanding. Whatever Silesia and Moon were up to, it was something that needed to be dealt with. The short-haired maid exhaled, rolling up her sleeves. "Keep watch. I'll handle it." The long-haired maid barely spared her a glance. "Be quick. This is the Lionheart King's territory." With that, the two maids silently melted into the crowd. Meanwhile, Moon barely had time to register his surroundings before they arrived at his chambers. To steady himself, he reached for a bottle of red wine from a nearby shelf. along with 2 glasses. If nothing else, formality was key. "Would you like a drink, Your Highness?" he asked, carefully masking his nervousness. But Chalasia's response was immediate, sharp. "Sorry, I don't drink." Moon nearly fumbled the bottle. "Ah, it's just red wine," he tried again, forcing an easy smile. "A little won't hurt." "Red wine is also not allowed." Moon watched as Chalasia closed her eyes briefly, then tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear with practiced elegance. "My constitution cannot tolerate alcohol," she said simply. Moon's fingers tightened around the bottle. "What?" His face remained neutral, but inside alarm bells were ringing. "She doesn't drink?" His eyes flickered toward the wine, then to the cabinet where, just minutes ago, he had hidden the real tool of his plan. A small vial filled with a vivid red liquid. The potion he was supposed to slip into her glass, the one that would ensure her temporary unconsciousness. But now he was stuck. The novel never mentioned exactly how Chalasia lost consciousness that night. He had assumed it was through the wine, but if she didn't drink, then... Moon's pulse quickened. "This isn't good." Moon's smile was tight, forced as he turned to Chalasia, trying to keep his voice as natural as possible. "If Your Highness doesn't drink wine, what would you like to drink instead?" Chalasia's expression remained neutral as she pondered the question for a brief moment. "Coffee. Only black tea before..." Before she could even finish her sentence, Moon cut in, blurting out another drink name, one that was still red. Chalasia's brows furrowed slightly, an almost imperceptible flicker of confusion crossing her face. Moon quickly composed himself, stepping toward her with practiced grace. Placing one hand over his chest, he bowed slightly, adopting an apologetic posture. "Due to some unforeseen circumstances, no other beverages are available tonight except for red wine and black tea," he said smoothly. His voice was calm, carefully measured, but inside his heart pounded. He could feel the weight of her gaze on him, sharp and assessing. Even though his words had come out flawlessly, he couldn't shake the fear that she might notice something was off. Chalasia rested her chin on her hand, her head tilting slightly in thought. "Only black tea." A short pause, then she nodded, seemingly unconcerned. "Then I'll have that." Moon barely managed to suppress the relieved sigh threatening to escape him. Instead, he let his face light up with a polite enthusiasm, his voice carrying just the right amount of joy. "Okay, I'll go get it now." Chalasia's eyes were on his back. She watched him move with quiet scrutiny, her face unreadable. He was acting far too excited over something as simple as brewing tea. Is making tea really such a joyful thing for this guy? She wondered silently. Moon, oblivious to her inner thoughts, worked swiftly, pouring the freshly brewed black tea into 2 porcelain teacups. He set them down on the counter, his back still turned to Chalasia. Now came the crucial moment. He exhaled slowly, steadying himself. Then, with meticulous care, he popped open the lid and tilted the bottle over one of the teacups. A single drop of the shimmering red liquid slipped into the dark tea, dissolving instantly. Moon's lips pressed together in a thin line before he tilted the bottle further, letting a few more drops mix into the tea. He had no idea exactly how potent this stuff was, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Then he shifted his attention to the second vial, the white potion. His grip tightened around it, his expression darkening slightly. I have no idea what this one does. A single bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Before he could contemplate further, Chalasia's voice suddenly rang out from behind the wall. "Is the tea ready?" Moon flinched. His fingers jerked, and before he could stop himself, the white potion's cap popped off. His heart nearly stopped. "Ah!" The small, startled sound escaped him before he could swallow it down. Panicked, he spun around, shoving both bottles behind his back, his palms clenching around the glass vials as if his life depended on it. Silesia's piercing gaze met his. She was standing there, expression unreadable, her presence exuding an eerie calm. Moon's mind screamed at him to stay composed. With an awkward smile stretched across his face, he let out a nervous chuckle. Almost done, Your Highness." Silesia didn't say anything. She simply stared. Then, without a word, Silesia nodded. She turned away, making her way back to the sofa, her elegant steps light against the floor. Moon remained frozen for a moment, watching her retreat. She hadn't noticed. A wave of cold relief washed over him, but it did nothing to calm his nerves. His palms were damp with sweat as he turned back toward the counter. Moon closed his eyes, his breath shaky as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. A shiver ran down his spine. That was too close. If Silesia had seen what he was doing, if she had noticed anything amiss, his fate would have been sealed. His hands trembled slightly at the thought, but he had reacted quickly enough. But then, something caught his eye. His gaze dropped to the floor, his breath hitching. A dark stain gleamed faintly against the polished wood. Red. His pupils contracted, the exact same color as the potion. His expression frozen in disbelief. Did I spill it? Moon's entire body went rigid, his fingers twitching slightly before he reached out in despair toward the wasted potion on the floor. This was supposed to be my first bucket of gold. The plan had been perfect. Water it down, divide it into thousands of portions, sell it off as a sleeping aid. Easy money. Even if he had been exiled, even if his noble status had been stripped away, this would have been his lifeline. And now, all gone. He could almost see the phantom image of gold coins vanishing before his very eyes, fluttering away like delicate butterflies, forever out of reach. His soul ached. Just then, a voice shattered his trance. "Young Master Moon?" His body jolted upright, his breath catching. "Silesia." Her voice was smooth but carried a firm undertone of expectation. Moon snapped back to reality, shoving his grief aside as he scrambled to his feet. "Ah, yes, right away." As he approached, neither he nor Silesia noticed the shadowy figure standing just beyond the window. A silent observer, watching, and then vanishing into the darkness. Moon, unaware of the presence lurking outside, carefully presented Silesia with her cup. She reached for it, but as soon as her eyes settled on the tea, "Young Master Moon, your black tea." Moon stiffened. "It's so red, and it seems to glow." His breath stopped. She lifted the cup slightly, her sharp gaze analyzing the liquid with careful precision. The deep red hue was unnatural, too vivid, too intense. And floating within the tea were glimmering specks like scattered stardust suspended in liquid. She had never seen tea like this before. Moon's stomach twisted into knots. Cold sweat gathered at his temples once again, his nerves screaming in alarm. He forced himself to stay calm. He couldn't panic now. His gaze flickered toward the ceiling, avoiding her sharp eyes as he scrambled for an explanation. This is a newly procured, highly precious tea from the Eastern Kingdom," he blurted out. "It's called Big Red Robe. Yes, that's the name." A perfect excuse. At least he hoped so. Her fingers traced the smooth porcelain of the cup as she glanced at him, her lips curving slightly. Is that so?" Then, her next words made his heart nearly stop. "Well then, young Master Moon, you should drink first." His throat went dry. He swallowed hard, forcing a shaky smile onto his lips. Would I be the kind of person to do such a thing?" he asked, voice light but unsteady. Silesia, however, remained calm. She sighed softly and shook her head. "Young Master Moon is too sensitive," she remarked, her tone even. As the host, you should drink first. That is basic etiquette. Moon's mind spun, but he knew he had no choice. Okay, he murmured, resigning himself. Since your highness doesn't believe me, then I... He lifted the cup, bringing it closer to his lips. Then... Wait a moment. He froze, his heart clenched. Slowly, he turned to look at her. Silesia's eyes flickered toward his cup. Her expression was thoughtful, her lips curving slightly. Then, to his absolute horror, she reached out and took his cup. Moon's breath caught in his throat, and then, for the first time that night, she smiled, a small, knowing smile. His heart stopped. How about we swap? Moon's lips parted slightly, his voice caught somewhere between a protest and sheer panic. His words wouldn't come out. Before he could react, before he could think, Silesia had already lifted the cup to her lips and took a sip, a small, delicate sip. The room fell into absolute silence. Moon watched in horror as she sat frozen, motionless. His heart pounded violently against his ribs. He reached out instinctively, his voice shaking. Your Highness? Moon watched as Silesia's expression shifted, her eyes turning hazy, her breath unsteady. A faint red flush crept across her face, and before she could say another word, her body wavered. The teacup slipped from her fingers, shattering on the floor as she collapsed onto the sofa, completely unconscious. For a moment, Moon froze. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. Then, slowly, he exhaled. The potion worked, he murmured under his breath. He swallowed hard, scanning her still form. His plan had worked, perhaps a little too well. The potion had been advertised as strong, but seeing it take effect so quickly on someone as powerful as Silesia was almost terrifying. He rubbed the back of his neck, a cold sweat forming. All right, now what? The novel's plot flashed through his mind. If everything was going as written, the Overlord girl, the last person he wanted to deal with right now, was going to show up any minute. He had to set the stage perfectly. He reached forward, carefully adjusting the folds of Silesia's gown. Nothing inappropriate, just enough to create the illusion of disarray. To match the scene from the original story, his own appearance had to match as well. He ruffled his hair, loosened the stiff collar of his noble attire, and made sure he looked just the right amount of disheveled. Every little detail mattered. Glancing at the door, he took a deep breath. All set. Now, time to let the misunderstanding begin. Moon remained in the dimly lit room, sitting in tense anticipation. His fingers lightly tapped the wooden table as he stared at the door, waiting for Ariel to burst in, just as she did in the original novel, to rescue the princess and end this ordeal. But time passed. Too much time. Moon furrowed his brows, flipping open his silver pocket watch. What's going on? He murmured, his grip tightening around the watch. By now, Ariel was supposed to charge in, sword drawn, to expose him and bring this whole act to its dramatic climax. Half an hour had already slipped by. His stomach twisted uneasily. This isn't right. Moon ran through the events in his head, searching for a reason behind the delay. He shut his eyes, carefully retracing the original plot, mentally pulling apart each thread of the story. And then, his breath hitched. The maid. Noel. A fragmented memory surfaced. In the novel, a blonde maid had accidentally spilled tea on Ariel's dress, forcing her to leave for the bathroom, where she stumbled upon Moon's scheme. But yesterday, Moon had dismissed all the sick maids, including Noel. A cold realization washed over him. I changed the plot. His eyes darted toward Silesia, still lying unconscious on the sofa. The faint glow of the room's lanterns flickered across her face, highlighting the unnatural flush in her cheeks, the uneasy furrow of her brows. His hands curled into fists. If the story had already deviated, what would happen next? Calm down, there has to be a way to fix this. But before he could think any further, something changed. The air in the room, it was different. A creeping chill slithered through the space, wrapping around him like an unseen force. It was subtle at first, a delicate frost brushing against the wooden floor, the faintest shimmer of ice dusting over the table. Then the temperature dropped. Moon's breath became visible in the air. He turned his head slightly, his senses tingling. Before he could finish his thought, a pair of hands stretched toward him. His eyes widened. A crackling force erupted behind him, sending a shock wave of glacial energy surging through the room. A blast of blue magic tore through the furniture, shattering chairs, splintering wood, and coating every surface in ice. The once warm room transformed into an icy abyss, frozen over in an instant. Moon barely had time to react before something crashed into him. Silesia. She had awoken, her body still feverish from the potion, pressed against him as she instinctively unleashed another pulse of chilling energy. A mist of frost swirled around them, biting into his skin, stealing the warmth from the air. Moon's mind screamed in alarm. His heartbeat pounded in his ears as his mind raced. Did she realize it? Did she know something had been added to her drink? Was she upset? Was this some kind of punishment? No. Your Highness, please, listen to me. I can explain. His voice was hurried, desperate. It's not what you think. You drank the... But before he could finish, Calatia suddenly murmured, her voice a soft whisper carried by the cold air. It's so hot. Moon's chest tightened. His instincts screamed at him. This was not normal. His palms pressed against the frozen floor as he attempted to lift himself up. No, this isn't right. Your Highness, hold on. I'll go get a doctor right away. But just as he tried to stand, the ice around his wrists tightened. A sharp sting of cold spread up his arms, locking him in place. Moon's breath hitched. Silesia had restrained him. She moved closer, her movements slow, deliberate. Your body is so cool. It feels nice, she whispered. Moon's breath came faster. Your Highness, wake up. This isn't like you. His voice wavered. Ariel, someone. But before he could call for help, Silesia leaned closer and, in a fleeting moment, pressed a soft kiss against his lips. Elsewhere in the Duke's mansion, the rhythmic sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the grand hallway. Ariel walked briskly, her handkerchief dabbing at her dress as she frowned. She sighed in frustration, muttering under her breath. My dear Lai, how could she be so clumsy? She had been looking for a bathroom to clean up when she suddenly stopped in her tracks. A strange feeling prickled at the edges of her senses. She lifted her head, scanning the corridor ahead. Empty. Her blue eyes narrowed. Who's there? She called out, her voice steady. For a moment, silence. Then the quiet creak of a door. A maid slowly emerged from one of the rooms, her posture graceful as she stepped into the light. Excuse me, miss. Ariel's gaze flickered over the woman. The maid closed her eyes, placed a hand over her chest, and bowed. I must kindly ask you not to proceed any further, she said, her voice gentle but firm. This area is restricted within the Duke's mansion. Please turn back. Ariel's brows furrowed. Restricted? She crossed her arms, tilting her head slightly. The Duke's estate was enormous, but as an esteemed guest, she had never been informed of any off-limits areas. What kind of restricted area is this? She questioned, her curiosity piqued. The maid, still wearing a calm, practiced smile, responded without hesitation. I'm afraid that information is confidential, miss. I am not authorized to explain. Ariel's lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't like that answer. How secretive, she muttered under her breath. But before she could question the maid further, the woman's sharp eyes flickered downward, noticing the stains on Ariel's skirt. Without hesitation, she gracefully knelt, inspecting the damage. "Miss, it seems your dress is stained." Ariel sighed, glancing down at the mess once more. "Yeah, I was just looking for a bathroom to clean it." The maid's expression remained serene. "Allow me." Without waiting for a response, she raised her hands, a faint glow of emerald light gathering at her fingertips. A wave of soft, green, magical energy enveloped Ariel's dress. The stains lifted effortlessly, dissolving into the air as if they had never existed. Ariel blinked. She looked down, running her fingers over the now pristine fabric. "Wow," she murmured, impressed. She had seen many forms of magic before, but this was seamless, elegant. Her gaze flickered back to the maid, a glint of curiosity in her eyes. "Oh, as expected of the Campbell family," she mused. "Even the maids here can use magic." The woman merely smiled. "I know only a little," she replied humbly, lowering her hands. "It's not worth mentioning." She blinked a few times, then looked up at Anne, who was calmly wiping her hands with a handkerchief. "It's already cleaned, miss." Then, as if remembering something, she added with a smile, "Also, let me remind you, in a little while the banquet will be serving a limited number of pachichi cakes. If you like them, please don't miss it." Ariel froze, her thoughts, worries, and mild suspicions all instantly erased. Did she hear that right? Pachichi cake, her favorite dessert in the entire world. Her eyes lit up with childlike excitement, hands balling into small fists as a rush of energy coursed through her. "Oh no," she gasped, her face practically glowing with anticipation. "A limited number?" Her stomach practically growled in agreement. There was no way she could risk missing out. Without a second thought, she spun on her heel, already preparing to dash back to the banquet hall. As she turned slightly, she waved back at Anne with a bright smile. "Thank you for your help, Miss Maid, but I have something important to do now. I have to go grab that cake." Anne gave a gentle wave in return, her lips curling into a small smile. "You're welcome. Take care." She watched as Ariel's figure disappeared down the corridor, the young noble practically flying toward her goal. Once Ariel was gone, Anne slowly lowered her hand. Her warm expression faded like a candle being snuffed out. The pleasant, polite smile was gone, replaced by a cool, unreadable gaze. She turned, her eyes shifting toward a certain part of the hallway, towards something unseen, something secret. Ariel sprinted forward, her heart racing, not from fear, but from pure determination. She wasn't just running. She was on a mission. The pachichi cake was rare, a delicacy among the nobility, and knowing the crowd at this banquet, it would disappear in mere moments. She couldn't let that happen. Still, even in her excitement, her sharp mind replayed her interaction with Anne. That maid was a little strange. Ariel frowned slightly, whispering under her breath. She smelled like blood. It wasn't strong, nor was it overwhelming, but for someone with her heightened senses, it was unmistakable. A faint, lingering scent, something hidden beneath the surface. And then there was the other presence. Someone else had been there, watching. Ariel had sensed them, just out of sight, carefully concealed. But she wasn't interested in digging deeper. Whatever was going on in the Campbell household, it wasn't her problem. As for Princess Silesia, Ariel recalled seeing her leave the ballroom with Moon. She hesitated for a moment, but then shook her head. Silesia is a top-tier magic prodigy. There's no way she'd be in danger. If anything, Moon was the one who needed to be careful. With that thought pushed aside, Ariel focused on the most pressing matter: the cake. Her expression turned serious. She clenched her fists and increased her speed, eyes shining with determination. "Nothing is more important than my pachichi cake." A woman with short, dark hair leaned against the cold wall, fingers curled around the hilt of a dagger. Her sharp eyes remained locked on the door, her posture coiled and ready. Every sound, every movement in the corridor outside was carefully tracked. At the first sign of an intruder, she would strike. The footsteps outside gradually faded. Only when silence returned did she exhale, her grip loosening slightly. "She's gone," she murmured, voice low and calculated. Across the room, a second figure, taller with long flowing hair, knelt on one knee, her fingers tracing intricate symbols onto the stone floor. A red glow flickered at her fingertips, the magic circle beneath her growing more elaborate with each passing second. The short-haired woman eyed her warily. "Was she one of your targets?" she asked. The long-haired woman didn't pause in her work. "No, she was originally the target of number 9. At that, the short-haired woman stiffened. Her fingers twitched against the handle of her dagger. "Number 9, she echoed, her voice carrying a hint of something unreadable. A memory surfaced, one she didn't particularly enjoy remembering. A mission. A failure. The long-haired woman continued, her voice even. That girl managed to surpass her opponent by 2 whole realms, but in the end she was still defeated. Silence stretched between them. The short-haired woman clicked her tongue, shaking off the thought. Her sharp eyes flickered toward the intricate magic array, her brows furrowing. "You're taking too long," she warned. The long-haired woman didn't stop drawing, though sweat beaded along her temple. "This isn't a simple task," she said calmly. "This spell was originally laid down by Lionheart King Ron Campbell. It covers the entire duchy. Quietly opening a gap without alerting him isn't easy." The short-haired woman exhaled sharply, her fingers tightening into a fist. "Well, we don't have much time," she muttered. "If Moon Campbell or Princess Silesia suddenly show up, our mission is as good as over." The long-haired woman knew she was right. She forced herself to work faster, her hands moving with precision despite her dwindling stamina. Sweat dripped onto the floor. The glow of the red magic intensified, and yet, despite the urgency, a small smirk tugged at the corners of her lips. "We have time," she murmured, "because just now, when I was scouting the outer walls..." She recalled what she had seen. In that dimly lit room, Silesia, unconscious, lying atop Moon. Moon pinned beneath her, unable to move, his face frozen in shock. "I don't think they'll be interrupting us anytime soon." Moon closed his eyes and let out a weary sigh. He wasn't sure how to fix it. As he remained lost in thought, trying to figure out a way forward, an eerie chill crept through the air. A sharp sensation pricked at his skin, something cold, something dangerous. His eyes snapped open. A sword, shimmering with frost, hovered inches from his face. Standing before him was Silesia, her expression a storm of emotions, her grip steady on a blade formed entirely of ice magic. The frigid aura surrounding her was almost suffocating. "Say your last words, Moon Campbell." Her voice was low, dangerously controlled. "This is your last chance before you die." Moon swallowed hard. This was bad. Really bad. He braced his hands against the ground, slowly inching backward while forcing an awkward smile. "So, if I don't say anything, does that mean I..." Before he could finish, the temperature in the room plummeted. Frost crackled along the length of Silesia's blade as she infused it with even more magic. "Since you have no last words," she said coldly, "I'll just finish this now." Moon's mind screamed at him, "Wrong move, wrong move." He scrambled back, waving his hands frantically in protest. Wait, I do. Just give me a second to think." Silesia didn't lower her sword. Her piercing gaze remained locked onto him, her magic radiating an unmistakable intent. Moon knew that if he didn't come up with something fast, he'd be done for. His thoughts spun at lightning speed. He needed a way to stall, a way to calm her down, a way to... His eyes widened. "That's it." He could only gamble on the wisdom of his past life. Taking a deep breath, he placed a hand over his chest and gazed at Silesia with all the sincerity he could muster. Once there was a sincere love in front of me, but I failed to cherish it. Only when I lost it did I regret it. Silesia narrowed her eyes slightly. The frost around her sword didn't fade, but she listened. Encouraged, Moon pressed on. If God could give me another chance... Before he could finish, an icy blade slashed through the air. Several strands of his hair fluttered to the ground. Moon let out an unintentional yelp, his hands flying to the top of his head. Silesia's glare intensified. Is this your idea of an excuse? Moon let out a nervous chuckle, scratching the back of his head. Well, I mean, sincerity comes in many forms, doesn't it? That, as it turned out, was the absolute wrong thing to say. Silesia's frosty aura surged. Ice crackled along her fingers, creeping up her sword as her anger boiled over. Sincerity? She snapped. You think tricking me is sincerity? Moon flinched. You... Her voice shook, not just with rage, but something deeper. If you truly liked me, you would have stood before me openly. Honestly, you would have used your strength, your character, your sincerity to win me over like a real man. But instead, you chose the most despicable and shameless way. Her voice wavered slightly at the end. Moon finally stilled. For the first time, he saw it. The slight tremor in her hands, the tension in her shoulders, as if she were barely holding herself together. Then, as if something inside her had finally broken, she dropped her gaze. A single tear slipped down her cheek. Seeing Silesia's tears fall, Moon felt a pang of guilt. I'm sorry, Silesia. His voice wavered, but he forced himself to continue. I need to be honest with you. I never meant to offend you. I just wanted a result, and this was the only way I could think of. Before he could finish, Silesia's sword cut through the air toward him. Shut up! Kneel down! Her voice was sharp with anger, her face streaked with tears. Just as her blade was about to make contact, a sudden knock echoed from the door. The room fell into tense silence. Silesia froze, her grip on the sword tightening. She hadn't expected anyone to come knocking at this moment. Moon, still kneeling on the ground, also turned toward the door, half relieved and half terrified. After a brief hesitation, Silesia lowered her sword, but only to replace it with something just as dangerous. She reached forward, grabbing Moon by the neck and hoisting him up with terrifying ease. Tell them to leave, she ordered coldly, her fingers tightening just enough to make him struggle for breath. Moon's body trembled slightly from the pressure. His hands hovered near hers but didn't dare to push her away. His voice came out in broken gasps. No, this room is soundproof. Only knocking can be heard from the outside. Sound inside... can't get out. Silesia's eyes darkened with dissatisfaction. She had no intention of letting anyone outside know what had just happened in this room, but she also couldn't stop whoever it was from knocking. Clicking her tongue in irritation, she finally let go, shoving Moon backward onto the floor. I'll spare your life for now, she said, her voice colder than before. Put on your clothes and open the door. Moon coughed, rubbing his sore neck as he looked up at her. Yes, of course. As he dressed, his mind spun with the consequences of his choices. I've messed up the plot so much that I can't predict what'll happen next, he thought grimly. His mind listed out his possible fates. Option 1, get killed by Silesia herself. Option 2, get publicly hanged by the enraged king. Option 3, get dragged into a dungeon and sliced into pieces by some unknown executioner. Whichever way he looked at it, the outcome was the same, a dead end. Moon sighed softly before opening the door, fully expecting to see Ariel. After all, in the original direction of the plot, Ariel should have arrived just about now to save him. But the voice that greeted him wasn't hers. Young Master Moon. Moon blinked in surprise. Standing outside wasn't Ariel. It wasn't Anne either. Instead, a short-haired maid stood at the doorway, holding a tray of desserts and hot tea. She smiled politely at him. "The madam noticed that you and Her Royal Highness have been speaking for a long time and assumed you must be hungry. She asked me to bring you some refreshments." Moon stood there for a moment, processing. So, it was just a snack delivery. His tense shoulders relaxed slightly as he let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Oh? Thanks." He stepped aside, gesturing for the maid to enter while he reached out with his other hand to close the door behind her. "Just put it on the table over there," he instructed. The maid nodded, carrying the tray toward a nearby table. His voice trailed off as he stared at her back. For some reason, she didn't seem familiar at all, and that was odd. Because Moon knew every servant in this household, he had never seen this maid before. "Hey," he called out, "hold on a second. Who are you?" At first, she remained composed, closing her eyes while maintaining that polite smile. "I was only assigned to the Duke's mansion last night," she explained smoothly. "It's normal for young Master Moon not to know me." "Oh, so you're here to help with the banquet?" Moon asked casually, tilting his head. "But I remember Anne saying that there were no extra uniforms, so they only hired ordinary servants. Is that so?" For a split second, silence filled the room. Then the maid's green eyes snapped open, her polite expression vanishing. Moon barely had time to process the shift before black magical energy erupted around her, crackling like dark lightning. The surge of energy blasted Moon backward, slamming him into the door with a painful thud. Moon's breath caught in his throat. "Wait, so it's not me? Then, Silasia." The maid leaped into the air, her magic propelling her upward, and in one fluid motion, she unsheathed 2 hidden daggers from her waist. Their sharp edges gleamed ominously under the dim light. She slashed down at Silasia with deadly precision, but just before the blades could reach their target, clang! A brilliant flash of icy blue erupted in the room as Silesia's ice sword materialized in her hand, effortlessly blocking the twin daggers. Moon instinctively crossed his arms in front of his face to shield himself, but the force of the clash sent debris flying toward him. He gritted his teeth, pressing himself against the door for balance. Through squinted eyes, he tried to assess the situation. She blocked it, but is she okay? A metallic screech echoed through the room as the assassin pressed forward, pushing against Silesia with all her strength. Silesia, still gripping her ice sword, met her attacker's gaze with unwavering calm. She hadn't provoked anyone tonight, so why was someone suddenly trying to assassinate her? Fixing the maid with a sharp glare, she asked coldly, "Did my foolish brother send you?" The short-haired maid sneered, unfazed by the accusation. "Sorry, but the employer's information is top secret. You don't need to know." She leaned in slightly, her smirk turning lethal. "Your Highness, today you will surely die here." Suddenly, golden magic circles flared to life along the walls of Moon's room. The assassin's voice rang out, triumphant and cold. The third princess of the Empire was assassinated at the Duke of Campbell's mansion. She spread her arms wide as if announcing a grand performance. "This is your finale." The golden orbs shimmered violently before transforming into dozens of blazing light swords, all aimed directly at Kalasia. The radiant glow was blinding. The short-haired assassin sprang backward just in time to avoid the devastating impact. One massive sword after another crashed into the spot where Silesia had stood moments ago, each impact shaking the room with deafening explosions. "There's no way she survived that," she murmured to herself, gripping her daggers tightly. Even an instructor from St. Maria College would struggle against an assault this dense. But then, A wave of icy air surged through the room, devouring the fire as if it had never existed. From within the dissipating smoke, a voice rang out, steady and unwavering. "Ice, take form. Frost, turn into a spear. Grant the power of supremacy." Then, like a storm breaking free from its shackles, Silesia shot forward. A long spear of pure ice crackled in her hands, shimmering with condensed magic. Instinct kicked in. The assassin bent backward in a last-minute dodge, stabilizing her stance just as the icy spear came slashing toward her. Silesia looked down at the assassin with icy detachment, not the slightest bit shaken. If the previous attack had been meant to intimidate her, it had utterly failed. The assassin's eyes widened. How? Silesia was supposed to be overwhelmed, not counterattacking like this. Meanwhile, near the door, Moon threw up an arm to shield his face, wincing as he carefully reached for the door handle. "Gods fight, mortals suffer," he muttered under his breath, sweat forming despite the cold. "I need to get out of here before I become an accidental casualty." With that thought in mind, he pressed down on the handle. Nothing. His heart sank. It was locked. And as if to mock his predicament, another burst of ice magic shot dangerously close to him. Nope, nope, nope. Without a second thought, he dove for cover, scrambling toward a nearby table. He had no intention of sticking around to see how this fight ended. Crouching behind the table, he peeked out cautiously. This was insane. He had read the original novel. The Duke's mansion had many events, some political intrigue, some noble drama. But assassins? That wasn't part of the script. At that moment, Moon's eyes widened as a realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. Wait, could it be? His mind raced back to the conversation he had with Anne just last night. In his memory, he saw himself standing in the hallway, turning slightly to glance at Anne before stepping back into his room. "That's how it's decided," he had said casually. "Tell the head maid to arrange for all unwell servants to rest and recruit temporary staff from outside. I don't want a bunch of mentally confused patients inconveniencing the guests at tomorrow's coming-of-age ceremony." Now, standing amidst the chaos, Moon felt cold sweat trickle down his back. His mouth fell open slightly in disbelief. It was my command. How is this even possible? This decision had been made only last night. It was meant to be a simple, practical measure, yet someone had exploited it almost instantly. That could only mean one thing. Has the Duke's mansion been under constant surveillance this entire time? Before he could dwell further on the terrifying implications, a sudden explosion rattled his ears. The ice cone exploded upon impact, shattering into countless sharp shards that sprayed in all directions. Moon yelped in fear, instinctively covering his head with both hands. He hunched down further, one hand shielding himself, the other cautiously lifting to peek at the battle ahead. Watching them, Moon could only grimace. Yeah, I'm not cut out for this. He had no magic, no combat training, no absurd protagonist-level resilience. Going out there and trying to fight would be nothing short of suicide. At this point, his best bet was to pray that Silesia won. And yet, a nagging thought crept into his mind. Because of his mistake, the story had already deviated from its original course. He no longer knew how things were supposed to unfold, nor what consequences this shift would bring. Would Silesia winning actually lead to a good ending? But if she died here, would anyone even know what had just happened? His thoughts were interrupted by the assassin's voice cutting through the cold air. Truly, a super genius chosen by the gods, Princess Silesia. Moon opened his eyes. Silesia, despite a few minor scratches and bruises, still stood tall, unwavering. She remained composed as she spoke, her tone calm yet laced with authority. "The magic you used," she said, gripping her spear tightly, "sudden bursts of footwork, light arrow magic, and gravity magic that weighs the body down. The last two, they weren't activated with magic power, which means..." Her gaze sharpened. There's another assassin in the next room." The short-haired assassin chuckled darkly, unfazed by Calasia's deduction. "You see through our magic at a glance, just as the rumors say." She tilted her head slightly. "No, the rumors don't do you justice. I've killed a so-called genius before, but you, even among monsters, you stand apart." But Silesia wasn't finished. With a flicker of magic, her long ice spear shifted, condensing into the form of a sword. The blade glowed with cold energy, the air around it shimmering with frost. She raised it, pointing directly at the assassin. "Tell me who ordered you," she said, her voice cutting through the air like the very blade she held, "and I will spare your life." "Oh, is that so?" The short-haired assassin tilted her head slightly, amusement flickering in her green eyes. Clearly, she found Calasia's demand laughable. She tightened her grip on her twin daggers, raising one in a poised stance while a sinister smile crept onto her lips. "Well, actually, as an assassin, I shouldn't waste time talking to you," she admitted with a casual shrug. "But sometimes even an assassin needs to stall for time, don't they?" At that moment, a sudden tremor ran through the walls. A few specks of dust drifted from the ceiling, and then a brilliant golden light flared up against the wall. From the next room, the second assassin, a long-haired woman clad in black, knelt on the ground with one hand pressed firmly to the floor, activating a large golden magic circle. Sweat trickled down her forehead as the magic pulsed violently. "I've sealed the room. Hurry up, I can't hold this for long," she called out, her voice strained. "Got it," the short-haired assassin replied smoothly. Her fingers discreetly moved behind her waist, palming a hidden dagger before slipping another hand into the folds of her skirt. A moment later, she pulled out a small glass bottle filled with a thick, red liquid. The moment she held it up, an ominous black aura coiled around it like living smoke, its presence sending a deep, unnatural chill through the room. The assassin lifted it toward the dim light, her lips curling as she began chanting, "With the blood of 100 innocent children, I offer this sacrifice to the molten god, Lord of the Crimson Sun, the great withering king." Silesia's eyes narrowed. The moment she heard that name, a terrible sense of unease settled over her. Without hesitation, she gripped her sword tighter and surged forward, her ice magic crackling to life. She had to stop her. Now. Unfortunately, she was a second too late. Just as her blade neared the assassin's neck, the bottle cracked. The assassin let out a low chuckle, her voice dripping with malice as she uttered the final words of her incantation. "Suppress the power of wind and snow." The glass shattered and the blood inside erupted outward like a living storm. A wave of crimson tendrils shot toward Silesia, devouring the icy energy she had conjured and smashing into her with terrifying force. The next thing she knew, she was airborne. Then she crashed hard into a bookshelf, sending an avalanche of books tumbling down around her. Her gaze locked onto the assassin, burning with fury. "Evil priest," she spat, breathless but defiant. "You sewer rats dare crawl into my presence." She twirled one of her daggers lazily, smirking as she approached. "Rats? Perhaps. But to someone like you, a noble princess." Her smirk twisted into something grotesque, something unhinged. "You're about to die at the hands of a mouse." But Silesia had moved. At the last second, she had spotted something, a dagger with a red blade lying near her. Without thinking, she had grabbed it. Now, gripping the weapon tightly, she met the assassin's furious attacks, blocking strike after strike in a desperate bid to stay alive. And then, the assassin froze. Her wild expression flickered, her eyes narrowing in confusion. She stared at Silesia, her grin faltering. "Huh?" Selassie wobbled but kept her footing, gripping the dagger tightly despite the searing pain running through her body. She had managed to block the short-haired assassin's relentless attacks, but at a cost. Her face and arms were streaked with fresh wounds. Without warning, she lunged forward, aiming a punch at Silesia's face. Silesia barely dodged, staggering backward as the assassin scoffed, her tone dripping with arrogance. But without your ice magic, you're nothing more than a helpless lamb waiting for slaughter. Before Silesia could recover, the assassin's leg shot forward in a brutal kick, slamming directly into her waist. The force sent her flying. She crashed hard into a wooden cabinet with a sickening thud, splintering the structure into jagged shards. Then, a faint silhouette emerged. Silesia, bloodied and battered, still hadn't fallen. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she forced herself upright, one hand gripping her arm for balance. The assassin's smirk widened. "That's a good look for you," she taunted, flipping her dagger playfully in her fingers. "But it's about time we wrap this up. Next." She took a steady step forward, voice dripping with satisfaction. "Princess, your head. I'll be taking it now." Her expression twisted, shifting from amusement to sheer bloodlust. Without hesitation, she lunged forward, driving her dagger straight for Silesia's heart. And then, a sharp, wet sound cut through the room. Blood splattered outward in a violent arc. But it wasn't Silesia's. The assassin's eyes widened in shock. Silesia stared in stunned silence. A figure stood between them, his golden hair catching the dim light. Moon. He had rushed forward in those last crucial seconds, shielding Silesia with his own body. Her fingers trembled slightly as she looked at him, eyes wide in confusion. Why?" He coughed violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the cold floor. His vision blurred, yet her question echoed in his mind. Yeah, why exactly? The way out had been right there. Just moments ago, as he hid behind the table, observing Silesia's deadly battle, the door behind him had creaked open. A voice, low and deliberate, whispered to him, "Our goal is only Silesia. You can go now, young Master Moon." It had been an easy choice, hadn't it? He could have simply walked away, left Silesia to her fate. Instead, he had turned and sprinted toward her, grabbing the assassin's dagger barehanded, forcing it into himself instead of letting it reach her. His body was barely holding up, but his will refused to let go. Now was the chance. "Silesia!" he shouted, his voice raw. "What are you waiting for?" Silesia snapped out of her daze. Her hesitation evaporated the moment she saw what Moon was doing, buying her a chance to strike. The assassin's face twisted with realization. She thrashed, her voice sharp with rage. "Moon Campbell, you useless playboy! How dare you!" But before she could finish, Silesia had already moved. A blur of blue flashed through the air. Moon released her arm the moment Silesia's strike landed, letting the assassin stagger backward, eyes wide in shock. Silesia passed by her without a word, expression unreadable. She choked out a strangled gasp as the deep gash at her throat gushed crimson. She clutched at the wound as if she could stop the inevitable. Only then did she exhale softly, turning to Moon with an unreadable expression. "It's over." Moon lay sprawled on the cold floor, his body too weak to move. His breath came in ragged gasps, his chest rising and falling with painful effort. The other assassin, the one casting spells next door, escaped, she informed him. Moon barely had the strength to react. "Well, that's just fantastic." Then her gaze flickered toward him, something unreadable in her expression. "So, isn't this the assassin you hired, Moon Campbell?" Moon let out a weak chuckle, though it sounded more like a wheeze. He could barely get the words out between breaths. "Of course. Not." She didn't look entirely convinced, but that wasn't what truly troubled her. After a moment, she spoke again, her tone quieter this time. Why did you save me? If I had died, she continued, no one would have known what you did to me. From a rational standpoint, that would have been the best outcome for you. It doesn't matter anymore, he murmured, barely above a whisper. Do I look like a man anymore, Your Highness? He was trembling violently, his vision flickering in and out of focus. Blood trickled from his mouth, trailing down his neck in thin crimson streams. Silesia exhaled softly, closing her eyes for a moment. In 10 breaths, you'll have no blood left, she stated, voice steady. You have 3 sentences left. Say your final words, and I will pass them on to the Duke and Duchess. No, he said hoarsely, a hint of amusement in his dying voice. My curse is gone. That's the best outcome for them. No words needed. No legacy to leave behind. But if he had to say something, his blood-stained hand moved, slow and trembling, until his fingertips brushed against Silesia's cheek. She stiffened. Her eyes widened slightly, caught off guard by the gentleness of the touch. I'm sorry, he whispered. His voice was so faint now, barely audible, but she caught every word. And I really like you. His fingers lingered for a moment, before the strength drained from them entirely. His hand slipped from her cheek and fell lifelessly to the ground. His breaths faded. His body went still. For a long moment she simply stared, her expression unreadable. Then, after what felt like an eternity, after doing that to me, do you really think your life and an apology make up for it? Moon Campbell. Her body trembled slightly, but whether it was from anger or something else entirely, she wasn't sure. She refused to accept it. I do not accept your apology, she muttered, her voice steady but firm. Ice formed beneath her fingertips as she channeled more magic into him. You must live to atone for your sins. She wouldn't let him get away with dying so easily. Moon slowly blinked his eyes open, expecting pain, expecting anything. Instead, all he felt was warmth. His body was weightless, floating in an expanse of endless nothingness. His clothes were gone, but that didn't seem to matter. So this is death, huh? Not bad. Kinda cozy. His eyes drifted shut as he replayed the last few moments of his life. Well, I still died, but at least this time it was my own choice. And before I went, I even managed to look cool in front of a ridiculously beautiful woman like Silesia. Honestly, not a bad way to go. Moon frowned, sitting up and ruffling his hair. Okay. Maybe this was a loss, he muttered to himself. I had a perfectly good shot at rebirth, and I just had to go and play hero. Damn it, past me. He wasn't like the original Moon Campbell, the arrogant, womanizing scumbag. He couldn't just drug a girl, let her get assassinated, and walk away like nothing happened. With a sigh, he looked down, only to notice something unusual. A swirling black energy had begun forming in front of him, gathering ominously in the empty space. Huh? Before he could react, the dark energy pulsed, shifting into a familiar object, a book. Moon's eyes twitched. You again? It was the prophecy book, the same cursed thing that had dictated his fate before. As if mocking him, it suddenly flipped its pages wildly, spewing dark energy. Moon stared at it, then at the glowing black mist forming in front of him. A moment later, it condensed into a screen-like display. The words on it made his stomach drop. Keep struggling, Moon Campbell. On the opposite page, incomplete words flickered in and out of visibility. For the sake of this world, my... Before he could process what it meant, the book erupted with a surge of black-purple energy. Damn it, he shouted. You couldn't show up when I was actually dying, but now you want to suck me back in? Are you serious? But the book didn't care. With a final burst of dark light, Moon's body was completely absorbed. Meanwhile, in the sewers, the long-haired assassin ran through the damp tunnels beneath Duke Campbell's mansion, her boots splashing against the murky water. Their mission had failed. Moon's sudden interference had ruined everything. Her jaw clenched in frustration. "Damn it," she hissed under her breath. "So close. I should have eliminated him first, even if he wasn't the primary target." She couldn't let herself be caught here. She had to get out, fast. But then, a deep voice echoed through the tunnel. "I think I heard something about what to do to my precious son." She skidded to a stop. Not far ahead, a tall figure emerged from the darkness, his crimson-red energy illuminating the damp tunnel walls. The sheer force of his magic made the air feel heavy, suffocating. Behind him, a massive lion-shaped aura flickered into existence, glowing red like molten fire. The assassin's fingers tightened around the daggers at her waist. She knew exactly who this was. Lionheart King Ron Campbell, the Duke of Campbell's house, Moon Campbell's father. Ron stepped forward at an unhurried pace, one hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Oh," he mused, tilting his head slightly. "I didn't expect this guest to know my insignificant name." "Now then," he said, leveling his sword at her. "Tell me, especially the part about what you plan to do to my precious son." The red lion behind him let out a deafening roar, shaking the very foundations of the sewer. The assassin gritted her teeth, every muscle in her body tensing. This was no ordinary opponent. This was Ron Campbell, the man feared across the continent, and she had just become his prey. Moon remained unconscious, his breathing steady, while Anne sat patiently at his bedside, watching over him in silence. The sunlight touched his face, its warmth a stark contrast to his pale skin. Then, with a slow exhale, Moon's eyes cracked open, dazed and unfocused. Anne leaned forward, her voice filled with relief. "Young master." Moon's vision wavered as he turned his head, blinking a few times. His surroundings slowly became clearer, and then, "You're Anne?" he murmured, his voice hoarse. Anne tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and leaned in slightly to check his condition. "It's me," she said softly. "Do you feel any discomfort? If so, I'll call for a doctor right away." Moon let out a weak breath. No doctor." He shifted, trying to push himself upright with one hand. "I just need to use the restroom." It was a simple request, but his body had other plans. The moment he attempted to sit up, a sharp pain shot through his chest. His muscles, still weak from days of inactivity, refused to cooperate. His breath hitched, and before he could react, his strength gave out. Moon swayed, then fell backward. Anne moved in an instant, catching him before he collapsed completely. "Be careful," she said gently, holding him steady. Moon let out an awkward chuckle, feeling embarrassed by his weakness. He scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, Anne. My legs just gave out on me." "You don't need to apologize," she reassured him, adjusting his posture carefully. "Taking care of you is my responsibility." Then, as if remembering something, she added, "If the young master needs to relieve himself, there's no need to walk all the way. There's a chamber pot in the room. I can assist you." Moon blinked. "A chamber pot?" Without hesitation, Anne retrieved a beautifully crafted urinal made entirely of gold, adorned with rubies and emeralds. She held it with both hands, presenting it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Yes," she explained with complete seriousness. "Madam preferred not to delegate your care to others. I have been responsible for feeding you medicine, helping you sit up, and assisting with your needs." Moon stared at her, then at the golden urinal, then back at her. Something clicked in his brain. "So, you've been taking care of me this entire time?" he asked hesitantly, and nodded unfazed. "Yes, even though you were unconscious, I could tell when you were uncomfortable, like when you frowned or shifted in pain. But don't worry," she added with a reassuring smile. "You remained well-rested and stable the entire time." Moon let out a deep sigh of relief. Before he could fully process the situation, Anne crouched down slightly, placing her hands on his knees as she prepared to assist him further. "Do you need me to help you stand?" she asked. Moon quickly straightened up, waving his hands nervously. "Wait, wait!" He practically flailed, trying to compose himself. Anne looked at him, puzzled. "Is something wrong?" Moon's face burned slightly. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "It was unavoidable before, but now that I'm awake, I should at least try to handle things myself." Anne did not press the matter further. She placed one hand over her chest and gave a polite bow. Understood, if that is the young master's wish. Moon barely had time to register her response before Anne suddenly wrapped her arms around his back. "Huh?" He blinked, looking down at her hands in confusion. Before he could ask what she was doing, Anne shifted her weight slightly, then with effortless grace lifted him into a horizontal embrace. Wait, Anne, this is..." She held him securely, her expression as calm as ever. "This way is faster. Please be patient, young master." Moon, now cradled in her arms like a helpless child, could only stare at her in disbelief. Meanwhile, in one of the mansion's corridors, Noel and a few other maids were busy sweeping the floors. The rhythmic sound of brooms against the polished wood filled the space, until it was interrupted by hurried footsteps echoing from down the hall. "Huh?" Noel straightened up, tilting his head. Charging down the corridor was none other than Anne, and in her arms, held securely like a princess, was Moon. Noel blinked, then blinked again. "That's Anne?" he murmured, struggling to process the scene. Then his gaze shifted to the person she carried. And, young master, he's awake. Realization dawned. He quickly turned to the other maids. "I must inform Madam at once." Meanwhile, Anne remained focused on her mission, sprinting toward the nearest restroom with unwavering determination. Moon, on the other hand, wished the floor would just swallow him whole. "This is way too embarrassing," he muttered under his breath, his cheeks burning. When they finally reached the restroom, Anne slowed to a stop. Gently, she adjusted Moon so he could stand with her support. He hesitated for a moment before clearing his throat. Anne?" "Yes, young master," she responded, her tone as composed as ever. Moon shifted uncomfortably. "Could you step outside for a bit?" Anne blinked. "I will provide you with round-the-clock personal protection. That is Madame's order." Moon tensed. "But if you just stand there staring at me, how am I supposed to—" Anne didn't seem to think this was an issue. "Do you need me to assist you?" she asked helpfully. "I can help remove." "Absolutely not." Panicked, Moon quickly pushed her out of the room and slammed the door shut behind her. Anne stood outside in silence, staring at the closed door. A short while later, Moon emerged from the restroom, looking significantly more composed, if not still a little red in the face. Anne, unfazed, assisted him back to his bed, helping him sit down carefully. As he settled, something suddenly occurred to him. "Anne, how long was I asleep?" Anne, setting down a tray beside him, answered without hesitation. 3 whole days, young master." Moon's eyes widened. 3 days? That long? A worried thought crossed his mind. What about my injury? Anne lifted the tray, revealing a bowl filled with medicinal soup. Picking up a spoon, she prepared to give him his medicine. "It was Her Highness Kalisha," she explained. "She summoned the chief physician of the Royal Mage Corps to treat you personally. Your injury was healed that very night. However, due to excessive blood loss, your brain suffered from temporary hypoxia, which is why you remained unconscious for so long." Moon lowered his gaze, staring at the faint star-like scar on his chest. So, it was her. A complex mix of emotions stirred within him. He hadn't expected Celicia to go to such lengths to save him. Uncertain, he turned his head slightly and asked, "Did Her Highness say anything?" Anne remained calm. No. Hearing that, Moon exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. He placed a hand over his chest, steadying himself. Phew, that's good. At least for now, it seemed Celicia had no intention of pursuing the matter further. Just as Moon was beginning to relax, Anne's expression shifted slightly. It was as if she had suddenly recalled something. Oh, wait. Her Highness did say something to His Majesty. Moon's entire body tensed. His eyes widened in alarm. She what? Panic crept into his voice. He had been terrified that Celicia might tell the king about what he had done to her that day, if she had truly reported it. Swallowing hard, he hesitated before asking, "What exactly did she say?" Anne calmly began recounting the events that had transpired while he was unconscious. The investigation had revealed that the real target of the assassination was Celicia herself. The mastermind behind the attack was none other than the underground black market that had been operating in Belland for years. When His Majesty learned of this, his fury was absolute. The next day, he ordered a full-scale crackdown, sending troops to wipe out the black market. Many people had been arrested and executed. Moon, still partially wrapped in his blanket, leaned forward slightly, listening intently. He didn't want to miss a single detail. Anne's gaze turned serious. Additionally, while Duke Campbell personally captured 2 disguised assassins and extracted confessions from them, our Duke's mansion was still the location of the incident. Theoretically, we could not avoid blame. Moon held his breath. That was bad news. Before entering the palace, the Duke had prepared himself to face His Majesty's wrath. Moon clenched his hands into fists under the blanket. Of course, if the king wanted to hold someone accountable, Duke Campbell would have been the first in line. However, Anne continued, surprisingly, the Duke returned at noon the next day, not only without any punishment, but also without our Campbell family being investigated when His Majesty later ordered an inspection of the aristocracy. Moon stared at her in disbelief. Wait, what? How is that possible? Anne calmly replied, I believe it was Her Highness Celicia who spoke on our behalf and ensured we were not implicated. Moon exhaled sharply, relief washing over him. Phew, you scared me to death. Can you be more clear with your words next time? My heart can't handle this kind of shock. Anne observed Moon's reaction carefully. Then, without warning, she leaned in, placing one hand on the bedboard behind him. Her expression was unreadable. Young master, you seem very nervous. Did something unspeakable happen between you and Her Highness? Moon's breath hitched. What? Frantically, he blurted out, No, how could that even be possible? He quickly scrambled for an explanation. I might be a bad guy, but I'm not stupid. If I ever dared to do anything to the princess, I'd be beheaded on the spot. Anne didn't immediately respond. Instead, she silently stared at him for a few long, unbearable seconds. The air grew heavy. Moon swallowed nervously. What? He finally asked. Anne closed her eyes, then nodded. Indeed. With that, she simply picked up the spoon and scooped a portion of medicine from the bowl. Young master, take your medicine. It has already cooled. Moon, relieved that the interrogation had ended, sighed and obediently sat up straighter. He slightly bent forward, closing his eyes as Anne fed him the spoonful of medicine. Then, his eyes flew open. His entire face twisted in horror. The bitterness spread across his tongue like an unforgiving wave. He coughed violently, nearly choking. What the hell is this? My tongue, it's numb. This is poison. Anne, unfazed, held onto the tray firmly and explained in her usual calm tone. Strictly speaking, this is not medicine, but a tonic to replenish your blood. Moon still looked appalled. I know the young master dislikes bitter things, so I have already added sugar. Anne brought the spoon back up to his lips. Now, be good. Say ah. Moon was utterly speechless. This has nothing to do with being good or not. My body is physically rejecting this." Before he could protest further, voices from outside the door caught his attention. Though the voices were quiet, they carried through the crack in the door. "The young master is throwing a tantrum again. He's angry. So scary." Moon twitched. Outside, Noel and a few maids had stopped by while passing through the hallway. One red-haired maid whispered, "Young master hates bitter food the most. Every time he was forced to eat something bitter, he would become furious and punish people." A blue-haired maid nodded. "Didn't Noel say he's been gentler lately? Maybe Anne is about to get punished too." Noel hesitated. "I'm not sure, but just in case, we should report this to Madam." At that moment, Moon snapped, "Stop! You are not allowed to go!" The maids jumped. Before they could flee, Moon snatched the bowl from Anne's hands. "You are not allowed to tell my mother. It's just medicine, for crying out loud." Then, in an act of pure desperation, he tilted his head back and chugged the entire bowl in one gulp. The maids gasped. Noel, after a long moment of silence, quietly closed the door and quickly walked away with the other two maids, deciding it was best not to get involved. Inside the room, Moon sat frozen. The medicine still lingered in his mouth, his eyes watered, his lips trembled. Then, he turned sharply and vomited everything onto the floor. Anne blinked. "Young master!" She quickly grabbed a nearby trash can and handed it to him. Moon clutched the trash can desperately, retching into it while Anne gently patted his back. "I apologize, young master." She spoke in an unusually soft tone. "Drinking the tonic all at once can cause nausea. You were supposed to take it in small sips. I forgot to mention that in detail." Moon could not respond. He could only continue to suffer, letting out a series of miserable groans. After finally purging the last drop of that god-forsaken liquid from his mouth, Moon let out a soft groan and lightly pressed a hand to his chest, as if trying to reassure his soul that, yes, it had survived. Anne calmly set aside the trash can like she'd done this 100 times before, and said with her usual composed tone, "That was the medication for the 4th course of treatment. According to the royal physician, drinking it 2 more times should complete the cure." Moon blinked. 2 more times, his expression crumpled in disbelief. "What? I have to drink that stuff 2 more times?" Anne nodded lightly. "Yes, young master." A long sigh escaped him as if life itself had become too bitter to continue. The aftertaste still clung to his tongue like a vengeful spirit. He flopped onto the bed, hands limply resting on the blanket, eyes blankly staring at the ceiling. "Bitter," he muttered. "It's too bitter. Worse than my life. Just let the world be destroyed." Unfazed by her young master's dramatic flair, Anne began silently tidying the bowls, tray, and that poor little trash can that had seen far too much today. Then, with the grace of someone who had done this routine too many times to count, she returned to the table with a small plate of dainty pachichi cake and a pot of red tea. As she poured the tea, she said, "There's still some time before dinner. If you're hungry, young master, here's some black tea and pachichi cake. If it's not enough, just call me. Noel is guarding outside." She handed him the plate. Moon sat up a little, blinking in appreciation. The sight of Anne fussing around, making sure everything was in place, somehow made the cake taste even better. He received the plate reverently. "You've really been working hard these past few days," he said, his voice a little softer. "I'll ask my mother to give you a raise later." Anne gave a polite bow, lifting her skirt slightly. "In order to avoid Madame and the Duke worrying about you, I'll report your situation to them. I'll excuse myself for now." Moon, now gently cradling the cake like it was the most precious treasure in the world, nodded. Go ahead. This pachichi cake is really good. No wonder it's so expensive." Just as Anne reached the door, she paused and turned slightly. "By the way, young master, The palace sent a letter for you this morning. I placed it in the cabinet beside your bed. Please remember to read it when you have time." Moon, still chewing on the delightfully soft cake, mumbled thoughtfully, "Letter from the palace?" He swallowed, eyes narrowing with mild curiosity. "The royal palace sent me a letter?" "I know, I'll read it later." But then, just as Anne was about to step out, Moon suddenly called out, "Wait a minute, Anne." She stopped but didn't turn around. "Does the young master have anything else to say?" Moon hesitated, fork halfway to his mouth. "I just thought of a question." He bit the fork, eyes drifting to the ceiling, his face marked with a mix of confusion and reluctant admiration. "Something as delicious as pachichi cake. Even if I'm unconscious, I could eat 10 in one go, on instinct. But that medicine, that bitter, evil potion, how did you even get that into me? There are no tubes or tools here. I'm not accusing you or anything, I'm just kind of impressed." He scratched his cheek sheepishly, suddenly regretting asking the question at all. Anne only slightly turned her head. No sigh, no chuckle, no reaction, just her usual calm, unreadable expression. She paused, thoughtful, then turned with the grace of a practiced noblewoman. One hand rose to her lips, not shyly but with a quiet elegance. Her eyes found Moon's, soft but unreadable, and she answered in the same expressionless tone as before, just like the young master thought. "I know you can't endure hardship, so I put a lot of sugar in my mouth." And with that, Anne pivoted and walked briskly out of the room, the door clicking gently shut behind her. Moon blinked at the door, still caught up in the first half of her sentence. He tilted his head and murmured, "Oh." So she added, "Sugar." He placed his fork down with care, leaned back into the bed, and let out a quiet exhale. The cake had softened the bitterness in his mouth, and now, with nothing urgent to worry about, he was ready to close his eyes and steal a nap. But then a tiny thread in his brain tugged. Wait, mouth? His eyes fluttered open slowly, confusion blooming like a slowly dawning sunrise. "Wait, mouth?" he echoed. A beat passed, then it hit him. His hand flew to his lips as his entire face flushed a violent shade of red. Whose mouth? Mine, hers!" he sputtered, panicked and utterly thrown off. The image formed before he could stop it. Anne, calm and expressionless, placing sugar in her mouth, sipping that cursed medicine, then, oh no, leaning in and gently administering it with a "Ah!" Moon howled, voice echoing off the chamber walls. Out in the hallway, Anne continued her walk down the corridor, as calm and blank-faced as ever, completely unaffected by the muffled shriek trailing behind her. Back in the room, Moon clutched his quilt like it was his last grip on sanity, his entire face aglow with embarrassment and an odd kind of delight. His heart pounded, equal parts flustered and euphoric. "Moon, you silly man," he muttered to himself under his breath, the words tumbling out like a tiny confession. "Powerful dad, beautiful mom, handsome self, and her who loves you. Why are you still chasing after Ariel when you're living a life like this?" He paused, eyes softening. "Speaking of which, this was still my first..." His eyes widened mid-thought. Wait. Moon sat bolt upright. "My first kiss." A vivid memory came crashing in. Celicia, the tea, the potion. Her anger, her flustered words, the way she'd suddenly leaned in and kissed him. Not a fever dream, not a hallucination. It had actually happened. So, Anne wasn't his first kiss after all. "My first kiss," he whispered, devastated. Then he remembered. The letter. Anne had mentioned a letter from the palace. Celicia hadn't said anything about the incident, but what if she had written it in the letter? Heart racing again for a different reason, Moon threw off the blanket, rushed to the cabinet, and retrieved the neatly sealed envelope. He tore it open with trembling hands, bracing himself for a royal decree, a scolding, or worse, a demand for marriage. But when he unfolded the parchment, only a single sentence greeted him, written in elegant script on a brown letterhead with lace trim. "I'll reluctantly consider you half a man." Galicia. He stared at the paper, stunned. That's it? No accusations, no melodrama, just that one cutting line. Moon let out a long breath and slowly pressed the letter against his chest, relief washing over him like cool water after a fever. "It seems she's not ready to hold me accountable. Not yet." A weary, helpless smile tugged at his lips. Somehow, against all odds, he'd sidestepped disaster. Again, looking straight ahead, Moon exhaled once more and said softly to the empty room, "I've avoided the worst outcome." Dinner had never felt so dramatic. Moon, still moving a little slower than usual, shuffled toward the dining room with the faintest wobble in his step. His body was weaker, sure, but it was dinner, and he was determined not to let something like almost dying ruin a good meal with his parents. The moment Noyce saw him, however, any sense of calm shattered. "Moon, my precious Moon," she cried, rushing across the room like a storm of silk and emotion. She wrapped her arms around him in a near bone-crushing hug, sobbing openly into his shoulder. "You finally woke up. You scared your poor mother to death. Do you know what you looked like when your father brought you home? Covered in blood. If anything had happened to you, I wouldn't have been able to go on living." Moon stood there, gently patting her arm, unsure whether he should comfort her or ask her to breathe. "Mother, Mom, it's okay now, really," he said, his voice soft, coaxing. "Look at me. I'm still standing, still alive, still charming. Come on, don't cry. It's not good for your health." With a few sniffles, Noyce finally let him go and returned to her seat, dabbing her eyes with a lacy handkerchief. But her worry hadn't subsided. Her gaze fell to the star-shaped scar on Moon's chest, peeking from his slightly loosened collar. "Fine. You call this fine?" she said, her voice trembling again. "My perfect, flawless child now has this long, ugly scar. It breaks my heart." Moon glanced down at the scar, then offered her a gentle smile. "It's really just a minor injury. I've basically recovered except for a little weakness. You don't have to worry, Mom." Ron, ever the composed patriarch, reached out and patted Noyce's shoulder, smiling with a mix of pride and reassurance. "He's right. It's just a scar. Nothing wrong with a little mark here and there. Scars are a man's badge of honor, aren't they?" Then he added with a nod toward Moon, "Besides, if not for our son risking his life to protect Her Highness, we'd all be dealing with a much bigger problem, like your Majesty's wrath." Moon's light smile faded at that, his expression turning serious. The word assassination rang in his mind again, more sobering than any medicine he'd been forced to take. He turned to his father. "By the way, Father, that incident, can you tell me more about it?" Ron stabbed a piece of steak with casual precision and spoke while chewing, a mix of military efficiency and dad-on dinner break vibes. There were 3 assassins. One was taken out by Her Highness on the spot. Another broke through a barrier. The third was hiding in the mansion's sewer, waiting to help the others escape. He paused for another bite before continuing. "I caught the last 2 and sent them straight to the palace. Tough nuts to crack, but we still got information. Turns out they weren't professional killers. They were bounty hunters from the Belland Black Market. They follow an evil god called the King of Wither." Moon's brows furrowed. King of Wither. The name rang no bells. Moon mulled over the words, recalling the original plot. But nothing came to mind. The novel didn't mention such an organization. At most, it would have been a passing sentence in a footnote. So this is what it means to stray from the script, Moon thought. The worlds filling in the blanks the novel ignored. Ron's voice took on a grim tone. According to the Royal Guard's intelligence, these people have been wreaking havoc for years. Murders, arson, kidnapping. Give them enough gold and they'd probably kill their own parents. A bunch of lunatics, really. The King of Wither's symbol is a giant eye surrounded by red flames. Fire aligned, naturally. As Ron finished, Noyce chimed in, her voice suddenly brighter. But don't worry, baby. Your father's already led a full sweep. That despicable organization has been completely eradicated over the past few days. Moon blinked. Completely eradicated. Moon had barely managed a few bites of his salad when his mother suddenly turned toward Ron, hands folded on the table, her eyes sparkling with pride. That's right, she said with a smile that practically glowed. Did you forget? Your father was the first Grand Duke promoted solely through military merit after the founding of the country. Those despicable assassins dared to harm our precious Moon. We had to make an example out of them. Ron, still calmly working through his steak like none of this was particularly exciting, gave a small, amused smile. Don't listen to your mother's embellishments, he said, voice as smooth as ever. I was just following orders. Clearing out a few rat nests around the capital. Moon listened to their back and forth with an awkward smile, closing his eyes for a second as if that would somehow mute the slightly over-the-top parental affection. He speared a forkful of salad, doctor's orders, no heavy meats for now, and nodded along as if this kind of dinner table flexing was totally normal. I see. Father is really amazing, Moon said, lightly humoring them. So, did you find out who hired the assassins? Ron dabbed at his mouth with a napkin, his expression turning more serious. Unfortunately, no. All members of the Hunter organization we captured were cursed. The moment they tried to mention anything about their employer, boom, instant combustion, dead on the spot. He said it so casually that Moon nearly dropped his fork. That's also why His Majesty is furious, Ron added. His eyes drifted as he recalled the memory. When I led the knights into Belin's black market, we arrested every last merchant. The entire network was wiped out. But we still couldn't find solid proof, which means the real puppeteers pulling strings from the shadows are buried deep. He gave Moon a pointed look. So deep, in fact, that His Majesty has now ordered an investigation into all nobles. After all, someone tried to assassinate Her Highness. The top suspects, the Crown Prince, and a few dukes and marquises. Moon's eyes widened slightly at that. An internal conspiracy. It felt like déjà vu. He'd read something like this before. No, exactly this. Wait. The black market in Belland was destroyed, he thought, the fork in his hand forgotten. I remember this from the novel. But it doesn't happen now. It was 2 years later. His thoughts drifted, suddenly distant from the present. In the original plot, a woman in noble dress lay in a pool of blood, crimson soaking her silks. The trigger? A bounty placed on His Majesty's favorite concubine. Not only was the hit accepted, it was successful. Enraged, the king ordered a brutal purge of the underground world. The Blood River incident. It lasted 3 months. The sewers of the royal city ran red. Black-robed merchants fell like dominoes, their blood staining the waterways until the entire underbelly of Belland reeked of death. But that shouldn't have happened yet. It was supposed to happen 2 years later. If the black market was already destroyed, then the princess wouldn't die. And if she didn't die, then the Blood River incident wouldn't unfold the same way. No Blood River means Ariel's fate changes. He stared at his half-eaten salad, his appetite slipping away. Across the table, Ron and Noyce exchanged concerned glances. Moon had gone quiet, his brows drawn in deep thought, completely unaware of their gaze. Something about the shift in his aura, subtle but unmistakable, told them he wasn't just thinking about dinner. Moon's mind, meanwhile, was already pages ahead in the book. The Blood River incident was a pivotal turning point for Ariel. In the novel, she was caught in the chaos of the night raids, having attended a black market auction by chance. After escaping death by sheer protagonist luck, she returned home, sat barefoot on her chair, and happily munched on a pachichi cake, oblivious to the bloodbath she'd narrowly dodged. That moment marked her transition, from a bright-eyed academy girl to someone thrust into the Salvation Arc, a warrior shaped by fire and blood. But now that the black market's gone, Ariel won't be there. She won't face death. That turning point won't happen. Moon stared up at the ceiling like it held the answers. Or maybe just a cosmic apology for how badly things had gone off script. It was well past midnight. The manor was quiet, the halls empty. Everyone else had retreated to their rooms, enjoying the bliss of ignorance and uninterrupted sleep. But not Moon. He sat in the dim glow of 2 flickering candles, deliberately avoiding the room's bright lamp. The ambiance felt more fitting for what he was about to do. Panic, productively. He opened a blank notebook, its pages crisp and judgmental, and dipped his quill in ink with a sigh that sounded far too dramatic for someone barely 18. Everyone, from his worried parents to the household staff, had told him to rest. But rest was a luxury for people not living inside a collapsing plot line. The story's off the rails, he thought. From this point on, everything is unknown territory. His expression hardened. He sat straight, serious now. After a brief moment of silence, he began to write. The plot of the original book is no longer of reference value. Whether I can survive depends solely on myself. For this, I need to set a few small targets first. Simple, logical. He listed them in order under the candlelight. 1. Stay alive. 2. Avoid the death by 1,000 cuts, ending 3. Get stronger. 4. The black book cannot be trusted. Then he paused, placing a hand on his chest and another on the quill, as if bracing for an emotional monologue. He frowned at the 4th line, tapping the pen against his lips in thought. He squinted. Something didn't sit right. A second later, he snapped out of it and struck through the 4th line like it owed him money. No. Just because it gives me nightmares doesn't mean it's lying, he muttered. The black book's terrifying, sure, but it is trying to help, probably. The crossed-out line now read, and underneath it, he scrawled in smaller letters, Black Book prophecy must be guarded against. A compromise of sorts. He leaned back, staring blankly at the notebook, his thoughts spiraling again. He still didn't know what triggered the catastrophic ending the Black Book had hinted at. No concrete leads, no reliable allies, just 2 cryptic warnings, a recurring dream, and the possibility that either Ariel or Celicia, or maybe both, wanted him dead. Too much guesswork. Too little clarity. He growled and raked his fingers through his hair like it might force a revelation out of his scalp. Ugh, I'm completely screwed without intel, he shouted to the ceiling, which remained unhelpfully silent. Fragments of a dream. Vague feelings, scattered warnings. He slumped away from the desk like a puppet with cut strings, dragging himself to the blanket and collapsing in a graceless heap. Arms spread, legs out, eyes unfocused. Moon stared at the ceiling again, this time not expecting answers, just silence. He still clutched the notebook. After a long beat, he whispered, "Shh, forget it. Thinking too hard won't help. I should focus on what I can control." At least one thing was clear. Getting stronger was no longer optional. It was survival. As the son of a duke, sure, he had access to training, weapons, even family secrets. But against a protagonist group destined to bend the world's rules? That kind of power required more than tradition. The original Moon Campbell was, in a word, useless. A whole year at St. Maria College of Magic, and the only spell he could reliably pull off was Illumination. Not Fireball, not Shield, not even the humble magic hand that first years used to cheat at card games. Nope, just light. In one dim corner of the college, Moon, back then still dressed in his neatly pressed school uniform, extended 2 fingers, focused with all the drama he could muster, and produced a glowing orb of warm light. His 2 followers, bless their loyal hearts, responded with exaggerated awe, as if he'd just summoned a meteor. Standing there, watching the memory play in his head like a bad school play, Moon Campbell, the current one anyway, sat up from his bed and buried his face in his hands. "This is beyond ridiculous," he muttered through gritted teeth. What the hell was this idiot doing in class every day? Napping with his eyes open? He sighed, then raised his hand and stared at his palm, searching for some redeeming sign of magical talent. Nothing glowed, nothing sparked. It was just a hand. After a few deep breaths and a quick mental slap to calm down, Moon shifted focus to something less depressing: his physical strength. Thankfully, the perks of noble blood meant he wasn't entirely hopeless. According to the Academy's combat standards, he was roughly at late stage 1, which put him on par with your average back-alley brawler. With manners. Still, in a world divided into 5 power tiers for warriors, mages, and priests that barely counted as baby steps. Even if I push myself to stage 5, he thought, it won't be enough. Because then there was them, Ariel and Celicia, the divine persons. Moon grimaced and rubbed his temples. Just thinking about Celicia made his confidence wilt. From the moment of her birth, she'd been bonded to the ice goddess. Manipulating snow and frost was second nature to her, an instinct, not a skill. No praying, no rituals, just a blue-haired deity gently embracing her from behind like a magical mom with boundary issues. And then there was Ariel, the so-called girl overlord. In the latter half of the novel, she didn't just get blessings. She collected them like Pokemon. Double digits, all sorts of gods casually sent her divine friend requests. If she ever ran into an opponent too strong for her, she could just summon a deity to tag in. "She's basically the female version of Sun Wukong," Moon muttered, picturing her with that confident grin, a massive sword strapped to her back, and a full squad of smug gods floating behind her like some celestial entourage. Even now, when Ariel was supposedly still a beginner, she had access to rare relics, multiple blessings, and magic most people only dreamed of. If she had to fight a mage 2 stages above her, she'd probably win and walk away with a lesson about friendship. Moon? He'd be lucky to walk away at all. The more he thought about it, the more hopeless it all felt. With a sigh, he shut his notebook and closed his eyes. Based on current analysis, the answer's obvious. He opened his eyes, now sharper, clearer. A decision was made. "I need to reach the level where I can protect myself against Ariel," he said aloud, quietly but firmly. "That's the ultimate target for now." He set the notebook aside, pushed himself up with both hands, and let a sly smile creep across his face. His eyes glinted faintly in the candlelight. Because while Ariel may have been walking around with half the gods in her pocket, Moon wasn't entirely without tricks. He remembered the assassination attempt, the blood, the fear, and the strange surge of power that had stirred inside him. An awakening. Maybe not divine, maybe not flashy, but something real. He smirked to himself. Girl Overlord's cheat codes might be better. But I've got some of my own. Moon sat casually on the edge of his bed and snapped his fingers with a little flair. That is... Black Book. The air shimmered as violet-black energy flared into existence. A small circular portal opened with a theatrical hum, and from within a dark object tumbled out in a trail of ominous energy. Moon smirked, keeping his fingers in the dramatic pose. Right on cue. He tilted his head slightly, ready to catch the book without even looking. Stylish, cool, precise. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Thwack. The black book veered dramatically off course and smacked directly between Moon's legs with pinpoint cruelty. His expression froze. Then, down he went, collapsing onto the bed like a felled tree. Writhing, groaning, curled in fetal agony. The book? It landed neatly beside him, flipping open as if pleased with itself. "Are you trying to kill me?" Moon howled, clutching himself in pain. "If you want to assassinate me, just say so. Why go for the family jewels? I still have plans for those." The book, utterly unmoved by his suffering, began flipping its own pages with mechanical indifference. It glowed faintly with black magic, as if mocking him further. Moon, scowling, grabbed it with both hands. But as he stared, the sarcasm melted into confusion. Words began to appear, detailed, dense, too detailed. "Huh?" He leaned in. There were paragraphs, entire scenes describing his activities from the past few days. Buying medicine on the black market. Check. His awkward coming-of-age ceremony. Double check. Even the incident with Celicia. In vivid detail. "Wait, why does this read like an R-rated novel? And why am I the lead?" he muttered, flipping quickly through the pages. "Who wrote this? Who's watching me?" Then something caught his eye. A single sentence stood out. Later, Moon Campbell carelessly opened the door without any precautions and was ambushed by an infiltrating assassin. One word began to glow. Assassin, changing from purple to a deep, alarming red. Why's that word red? He tapped the page. Bad idea. The red word pulsed violently. Blood-red energy began to swirl from the book like a fog made of ink. It climbed up his arms, seeped into the air. "Oh no, wait, hey!" Moon yelped, trying to drop the book. "A little warning next time, please." Too late, the book sucked him in. Again. His body was lifted off the bed, limbs flailing as red magic coiled around him like a whirlpool. "I just recovered from the last time," he shouted, before disappearing entirely. When the magic dissipated, Moon opened his eyes slowly, arms still crossed in a defensive pose. He was no longer in his cozy room. Instead, he found himself in a dimly lit arena. Stone pillars, silent torches, and a heavy sense of foreboding. "This is definitely not my bed," Moon muttered, squinting around. "Am I inside the book's memory, its space?" The moment he started analyzing, soft footsteps echoed behind him. His breath caught. He turned quickly. "Who's there?" A whisper, smooth as silk. "Shadow step." His eyes widened. Charging toward him was the last person he expected, the short-haired assassin who had died in his room days ago. Her dagger gleamed as it slashed forward in a single flawless motion. Across his neck, he gasped, stumbled. Blood gushed freely. No time to react, no time to scream. His body froze, nerves locking down in pure primal fear. The assassin stared at him. Moon stared back. And then, everything went black. Moon jolted upright, drenched in sweat, gasping like he'd surfaced from a nightmare. He immediately reached for his throat, still intact. "Holy hell," he muttered, checking his bedsheets like they'd somehow turned into stone. Was that real? Beside him, the black book began flipping its pages rapidly again. "Oh no, what now?" Moon exhaled. The book landed on a new page. This time it looked different, structured like a stat sheet. His name was at the top, and below it, a list of skills with progress bars. Moon blinked. Skill proficiency. He leaned closer. It was clear. This wasn't just a magic logbook. It was monitoring him, evaluating him, and perhaps guiding him. A slow grin crept onto his face. "So that's what you really are, huh? I may have called you names earlier, but, baby, I take it all back. He gently stroked the cover. If I level up with your help, I could outpace even her. Excitement buzzed in his chest. He'd just gotten a glimpse of the potential. A few more trials, a few more near-death experiences, hopefully without nutshots, and he might just unlock a cheat path of his own. He chuckled softly, eyes gleaming. All right, Black Book, let's see how far we can push this. It was still late at night. The deep velvet sky stretched overhead, adorned with 1,000 glittering stars that looked like someone had flung diamonds across a dark cloth. At the Duke of Campbell's mansion, everything lay wrapped in silence. Inside one of the quieter rooms, flat on his back, arms flung out dramatically, Moon clutched the Black Book in his left hand and a pocket watch in his right, staring at the ceiling as if it might provide answers. "I'm coming out," he muttered in a hollow, mechanical tone. Lifting the pocket watch to eye level, he squinted. The hands had barely moved. 3 seconds. 3 glorious, grueling seconds. To track how long he survived inside the Black Book's world, he had wisely brought the pocket watch along. Before even catching his breath, he flipped the Black Book open to check his skill proficiency. Wait a second. Let me see my progress. Sure enough, just as he suspected, there was a tiny change. Dagger combat 1%, 1.5% shadow. Step 0.5%, 1%. Moon blinked, then chuckled softly to himself. A win was a win, right? It seemed fighting the phantom enemies in the Black Book did indeed help sharpen his skills. And better yet, any enemy move he witnessed was added to the book, essentially offering him free lessons without the bother of tuition fees or stern teachers. Grinning to himself, Moon recalled the short-haired assassin he had faced in the Black Book space. Her swift movements, her slick spell casting, it all had him both thrilled and terrified. Soon, he thought, all those flashy moves will be mine. With such a powerful cheat system backing him, why should he be afraid of anyone? Even the story's so-called protagonist. Satisfied, Moon lazily tossed the Black Book onto his face. Like clockwork, the magic activated, dragging him once again into its strange, dangerous world. The moment Moon's feet touched down inside the space, a shadow darted toward him. The short-haired assassin. Without so much as a warning, she lifted one elegant leg and drove a high heel right into Moon's neck. Crack! Dazed but determined, he dove back in. This time, he barely had time to think before the assassin was on him again. Her hands flashed, weaving dark magic into a cross slash. 2 bolts of black energy pierced Moon's chest. He blinked once. Blood exploded out like a bad special effect. Moon passed out. Again. 3rd attempt. He re-entered with all the optimism of someone who really should know better by now. The assassin, clearly unimpressed by his resilience, calmly drew a dagger from her waist. With terrifying grace, she slashed at Moon, cutting him cleanly in half. As he collapsed, Moon managed a final, bewildered shout. "What the?" And then, unconscious again. Just as Moon vanished once again into the Black Book's strange realm, Anne arrived at the door to his room, a tray in one hand, a steaming bowl of medicine perched carefully on it. She rapped gently on the door with her free hand. "Young master?" she called softly. No answer. After a moment's hesitation, she nudged the door open, slipping inside and closing it quietly behind her. Balancing the tray with practiced ease, Anne made her way toward Moon's bed, speaking in a voice just above a whisper. "Young master, it's time to take your medicine." But something seemed off. The bed covers, instead of lying neatly, bulged awkwardly in the middle, as if Moon had decided to roll himself into a human dumpling. What Anne did not know, of course, was that, at this very moment, Moon was locked in another desperate, chaotic fight inside the Black Book space, blissfully unaware of the real world or how thoroughly he was mangling his bedding. Seeing him bundled up like a child, Anne's lips curved into a small, tender smile. Even after all these years, you still sleep just like when you were little? The thought made her cheeks flush pink. She gazed at the wriggling blanket, utterly enchanted. Whether it was the little Moon of the past or the slightly ridiculous grown-up Moon of now, her feelings remained unchanged. If anything, they had only grown deeper. Carefully, she placed the medicine bowl on the bedside cabinet. Then, with a graceful flick of her fingers, she cast a soft, warming spell. A faint red glow wrapped around the bowl, ensuring the medicine would stay hot. He must have just fallen asleep, she murmured to herself. I shouldn't disturb him. With one last fond glance, Anne quietly slipped out of the room, closing the door behind her with barely a whisper. Inside the bed, Moon was still at war. Suddenly, the blanket flung itself upward and Moon bolted upright, eyes wide with panic. He gasped and immediately looked down. Clutching his most sensitive area with both hands, he gritted his teeth. Ha! Damn it! Crotch kicks! He barked out, voice cracking. Apparently, the short-haired assassin inside the book fought without mercy or dignity. Moon trembled with righteous fury, fists clenching against the mattress. She's already stronger than me. Why does she still have to fight dirty? But giving up wasn't an option. Not for Moon. Determined, he face-planted back onto the bed and yanked the covers around himself again. Once more, he growled under his breath, his voice muffled by the fabric. I will touch her at least once. Thus began the endless cycle of battles. Outside, time marched on. The sky faded from black to a soft azure, speckled with gathering white clouds. The sun, slow but unstoppable, climbed over the horizon, casting warm gold across the Duke of Campbell's mansion. Inside, Moon lay sprawled in bed like a broken doll. His bloodshot eyes stared blankly at the ceiling. His face was pale, his mouth hung slightly open, and a thin line of drool trickled out from one corner. He gasped weakly, voice trembling. The 185th time, I finally lasted 30 seconds. A sudden realization jolted through him like a lightning strike. Eyes snapping open, Moon scrambled to get up, only to immediately regret it. His legs wobbled, his body protested, and in his mad flailing, he knocked over the tray Anne had so carefully left. The bowl clattered to the floor, medicine splashing everywhere in a steaming puddle. Without any support, Moon toppled off the bed and landed on the floor with a thud. But the pain in his body was already too overwhelming for him to care about spilled medicine. Curled up in a pitiful heap, he pounded the floor weakly with one hand, clutching his throbbing head with the other. Damn it, he whispered hoarsely. After several long minutes, the blinding ache in his body finally began to fade. Gritting his teeth, Moon sat up slowly, dragging himself back to the side of the bed. Cold sweat plastered his white shirt to his skin. His arms trembled from exhaustion, but he lifted his head and spoke with ragged pride. Finally, it stabilized. Morning sunlight spilled softly through the window, casting a warm golden glow over Moon's battered body. For the first time in hours, he felt something other than pain, something almost like comfort. Almost. Still lying awkwardly on the floor, Moon carefully began to piece together the reason for his sorry state. Although I won't actually die in the illusion, he thought grimly. The pain of death is absolutely real. His original plan had been to find a loophole, maybe dodge the worst of the trauma. It was now painfully obvious, literally, that this brilliant strategy was not going to work. Nearly 200 deaths later, he wasn't knocking on heaven's door. He was practically kicking it in. Gritting his teeth, Moon pushed himself upright with one hand braced on the bed. He swayed, sweating and trembling, his eyes locking on the black book resting innocently on the rumpled blankets. His tormentor and savior all in one. He had spent the entire night fighting a merciless, short-haired assassin inside the book's world. Whether his skills had actually improved, he wasn't so sure. There was only one way to find out. Dragging in the shaky breath, Moon picked up the black book and flipped it open to the skill list. His tired expression flickered with surprise. Though his basic class levels, warrior, mage, cleric, remained stubbornly unchanged, 2 skill proficiency bars had shifted dramatically. Dagger combat had jumped from 1.5% to a solid 35%. Shadow Step had climbed from 0.5% to 11%. Moon's lips curled into a grin. "I succeeded," he whispered. Hugging the black book tightly to his chest, he blinked back tears that stung the corners of his eyes. Not from pain this time, but from genuine, hard-earned joy. The night hadn't been wasted. Not at all. Eager to test his new strength, Moon wasted no time. He set the book carefully on the floor and found a clear space near the wall. His heart raced with excitement. "I can't wait any longer. Let's try this." Adopting a ready stance, he inhaled sharply. Shadow Step. A pulse of black magical energy flickered around him, and with a light step forward, Moon zipped from one side of the room to the other, leaving a faint blur in his wake. He spun around, wide-eyed. "I did it!" His face lit up with pure, boyish glee as he clenched his fist. The skill had actually worked, and the improvement was obvious. Pride swelled in his chest. Then, quite suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed through his foot. "Ah, my foot!" Moon crumpled to the ground with a thud, clutching his foot and rolling back and forth in agony. It hurts so much. Why didn't anyone tell me this would happen?" Writhing dramatically on the floor, Moon cursed the unfairness of the universe. How did that assassin keep a straight face while fighting? He thought furiously. This makes no sense. After a few minutes of theatrical agony, he froze mid-roll. A faint realization flickered across his face. "Wait, I get it now." He lay still, panting slightly, connecting the dots through the fog of pain. "It's because my level is too low." Memories from the academy floated up. Martial arts skills required battle aura to properly function, an energy reserve only available to second-stage warriors. Without it, his body simply couldn't handle the strain advanced techniques put on it. Moon sighed heavily, feeling every bruise. He needed a teacher, someone who could help him build real physical endurance, not just flashy techniques. Gently rubbing his sore ankle with one hand, he flipped through the black book with the other, mentally drafting his next plan. "I'm still too weak," he admitted aloud. "First step, find a teacher." He trudged toward his desk, plucking a quill from its holder and twirling it absently between his fingers, scratching his head in frustration. "This is troublesome," he muttered. "Magic is so popular here, nobody even bothers to practice martial arts anymore. Even if I wave a sack of gold, finding a teacher will be like finding a needle in a haystack." As he fretted, racking his brain for a solution, a name suddenly flashed through his mind. He froze, eyes widening in realization. "Wait a minute," he whispered, a grin slowly forming on his face. "The most famous and powerful warrior in the original work." He knew exactly who he should turn to for martial arts training, the man whose strength stood at the very peak of this world. Isn't he already living under the same roof as me? Downstairs in the dining room, Duke Ron Campbell, dressed in simple pajamas, sat leisurely at the table enjoying his breakfast. After spearing a piece of macaroni and popping it into his mouth, he absently forked up a shrimp, his eyes drifting thoughtfully toward the corner of the room. It seemed the Duke had some inkling his son was plotting something. Sitting back on his bed now, Moon let himself drift into memories of Ron's legendary exploits, straight from the pages of the novel he knew so well. If you spoke of the greatest warrior of the past century, there was only one answer: Ron Campbell. At 15, he had served as a personal guard to the then prince. At 20, he led the royal guards to crush rebellions, stabilizing the throne during a turbulent succession. The novel's imagery flashed in Moon's mind. Ron, clad in gleaming armor and a flowing cloak, ascending marble steps flanked by bowing nobles, the young king waiting at the summit. By 25, Ron was Imperial Marshal, a defender of the Empire's borders, whose battlefield victories sent neighboring kingdoms and demons alike scurrying back across their borders. At 32, he returned home in triumph and was granted the title Lionheart King, the only Imperial Duke to rise solely through battlefield merit since the Empire's founding. An undefeated man, a walking legend, and, almost absurdly, Moon's own father. Moon shook his head slowly, smiling with both admiration and a hint of self-mockery. "You really are pathetic, Moon Campbell," he muttered to himself. "A mountain of treasure right under your nose, and you never even realized it." He stretched out his hands dramatically before letting them flop onto the bed, sighing, "Forget St. Maria College. Forget hunting down teachers. I'll just stay home and let Father teach me. Perfect. Absolutely perfect." His earlier gloom vanished, replaced by a proud, almost childish grin. He nodded vigorously to himself, already daydreaming about being personally trained by the greatest warrior alive. Just then, a knock came at his door, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Young master, are you awake?" Moon blinked and turned toward the door, puzzled. Who could it be at this timing? Opening the door, he found Anne standing there, composed as always. She bowed gently and spoke, "The Duke is looking for you." Moon's eyes widened a fraction. "Father wants to see me." Suppressing his excitement, Moon lightly placed his hands on Anne's shoulders and nudged her out of the doorway, beaming like he'd just won the lottery. "Perfect timing. I have something to discuss with him too. Let's go." Anne, slightly thrown off by Moon's unusually bright mood, could only blink and follow him down the hallway, muttering under her breath, "Young master." As they made their way through the corridor, they passed Noel, the head maid, and another gray-haired maid, both carrying cleaning tools. Noel, catching sight of Anne, quickly corrected herself mid-greeting. "Anne, I mean head maid," she said, bowing neatly along with her companion. Anne, accustomed to Noel's small blunders, simply waved a hand in a forgiving gesture. "It's fine. Please continue with your work." Following behind Anne, Moon tilted his head in surprise when he caught Null's words. Half stepping out from behind Anne, he widened his eyes and asked curiously, "Head maid Anne, did you get promoted?" Anne didn't seem particularly moved by the question. With her usual calm, she led Moon through the corridor, answering plainly, "Yes, the former head maid resigned for personal reasons. Not long after you woke up, the Duke appointed me." Hearing this, Moon's steps faltered slightly. He awkwardly looked to the side, pressing one hand against his forehead. "So, it was because of me." He mumbled guiltily, "Personal reasons. I'm so sorry. It must be because of the orders I gave her." Moon remembered his father mentioning that the old head maid had been with the family for decades, more like family than servant. Her sudden resignation must have left a mark, especially on his father. Anne, still walking ahead, turned her head slightly and said evenly, "Young master, there's no need to apologize. It wasn't your fault," she added with a hint of reassurance. "Besides, she only stepped down from her position. She's still here at the Campbell estate. You'll see her later." Moon let out a soft breath of relief, the guilt in his chest easing just a little. Before long, they arrived at the backyard, where Noise stood waiting. Upon seeing Moon, her face lit up with pure joy. "Moon! My dear Moon!" Without giving him time to react, Noise rushed forward and scooped him into her arms, pressing him tightly against her soft embrace. His face immediately flushed bright red. Noise, meanwhile, seemed perfectly content, rubbing her cheek affectionately against his and murmuring with a smile, "Seeing you healthy again makes me so happy. And how many times have I told you? Don't call me mother, it sounds too distant. Call me mom. I'm sorry. Mom." Pleased, Noise beamed even brighter. Then, without warning, she gently guided his head down, pressing it against her belly. Before he could protest, Noise whispered warmly, "Come on, squat down a little, feel it." After a moment, he felt it, a faint, unmistakable movement. Confused but curious, he lifted his head a bit and asked carefully, "Mom, is there?" Noise chuckled softly, brushing her hand through his hair. "Yes," she said with a twinkle in her eye. "Soon you'll have a little brother or sister." Moon straightened up in excitement, his earlier shyness forgotten. "Really?" Noise smiled tenderly, placing one hand on her belly and the other gently stroking Moon's cheek. "It's true. When you were recovering, the royal physician examined me too. It's official." Moon could hardly contain his joy. "I'm going to be a big brother. That's amazing." "Do you want a boy or a girl?" Noise laughed, her voice warm and teasing. "Either way, you'll love them. I already told your father our Moon is the best." At the nearby table, Ron sat quietly, arms crossed, a soft smile playing at his lips as he watched his wife and son. It was rare to see such a heartwarming sight in their family. Moon gave his mother another happy hug, and Noise returned it, gently stroking his head, her face filled with serene joy. But as the moment lingered, Ron eventually cleared his throat and said, all right. Moon just recovered from a serious injury, and the little one is still very delicate. Don't get too worked up." His voice was firm, but kind. "Come sit down, Moon. There's something important we need to discuss." The weather today was especially fine. A soft breeze stirred the air as the three of them sat together at a pavilion in the backyard. A lone butterfly fluttered lazily past, adding a touch of life to the peaceful scene. Moon, feeling a little more serious now, sat beside the table and looked at his father expectantly. Ron's smile faded, replaced by a somber expression. "Moon," he said evenly, "I'll be heading back to the battlefield this afternoon." The words hit Moon like a splash of cold water. He blinked, still half immersed in the warm, fuzzy excitement about becoming a big brother. "What?" Ron placed both hands flat on the table, his posture composed but his voice steady and heavy. "Yes, I'll depart this afternoon for the front lines, since you'll be starting at St. Maria College in a month. Only your mother would be left in the capital. I've decided to send her back to the Campbell territory to rest and prepare for the birth." Ron turned his head slightly and addressed the mature maid with glasses who stood a respectful distance away. "Sister Faye," he said gently, "take care of Noise for me while I'm gone." Faye, composed and graceful as ever, placed a hand over her chest and bowed. "Don't worry, Duke. I will take good care of Madam." "Father, do you really have to go? I mean, the Empire has a whole army of generals. Surely it doesn't have to be you, right?" Ron, unshaken, took a calm sip of tea before answering. "The situation's urgent. I have no choice." He set the cup down and looked at Moon with quiet seriousness. "There are signs the demons from the abyss are stirring again. I'll be stationed at the western border, likely for 3 years." 3 years. The words hit Moon like a stone dropped in still water. Abyss demons, that sounds familiar. His brows furrowed as memories surfaced, his brain flipping through the novel's plot like pages in a book. Right. The demons' first appearance wasn't an invasion. It was a distraction. A smokescreen. Their real plan unfolded 3 years later. That was the start of the world-saving arc in the story. The turning point. He remembered adult Ariel fighting them, flames blazing across her sword as she cleaved down monsters, which meant if his father left now, he'd miss the window. Moon wouldn't have his father's guidance. No legendary martial arts lessons. No one to prepare him for the battles to come. His plans, poof, gone. Moon's face slowly contorted into a look of horror. He stared blankly up at the sky, holding his head with both hands like someone who just realized their final exam was today and not next week. 3 years. My teacher, my training, my grand comeback plan, it's all over. He let out a silent scream, then collapsed dramatically back into the chair. He tried to keep a straight face for his parents' sake, but his hands trembled visibly around his teacup. The tea inside was quivering, threatening to jump out like it couldn't handle the pressure either. By afternoon, the sky was clear, the sunlight warm and kind, totally indifferent to the emotional chaos happening below. At the mansion entrance, a brown griffin was seated, lazily grooming its leg fur. Beside it, a white carriage awaited, prepared to escort Noise. The time for departure had come. Ron stood once again in full armor, his red cloak fluttering lightly in the wind. He looked every inch the Empire's lion-hearted duke. He placed his hands on Noise's shoulders, steadying her as she wept quietly, her hand covering her face. All right, Ron said with practiced warmth. You've always been a crybaby. Crying too much won't be good for our little Campbell. Noise sniffled. If it weren't for the baby, I'd follow you to the border myself, and waiting until Moon's school break just to see him again. Moon, nearby, wasn't listening anymore. He was hunched over, gazing at the cobblestones like they held the answers to life's sudden complications. His earlier optimism now lay somewhere between his shoes and the gravel. Ron turned and looked at him with intent. Son. Moon looked up, his expression visibly sulking. Ron walked over and placed his firm hands on Moon's shoulders, eyes steady and proud. You risked your life to protect His Highness from that assassin. That alone proves your courage. You've honored the Campbell name. Moon looked away awkwardly, mumbling. Father, I don't think I'm as good as you say. Ron shook his head slightly. Listen, as Campbells, it's our duty to protect the Empire. It's not just about bravery. It's about stepping up when it matters. He then pointed to the gold medal pinned to his chest. You see this? That's our family crest. The sword represents the king's will. The dragon below, our enemies. I'm the Empire's sharpest blade, and one day you'll find your battlefield too. Maybe you'll inherit mine, or maybe you'll forge your own. He paused, voice steady but earnest. It doesn't matter where you fight, Moon. What matters is who you are, and you've already shown the qualities of a man. Moon's eyes slowly widened, and the trembling in his teacup hand finally stilled. Ron gave a rare smile, one filled with something like faith. You'll have things I never did, resources, allies, the time to prepare. If there's something you want to do, go for it. I believe in you. After hearing his father's earnest encouragement, Moon was deeply moved. The warmth of Ron's words still lingered in his chest when, without warning, Ron reached out and pulled him into a firm hug. In a low voice, almost conspiratorial, Ron whispered in his ear, All right, now it's time to get down to business. Moon, who had been floating in an emotional cloud just moments ago, blinked in confusion as he was unceremoniously dragged into a whole new topic. Wait, what? His mind struggled to catch up. Dad, isn't this transition a bit too fast? Ron chuckled, sensing Moon's bewilderment. All that just now. That was the formal speech. You know, fatherly duty. Now for the real stuff, he said with a wink, the corners of his mouth quirking up in mischief. Tell me, what do you think of Anne? Standing not far off, Anne quietly watched the two of them. She maintained her usual calm expression, hands folded neatly in front of her, but her subtle glance betrayed a flicker of curiosity. Moon froze. Anne. He cautiously glanced at her, then leaned toward his father, whispering like a boy conspiring at the back of class. Anne's very good. Really good, but why are you asking? He lowered his voice even further, or suspicion creeping in. Wait, do you like her? Ron, still hugging Moon tightly, let out a laugh that rumbled in his chest. If it's just a matter of liking or disliking, then yes. I like her, but not for me. He leaned back, fixing Moon with a serious look, softened by a mischievous twinkle. I've watched that girl grow up. Good family, smart, kind, but most importantly, her feelings for you. He tapped Moon's forehead lightly with a finger. Have already gone far beyond just master and servant. Moon's face flushed slightly at the realization. Ron continued without missing a beat. There's still a year left on her maid contract. If you like her, you'd better act fast. Moon's brain stalled. Wait. Dad, are you implying marriage? Ron clapped him on the back with a weight that was both literal and metaphorical. Exactly. He lowered his voice almost dramatically. The biggest reason our family hasn't had many children is because your mother and I were apart too long. Now I have to head to the front lines again. Moon glanced toward Noise, who was tenderly caressing her belly, smiling softly as if she was whispering secrets to the little life growing inside her. The responsibility hit Moon like a sack of bricks. Oh, but I'm already engaged to Celicia, he protested weakly. Ron waved a dismissive hand as if batting away an annoying fly. Don't worry about that. That engagement was purely political. His Majesty set it up to make sure our family supported the prince and balanced the power against the crown prince. Even if Celicia does marry into the family someday, we'll support her dreams and help her grow strong. No strings pulling you down. Ron's voice dropped into a final, no arguments tone. In short, I want a grandchild in 3 years. He stared at Moon with the kind of intensity that only generals and desperate fathers could muster, the message clear. This was a command, not a suggestion. Moon shrank back a little under the pressure, watching as Ron's looming figure somehow seemed to grow even larger before his eyes. But... He tried to squeak out an objection. No buts. Ron clamped a hand on his shoulder like a blacksmith forging a blade. This is the Master's command. The sun had begun its slow descent, spilling molten orange across the once azure sky. Shadows stretched long across the grounds of Duke Campbell's estate as the household assembled for farewell. Ron and Noise boarded the waiting carriage, the heavy door clicking shut with finality. Moon and Anne stood side by side at the mansion gates, silently watching the carriage and griffin fade into the distance. The rhythmic clatter of hooves on cobblestone gradually softened until only the wind remained, rustling through the trees and brushing against the still air. Once the last flicker of red cloak vanished behind the distant hill, Anne tilted her head slightly toward Moon. Her tone was light, but her eyes betrayed a spark of curiosity. Just now, I heard the young master mention my name while speaking to the Duke, she said. Was there something you needed from me? Moon, hands tucked in his pockets, had been squinting into the sunset, lost in thought. Anne's question snapped him back. He turned to face her, his face caught between sheepishness and disbelief at what he was about to say. Well, it's not exactly a secret anymore. He scratched his head, sighing lightly. My father, sir, wants you to marry me, and, also hopes we'll have kids for the strength of the Campbell line and all that. He gave a quick, awkward laugh. But, of course, it was just a joke. You don't have to take it seriously. Anne's eyes widened, her lips parted slightly, but no words came out. She just stared at him, stunned into silence. Moon took a few steps closer and placed a hand gently on her shoulder. The sun behind him bathed him in a soft, amber glow. With a warm smile, he spoke again, more earnestly this time. Being a maid, that's just your role right now. Someday we'll both go our own ways. You're the best maid our family's ever had. Honestly, you're the kind of woman who deserves far better than a guy like me. Anne's face remained neutral, though her brows dipped ever so slightly. If you ever fall for someone else, Moon continued, tell me. I'll let you go personally, and I'll make sure you leave with the finest dowry in the Empire. He grinned, tapping her shoulder lightly. Anyone who leaves the Campbell family deserves to do so with their head held high. With that, Moon turned and walked away, smiling with quiet satisfaction. The golden sunlight shimmered on his back as he strode toward the mansion. I nailed it, he thought. Once out of Anne's view, he clenched his fists and did a little celebratory shuffle in place, practically glowing with pride. Damn, I'm so cool, he whispered under his breath. All those years of reading novels finally paid off. I bet she's tearing up right now. Unbeknownst to him, she wasn't. Anne hadn't moved an inch. Her hands hung by her sides, trembling slightly. Her face, partially veiled in shadow, was unreadable, but far from calm. Her fingers curled inward so tightly that her nails pierced skin. A few drops of blood trickled from her palm, but she didn't seem to notice or care. Her lips parted, but not with gratitude. Let me go, she repeated, voice low, cold. She stared at Moon's back with a gaze devoid of warmth. No longer the quiet, well-mannered maid, her aura had shifted into something far darker, something dangerous. Her eyes narrowed and her voice dropped to a chilling murmur. You really have changed, young master. A creeping tension filled the empty space she left behind. The sun was gone now, and the estate had fallen under the quiet reign of night. Somewhere within the vast Campbell library, torches crackled softly beside towering bookshelves, casting golden halos onto the rows of ancient tomes. The library was quiet, lit only by warm candlelight flickering between the tall, densely packed shelves. Moon leaned over a desk piled with books, muttering under his breath as he flipped another page. Damn it, that old saying really nailed it. Plans never keep up with changes. Today had been chaotic. His father's sudden departure, the unexpected talk about marriage, and, perhaps most shocking of all, the realization that his grand plan for peaceful self-growth had just been shattered. Still, if there was one thing Moon prided himself on, it was adaptability. Whatever, he mumbled, adjusting his posture and opening a fresh volume. If Dad's not around to train me, I'll self-study. If the world wants to throw assassins at me, I'll throw counterattacks back. He flipped through pages with practiced speed, eyes scanning titles like fishbone lockpicking skills and vital strike techniques. It wasn't quite the Imperial Library, but the Campbell Estate's collection had its gems. Then, with a swift gesture, Moon summoned the Black Book. It hovered obediently above his desk, its leathery cover pulsing faintly with dark magic. His expression turned serious as he reached for it. Let's see how useful you really are, he muttered. The book responded to his touch, pages flipping on their own, glowing faintly as they settled on a familiar page. Sure enough, every book he'd skimmed, even briefly, was perfectly transcribed within. Fishbone lockpicking skills, basic physical training for Imperial soldiers, martial arts flexibility basics, vital strike techniques. Moon's lips curled into a grin. This recording function, incredible. Holding the Black Book in both hands, he stared at it with genuine affection. Forget what I said earlier about you being useless. I love you so much, baby. And with all the ceremony of a dramatic lover, he closed his eyes and planted a kiss on the cover. Just then, a soft knock came at the door. Startled, Moon straightened up and fumbled the book behind his back, attempting to regain some composure. The door creaked open. Anne stepped inside quietly, carrying a tray. Her presence, as always, was calm and composed, her movements measured as she approached. "Young master, are you still reading?" she asked. Moon turned, slightly flustered to be caught mid-kiss with a cursed object. "Oh, Anne!" He pushed back his chair and stood, then quickly noticed the tray in her hands. His mood lifted. "Did you bring me a late-night snack?" Anne nodded. "Yes." The two walked over to the cozy rest area tucked in the corner of the library. She set the tray down on a side table and gently guided him to sit on the sofa. Moon looked at the neat arrangement of food and drink, a soft smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Father took half the staff with him, and now you, Noel, and a few maids are left to manage this whole mansion, and you're still bringing me snacks late at night. You must be exhausted." Anne shook her head with quiet certainty. "This is what I should do." She picked up a wine bottle from the tray and presented it with subtle pride. "This is a rare vintage from Count Locke's winery. Only 100 bottles are produced each year. On the market, it's already fetching 200,000 Amer." Moon raised an eyebrow, impressed. 200,000 for a bottle of fermented grapes? While she poured a little into a crystal glass, Moon helped himself to a small slice of cake. He took a bite and sighed in satisfaction. The sweetness seemed to melt away the fatigue in his brain. Then, glancing at the wine, he waved a hand dismissively. "I'll pass," he said through a mouthful of cake. "I still need to study for a while. If I drink that, I'll be out like a light before I finish Chapter 2. Upon hearing Moon refuse the wine with a touch of irritation in his voice, Anne's smile barely faltered, but the soft crack of stressed glass under her fingers betrayed the tension in her hand. The wine bottle, now subtly fractured, gleamed under the light. Still, she remained composed, setting it down carefully. "So, young master," she asked with practiced calm, "what would you like to drink instead?" "Coffee," Moon said. "It'll help me stay awake." She let out a small sigh, leaned forward with elegance, and lifted the teapot instead. As she poured a stream of black tea into a cup, she offered her explanation. "Apologies, young master. For some reason, the only drinks left tonight are red wine and black tea." Moon, finishing the last bite of his cake, kept the fork in his mouth and puffed out his cheeks slightly like a grumpy chipmunk. Something about the way Anne phrased that sentence tugged at the back of his mind. He squinted at her. "Wait a minute. Why does that sound so familiar?" he thought, brows knitting together. Anne, seemingly oblivious, continued with perfect poise. "Due to a maid's carelessness," she said. "The bag of coffee beans was gnawed open by rats. They enjoyed it quite a bit. Fresh beans are on order, but they won't arrive until tomorrow. Surely the young master doesn't want coffee that's been crawled all over by rodents." Moon's eyes twitched ever so slightly. The image of mice having a midnight coffee party in the pantry was enough to kill his craving. He sighed. "Yeah, that's unavoidable. Black tea is fine. It'll keep me awake." He took the offered cup and brought it to his lips, inhaling the subtle aroma. He closed his eyes, letting the warmth settle in. And suddenly, everything felt off. His hands trembled. The cup slipped from his fingers, crashing to the ground, tea splattering across the floor like a burst of crimson ink. A wave of nausea surged through him. His muscles turned to water. "Anne," he croaked, reaching out with a shaky hand. But his strength was vanishing. The room tilted. His knees gave out. Anne caught him smoothly, almost tenderly, easing him down onto the sofa like she'd done this before. Her expression was unreadable, calm, composed, and just a little too serene. "Why did you betray me?" Moon whispered, his voice barely audible. Anne didn't answer at first. She merely gazed down at him, brushing a few strands of hair from his forehead. Then she leaned in, her voice a breathy murmur beside his ear. "I would never betray you, young master. Never." His vision was fading fast. His heartbeat thudded in his ears. "Sleep well. Now," she whispered again. And then, darkness. "How painful it is now. I loved you so much, but how could you say such things? You've changed, so I must purify you with my love. Accept my love, Moon, my young master. We will always be together until the end of the world." Moon's eyes snapped open, breath ragged, beads of cold sweat rolling down his temples. The familiar voice that echoed in his mind moments ago still lingered, chilling and unmistakable. He looked around. Darkness pressed in from all sides. No walls, no ceiling, just blackness. His wrists and ankles were bound by cold iron cuffs, bolted to a wooden frame. He struggled, muscles straining, but the restraints held firm. It was déjà vu, no prophecy. He had seen this exact moment once before, in the pages of the Black Book. No way, this place, the figure in the prophecy. It's her, he whispered to himself, stunned. From the shadows emerged Anne. Her demeanor was calm, too calm. The usual soft-spoken maid now wore an eerie smile. Moon's heart pounded. "Anne, what are you doing?" After a night that felt like 100 battles rolled into one, Moon slowly opened his eyes. His face said it all: dark circles, tousled hair, and the unmistakable look of someone who hadn't slept. Or maybe even blinked in hours. Across the room, Anne was just about to leave when his weak voice caught her attention. "Huh?" She turned, surprise flickering in her eyes. Then, with slow, deliberate steps, she walked back to him, her expression curling into a teasing, if slightly ominous smile. "Tell me, young master," she asked sweetly, "do you have another favorite maid? Could it be Noel?" Moon flinched like a guilty man caught in a lie he never told. Avoiding eye contact, he muttered, "No." "No," Anne chuckled, covering her mouth as if trying not to laugh too loudly. Her eyes sparkled with amusement, and Moon watched her, confused. Had he just said something that made her happy? "I was just joking, young master," she said with a smile. "No need to look like a deer caught in moonlight." Then her tone shifted slightly, becoming calm but clear. "As long as you're obedient, I won't need to take any action against the people at the Duke's mansion, unless absolutely necessary." Moon's expression stiffened. "Can you untie these shackles first?" he asked, hopeful. "Of course, dear." With a snap of her fingers, a soft, magical light glimmered in the air. The cuffs around his wrists and ankles unclasped and fell away with a faint clink. "But just a word of advice," she added casually. "Don't try anything reckless. This room is sealed, solid stainless steel, designed by yours truly. The door, custom built by a master craftsman. And guess what? There's only one key, and I'm holding it." Moon sat up slowly, rubbing his wrists, already feeling uneasy. Freedom of movement meant nothing if the walls were unbreakable. "If I just disappear like this," he said cautiously, "won't people start asking questions?" Anne leaned in with a sly smile. "Relax. I told them the young master went back to college early, said you were feeling lonely." Then she turned and began walking toward the door. Just before stepping out, she looked back and added with a gentle voice, "Please rest well, young master. Obediently." "Wait, Anne," Moon called out, but the door shut with a deep, metallic thud. The sharp click of the lock echoed in the room, sealing his fate, at least for now. Left alone, Moon ran a hand through his messy hair and groaned. "This is bad, really bad." He slumped forward, muttering to himself. "I speculated 100 times about the identity of the shadowy figure in the prophecy. Of course it had to be her, and now I'm stuck here." He stood up and stared at the heavy iron door like it owed him money. No, I refuse to live my life as a prisoner. I need to get out. My freedom is the most important thing to me. With a determined yell, he stomped up to the door, grabbed the handle with both hands and pulled. It didn't budge. Undeterred, Moon backed up, squared his shoulders, and charged. Thud. He immediately regretted everything. "Oh, my shoulder!" he cried, now rolling on the ground like a knocked-over mop. After several moments of dramatic groaning, he lay still, catching his breath. Yep, that door is definitely made of steel. Great craftsmanship, though. Just as he was about to wallow in despair, something stirred beside him. A familiar glow, a familiar presence. The black book had appeared. Moon turned his head and sighed. Oh, buddy, not now. Anne's on a whole different level. She might even be on par with Celicia. Even if I train in subspace, I doubt I'll win. But after a few quiet moments, curiosity crept in. He reached out, grabbed the book, and sat up. Scratching his head, he flipped it open. Fine. Let's see what training you've got in store. But something caught his eye, a page he remembered from the night before. Wait a second. He leaned closer, reading it again. This equation, it's not just a training method. It's a formula. For victory. A smile finally crept onto Moon's tired face. All right then, he said, voice steadier now. Let's do this. 198. 199. The sound of counting echoed through the dim room. Moon's body moved rhythmically, his palms pressed to the cold floor. Sweat trailed down his bare torso. With his hair tied back and breath steady, he pushed one last time. 200. He paused, arms locked, then let himself drop to the floor. His chest rose and fell with exhaustion. Muscles in his arms had noticeably tightened. Progress earned the hard way. Lying still, he opened one eye, lifting his hand slightly. At least the body's still holding up, he murmured. The black book only sharpens skill. Strength. That's on me. He clenched his fist. No more being stepped on. I'm done with that. A tear slipped down the side of his face, quiet but full of intent. I'm going to rise. Then came a voice from beyond the iron door. I feel relieved seeing the young master so spirited. The door creaked open. Moon sat up quickly, startled. Anne, you're back. She stood at the threshold, smiling, with dishes and a metal bathtub floating around her, wrapped in soft, magical energy. Yes, finished everything, though what you said just now sounded like a husband welcoming his wife. Cute. She chuckled, light but knowing. The items floated gently to the ground, the bathtub releasing faint steam, the food still warm. I brought dinner, your medicinal soup, and a bath, waters at your preferred temperature. Moon lit up. That's perfect. I haven't bathed in 2 days. Before she could speak further, he dropped the sheet and leapt into the tub in one swift move, splashing water onto the floor. Anne stood there, blinking. So I guess it's bath first, she said quietly. Moon pulled off his hair tie and began rinsing his hair. Water trailed down his face. Anne, he called, eyes closed. Yes, young master. Too hot. No, just... He opened his eyes. I'm not a child, I can wash myself. Anne gave a faint smile. Understood. She uncovered a silver plate, revealing meat and steamed vegetables, then walked toward him, holding the plate in one hand, cutlery in the other. In that case, she said, let me feed you while you bathe. Moon watched Anne closely. When he realized she wasn't going to cause him any trouble, at least for now, he let out a quiet sigh. Hearing that he could finally eat brought some comfort. All right. Let's eat. Anne picked up a piece of well-cooked meat with a fork, carefully holding her other hand beneath it to catch any sauce that might drip. She gently offered it to him, her voice light. Young master, say moi. Moon leaned forward and took the bite. This is really good. His eyes widened, surprised by how rich the flavor was. The texture was soft, not too chewy, and perfectly seasoned. Without hesitation, Moon reached out of the tub, grabbed the plate and fork from Man, and began eating piece after piece with eager hands. A few splashes from the tub landed on the dish, but he didn't care. The taste had completely won him over. "I don't think I've ever had beef like this before, not even back when my parents were still home. It's tender and smooth, not tough at all." Anne smiled quietly, enjoying the sight of Moon so excited over the food. "You really are sharp, young master. Yes, it's beef, you've actually had it before, though I usually turn it into soup because I'm never sure how you'll like it." Moon nodded while chewing. He looked content, pleased by the simple pleasure of a meal. Then, out of curiosity, he glanced at her. "So, what part of the cow is this from? Is it the tender part or the shoulder?" Anne answered calmly. "It's from a special cut, a rare one." Moon blinked. "Special cut?" He stared at her, chewing, slowing down. Anne continued, eyes still closed in thought. "Yes, from the Mogritha giant bull, known for being quite energetic. That's why it's so nutritious." Moon froze, his smile fading. The fork slipped from his hand into the water with a quiet splash. He imagined some glowing, overpowered bull in his mind, and his face paled immediately. Without another word, he leaned over the tub and began to gag. Anne, calm as ever, placed a nearby bin in front of him to help. "There are other rare ingredients too," she added casually, "like tiger tail, goblin meat, troll cuts. If dragons weren't so protected, they'd be a fine choice as well." Moon waved his hand in protest, still coughing. "Please, stop. Why would anyone cook with that kind of stuff?" Anne didn't flinch. "Actually, I've been including these ingredients in your meals for a while. They've helped your strength improve." "I can't believe this," Moon gasped. "You locked me in this place and gave me that to eat?" Anne squatted nearby, resting her face in her hands, quietly watching as Moon vented. She didn't interrupt. She just listened. Moon pointed at her, still shaking in disbelief. "That's not normal food. Let me out of here, or I swear." But before he could finish, his body suddenly felt heavy. His arms dropped. His words trailed off. Just one drop. "That's all it took," she murmured to herself. Moon, unconscious now, began to tilt forward, his body giving in to gravity. Just as he was about to slip out of the bathtub, Anne swiftly caught him in her arms. Holding him close, she whispered in his ear, voice soft and sincere, "You're right to be upset, young master. It hurts to be trapped, but if giving you freedom means losing you, I can't allow that. So sleep and leave the rest to me." Her expression softened into a faint smile. She gently leaned her face against his, brushing her fingers through his damp hair as if to soothe him. Outside the Duke's mansion, the moon had risen high above the rooftops. It shone silently on the estate, unaware of the quiet turmoil brewing behind one of its windows. Time passed. Moon slowly stirred awake, blinking as the dim light filtered into his eyes. His head ached faintly, his body still sluggish. He realized he was no longer in the bathtub, but lying in a bed, wrapped in a warm blanket. It must have been Anne who moved him. She stepped closer, her voice calm. "Does the young master feel unwell?" Moon didn't answer. He pursed his lips, turned his head away, and stared at the wall, clearly still upset. And Anne didn't seem bothered by the silent treatment. "Are you still angry with me?" she asked gently, crouching down beside the bed. He didn't respond, only frowned slightly, clearly not in the mood to talk. Anne thought for a moment, then offered a small olive branch. "Since the young master has been very cooperative lately, I can allow you one small request. Would that be acceptable?" That caught his attention. Moon slowly turned his head back toward her. A small request? She nodded. Moon replied immediately, I want freedom. Anne didn't hesitate. That's not possible. Moon sighed in frustration, brushing a hand through his hair. Anne touched her lips thoughtfully, eyes drifting up toward the ceiling. Maybe something like choosing what you eat for lunch and dinner. Moon's eyes lit up slightly. He sat up, scratching his head. You're really going to let me pick my meals? It's a small thing, she said, smiling. Well, better than nothing. Seeing that he was finally engaging with her again, Anne leaned in a little. So, do you know what you want? Moon didn't answer right away. He closed his eyes and brought his hand to his mouth, coughing lightly. Speaking of which, isn't autumn just around the corner? Anne blinked, confused. Yes? I remember around this time in previous years, Moon said, voice trailing into memory. I'd be on a boat at Reborn Lake, watching the leaves fall, drinking Count Locke's vineyard wine, and eating freshly caught lake fish. In his mind, Moon could see it clearly, the calm golden waters of Reborn Lake surrounded by blazing red and orange maple trees. A soft breeze would stir the leaves until they fluttered down into the lake like delicate paper boats, and on the water, a stately ship bearing his family's crest would glide past the mirrored landscape. Anne paused, letting his words hang in the air. Then she spoke gently. Young master, do you want to eat fish from Reborn Lake? He nodded slightly, but she hesitated. Reborn Lake is so far away. If we try to have it delivered. At that moment, Anne heard soft sobbing from Moon. Snapping out of her thoughts, she turned to look at him, surprised by his reaction. Moon placed a hand dramatically on his chest and raised the other in the air, as if delivering a heartfelt speech. His expression was sorrowful, with tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Last year, he said with great emotion, I was sailing on the lake like a noble. And now I'm locked in this tiny room, waiting for the end. How tragic. How unfair. With that, he spun around and pulled the blanket over his head. From beneath it, muffled sobs continued. He shook his head in exaggerated despair. I can't even eat the fish from Reborn Lake, he cried. What's the point of this life anymore? Anne hesitated, her expression softened with a hint of guilt. She took a step forward, then paused, unsure whether to comfort him directly. But behind the blanket, Moon wasn't exactly crying anymore. A small, mischievous smile crept onto his face. Clearly, he had something else in mind. Anne didn't notice. She sighed and gently closed her eyes. All right, I understand. The moment she spoke, Moon shot up, the blanket flying off. His eyes sparkled with hope. Really? You mean it? He asked, hands clasped tightly in excitement. Anne blinked at his sudden change of mood, but remained composed. Yes. I'll get the fish. No matter what, I'll make sure the young master gets to enjoy it. Moon beamed. He leaned back slightly, placed one hand behind him on the bed, and with the other made a graceful gesture, tossing her an imaginary kiss. You truly are the most dependable maid in the house. I'll be here waiting. Don't let me down. Anne's eyes widened and she raised a hand to cover her mouth. Her face turned a bright shade of pink. Her heart raced like she'd just been struck by a spark of magic. Unable to contain herself, she suddenly stepped forward and gently grabbed Moon's shoulder. He blinked in surprise. Then, without a word, Anne closed her eyes and gave him a quick, soft kiss on the cheek. Brief, warm, and full of unspoken emotion. Moon froze, wide-eyed. He didn't know what had just happened or why. Before he could say anything, Anne slowly pulled away. She stood silent and turned toward the door without offering an explanation. Still stunned, Moon sat motionless. Wait, what just happened? Anne paused at the door, her back to him. Reborn Lake is far, she said calmly, but I'll be back before noon tomorrow. Please be patient." Moon, slightly flustered, answered quietly, "Oh, okay." Anne nodded. "All right, I'm off now." She opened the heavy iron door and stepped out, closing it gently behind her. Outside, her steps were brisk, but her face was hidden in the shadows. She lowered her head, trying to steady her breathing. Too close, she thought. I almost couldn't hold back. The young master is just too adorable. Her cheeks flushed bright red again, and she quickly lifted a hand to her face. A tiny trickle of a nosebleed began, which she tried to stop with her sleeve. "I need to hurry and catch that fish," she told herself. "Then I'll have more time to make him smile." Meanwhile, inside the room, Moon let out a long sigh of relief. "She's finally gone," he muttered. "One more night of emotional chaos, but I made it through." He turned serious. Lifting his left hand, a dark purplish energy began to swirl around his fingers. It gathered into a small, glowing form. Responding to his call, the energy solidified into a book, dark, mysterious, and pulsing faintly in his palm. With Anne sent far away on a food mission, Moon finally had the time and space to carry out his real plan. He glanced at the black book floating before him. "Other than that assassin simulation," he asked calmly, "you can create other kinds of training spaces, right?" The book gave a subtle nod, a floaty bounce, which was its way of saying yes. Moon grinned. "Perfect. Based on that book I read earlier, create a training realm with 1,000 locks. I want to master that technique before Anne returns." The book dropped gently into his palm, flipping through pages on its own. In an instant, a swirl of magical energy burst forth, surrounding Moon in light. This time he wasn't afraid. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he clenched his fists and closed his eyes, welcoming the challenge ahead. He was ready. Meanwhile, far away at Reborn Lake, the weather had taken a wild turn. The skies darkened without warnings, and heavy rain poured down like buckets. Wind whipped through the trees, howling through the forest like something alive. Thunder cracked across the sky, and flashes of lightning lit up the stormy lake in eerie flashes. Draped in a black cloak, Anne pushed forward, her head covered and her eyes hidden behind a mask. Even this intense weather couldn't stop her. She had a promise to keep. A forest ranger in a raincoat spotted her and rushed over. "Miss, it's dangerous here. You can't go any further." Anne looked confused. "Why not?" The ranger didn't want to explain. He moved closer, trying to gently lead her away. "You shouldn't be here. Let's go." But Anne didn't take kindly to strangers getting too close. With a sharp glance, she stepped back, and in a flash, a spell activated at her feet. Metal spikes shot up from the ground, stopping the ranger in his tracks. A few grazed his hands, and he yelped in pain. Anne didn't flinch. "Don't touch me. That was a warning," she said, voice calm but firm. "Now answer me. What's going on with Reborn Lake?" The ranger, shaken and bleeding slightly, finally spoke. All right, I won't stop you anymore. Look, the Lake Master's awakened. It's a high-tier magical creature. The Adventurers Association sent in a B-rank team to deal with it. That's why the area's restricted." Anne listened without emotion, then glanced up at the dark sky. The raindrops hit her outstretched hand, and her eyes narrowed. "So this storm, it's part of the creature's power," she murmured. The ranger nodded nervously. "Probably. Just leave. I won't report you. Here, take 300 Amir for the injury, and we'll call it even." Before he could say more, a small pouch of coins landed at his feet. He blinked in disbelief. You're serious?" He picked up the pouch, still grimacing from the pain in his hand. "Even knowing the danger, you're really going," Anne replied softly. "Of course." The ranger stared at her. "Why? You're walking right into trouble. Why take the risk?" But Anne had already turned away. The wind howled louder as she moved forward, umbrella in hand, her pace steady and sure. "Because I promised the young master," she thought, "and I always keep my promises." Another gust tore through the clearing and ripping her hat off her head. She reached up quickly, catching it in time, her hair tossing in the storm. The ranger, still standing behind her, didn't see the quiet smile on her face. Her ruby-like eyes sparkled faintly, not with fear, but with warmth. She held onto her hat, braced herself against the wind, and whispered to the storm. It's for him. Always for him. The storm over Babor Lake had only grown stronger. The sky churned with dark clouds, wind howled like a wild beast, and rain fell in unrelenting sheets. At the back of the group stood a girl in a red cloak. The storm had soaked her completely. Cloak, boots, even her hair. But she didn't flinch. She clutched her wand tightly, her eyes fixed on the battlefield ahead. Her name was Aluka. She wasn't just standing there for the mission. She was thinking about him. If this keeps up, he might be taken away. I won't let that happen. Her fingers curled tighter around her wand. All right. Once this mission is over, I'll tell him how I feel. Just the thought made her cheeks warm, even in the freezing rain. A quiet, dreamy smile spread across her face. But that moment didn't last long. Hey, Aluka, what are you staring at? The sudden shout pulled her out of her thoughts. She blinked, flustered. Sorry. Up ahead, two of her teammates were locked in battle. A boy in armor held up a sword and shield, struggling to hold back the surging lake water. Beside him, a girl in a purple cloak was casting spells, eyes darting for any sign of movement. Use healing magic, the boy called out. Now, I'm barely holding on here. Right, Aluka answered quickly, shaking off her nerves. She raised her hand, eyes closing as she began to chant, Spirit of life, I implore you. A soft green magic circle appeared behind her. It glowed through the mist, pulsing gently with warmth. As she guided her hand forward, the healing energy floated through the storm, wrapping her teammates in a soothing light. But just as the healing magic reached them, something changed. The team stopped attacking and looked up nervously. The girl in the purple cloak whispered, It's coming. The boy braced himself. After absorbing all that magic, it's finally making a move. A second later, Babor Lake erupted. A giant column of water shot into the air like an explosion, splashing down with thunderous force. From the heart of that torrent, a massive shape burst forth. It was the lake's master, a strange, monstrous fish with glowing red eyes and teeth that didn't belong in any peaceful lake. It opened its wide mouth, baring rows of sharp fangs as it surged toward them. The team didn't waste a second. In perfect sync, they dropped into fighting stances, weapons raised and magic charged. They were ready. The creature started sucking in water rapidly. In seconds, a massive orb of water formed in its mouth, growing bigger and heavier with each breath. It aimed directly at Rod, ready to launch. Beside him, a girl in a purple cloak, Tia, shouted urgently, Rod! Rod snapped out of his stunned state. His eyes narrowed, and he raised his shield with firm resolve. Blessing of the earth, he chanted. Golden light burst from his shield, forming a glowing barrier around him, and Tia just as the water orb was unleashed. The lake monster's attack exploded into a towering column of water, crashing down. But the golden shield held strong. Though some of the water splashed past, Rod stood his ground, teeth clenched, legs braced, shield unmoving. Now, he shouted, use magic and strike it. Behind them, Aluka froze for a moment. The monster, the roar, the attack, everything had left her wide-eyed. She had never seen a creature like this, but Rod's voice pulled her back. She tightened her grip on her wand. Okay. She took a breath, closed her eyes, and began chanting, "O guardian of frost and snow, please lend me your strength." Her wand lifted, emitting a soft blue glow. Icy mist coiled around her, ready to launch. But just as she prepared her spell, boom! A flash of fire burst past her. A fire spell, burning with intensity, flew straight into the monster's open mouth. Startled, Aluka's ice mist vanished instantly. The fire ignited inside the beast, exploding from within. The Lake Master wailed in pain, its body engulfed in flames. Its huge form trembled, then reeled backward. The one who cast the fire magic, Tia, stood calmly beside Rod, her hand still raised, her eyes focused. "Rod, now!" she called out. With the monster distracted, Rod gripped his sword and dashed forward. He leapt into the air, shield on his back, sword raised high. The burning creature couldn't react in time. With all his strength, Rod brought the sword down in a powerful arc, smashing it into the monster's skull. A loud crack echoed as the creature's body twisted, another burst of flame bursting from its mouth. It crashed back into the lake, defeated. Water splashed high into the air, waves reaching the shoreline. Rod landed, stumbling a bit. He dug his sword into the ground, using it to support himself as he knelt, catching his breath. Rain washed the dirt and blood from his face. Still smiling, Rod gave a thumbs up to his team and said, slightly breathless but proud, "It's over." Then he looked at Tia and smiled, "Nice, Tia." Tia blushed slightly, brushing a wet strand of hair behind her ear. "Rod, are you hurt?" she asked softly. Rod laughed lightly, scratching his head. "I'm okay, thanks to you." But Tia gently took his hand and noticed a small seal wound between his thumb and finger. "You call this okay?" she said with a faint frown and began to heal it with a glowing spell. As the two stood there, caught in their own moment, Aluka watched. She hadn't moved. Her wand still hung in her hand, her spell unused. Rod's praise echoed in her ears. "Tia, you're so kind. I'm lucky to have you." The words hit harder than any magic. Aluka stood still, rain pouring down her face, mixing with the tears she refused to let fall. She remembered a time long ago when she and Rod had played under a sunny sky, promising to become the strongest adventurers together. She had never broken that promise, but looking at Rod now, laughing with Tia standing beside her, it felt like she had been left behind, forgotten, unseen. Rod and Tia shared a quiet moment, unaware of the storm in Aluka's heart. At last, Rod turned toward her. "Aluka, what are you doing? Come help us carve up the lake, master." Aluka forced a smile. "I'm coming." She looked up, and her hat fell off. Rain soaked her hair, but she didn't bother picking it up. Just as Aluka took her first step toward Rod and Tia, a strange, low hum rippled through the rain-soaked silence. Her body froze mid-stride, a chill running up her spine. She stiffened, eyes sharp, every muscle alert. Rod and Tia heard it too. The three of them turned toward Bebor Lake, faces tense. The sound wasn't just water anymore. It had depth, like something ancient was waking up. Suddenly, in the center of the lake, the water spun into a massive vortex. Trees nearby shuddered as gusts from the swirl slammed into the shore. Clothes fluttered like flags in a storm, and even Aluka's cape nearly took flight. A monstrous water column shot into the sky, more furious than before, as if the lake itself was rebelling. And then it appeared. The real master of Bebor Lake emerged, bigger, darker, and much more terrifying than the fish from earlier. Its skin was midnight black, with scars that told stories of battles past. A crimson horn jutted out from its forehead, glowing faintly. Its glowing red eyes scanned the shore like it was sizing up a snack. Tia, to her credit, didn't flinch. She summoned her fire spell again. "Explosive magic," she shouted. A red magic circle appeared, crackling with flames that flew toward the beast, only to vanish on contact like a paper ball hitting a mountain. The Lake Master paused. Then came the roar. The horn on its head sparked with crimson lightning, and before anyone could move, it unleashed a storm of red bolts toward them. Boom! Rod and Tia were blown off their feet in an instant. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Tia screamed as lightning grazed her. Rod followed suit, sent flying, his armor scorched. But before Rod could hit the ground again, Aluka darted forward and caught him with both arms, skidding backward from the force. "Rod," he gasped, face pale, barely conscious. "Aluka, this thing. We can't beat it. You need to go. Now." Aluka looked at his trembling hands. Her lips quivered. "What about you?" "Tia, she's part of the team. I brought her here. I won't leave her behind." With a heavy groan, Rod drove his sword into the dirt and pushed himself upright. His forehead was bleeding, but he ignored it. His eyes were locked on Tia's unconscious body. Aluka's breath caught. Then Rod muttered with fierce resolve, "Even if it costs me everything, I won't let her die here." Aluka felt her heart drop. The spark in her chest dimmed, like someone had turned off the light. Before she could respond, Rod was already running toward Tia. Up above, in the shadow of the trees, a new figure appeared. A girl cloaked in black stood calmly on a branch, her eyes watching the chaos with eerie stillness. She twirled a blade in her hand, crafted from some dark energy, and observed the Lake Master with curiosity, as if sizing up a puzzle. "So this is dominant level," she whispered. "Interesting." Back below, the Lake Master, still fuming from Tia's earlier attack, began to gather energy again. Red lightning swirled into a ring at the tip of its horn, forming a giant ball of destructive force. Rod reached Tia just as the energy was launched. He looked up, his face tight with helplessness. "No." He grabbed Tia tightly, bracing himself. The red light approached fast, the power humming through the air. But just as Rod closed his eyes, preparing for the worst, a brilliant beam of light shot down from the sky. Tia's entire lake exploded in a blaze of golden light. The ground shook, trees bent from the blast, waves splashed high. For a moment, the world turned white. Rod felt the wind whip past, bits of leaves and water hitting his back. But no pain, no burn, no impact. He slowly opened his eyes. Behind him, a gigantic black wall shimmered, laced with red lightning. The Lake Master's attack had been stopped cold. He blinked, then blinked again. This is... He stared in awe, unable to finish the sentence. Aluka, startled by the sound and sight, fell back onto the ground. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Is it actually hurt? Did that wall stop its attack?" she mumbled, still processing what she had just witnessed. Just as she tried to make sense of it, a calm voice reached her ears. So focused on the lake and the monster, Aluka hadn't noticed that someone had quietly appeared in front of her. She blinked and looked up. A mysterious woman in a black cloak stood before her. Aluka stuttered, I'm fine. Who are you?" The woman didn't answer immediately. She calmly slung her weapon behind her, lifted her left hand, and began casting a spell. She then glanced back at Aluka and said, "I'm glad you're safe. Now I'm going to finish this. Stay back." Aluka, still unsure who this woman was or what she planned to do, nodded quickly. The woman's presence was strange, but reassuring. Then came her spell, imprisonment. With that, the magical energy around her burst into motion. Dark metallic objects appeared in the air, swirling with intensity. She flicked her wristy, and they shot off toward the Lake Master. In midair, the metal shifted, melted, and turned into black molten iron, all moving rapidly under her control. Near the Lake Master, the molten iron instantly transformed into countless sharp spikes, all of which pierced deep into the creature's body. It shrieked again, this time in pain, thrashing helplessly as more spikes embedded themselves. The woman wasn't done. With another motion, she shaped part of the molten iron into a long, spiraling staircase that led straight toward the lake master. She stepped onto it, each step deliberate, full of weight and purpose. She muttered to herself, "All that noise. You scared away the fish I was planning to take back for the young master." At the top of the stairs, she raised her black scythe. With her magic flowing into it, the blade expanded, glowing ominously. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then whispered, "For that sin, you'll pay with your life." When her eyes opened, they were cold and focused. She gripped the scythe tightly and, with a powerful swing, brought it down on the lake master. A loud, painful roar echoed across the water as the massive creature was sliced clean in half. Blood burst out like a fountain, coating its entire body. Then its two halves crashed into the lake with a thunderous splash. The impact sent water flying in all directions. Trees near the shore shook, the grass was drenched, and the nearby hills shimmered with spray. Even Rod and Tia, who were farther away, didn't escape the splash. They were completely soaked, robes wet, bits of lakeweed clinging to them, and a few fish flopping around at their feet. One particularly energetic fish even landed on Rod's head. Rod didn't seem to mind. He just stared blankly at the lake, still trying to process what had just happened. That was the lake master. "And it just died like that?" he said, dazed. From a distance, Aluka came running toward him, her tone filled with concern. "Rod, are you okay?" Rod turned his head and managed a smile. "Yeah, I'm fine." Tia, however, was still unconscious. Her face was pale, her breathing shallow, and faint bruises showed on her cheeks. Rod held her close and reached into his pouch, pulling out a small bottle filled with red liquid. "She's hurt pretty bad," he said, glancing at her wounds. "Luckily, I still have a healing potion." As he began to treat her, he looked back at Aluka and said, "Hey, I need a favor." Aluka blinked. "A favor?" Rod gave a hopeful smile. "Yeah, that woman, the one who just took down an Overlord-level beast in a single strike. Find out who she is. If she's not part of a team yet, ask if she'd like to join ours. With someone like her, we could take on way bigger bounty missions." Meanwhile, that very woman, Anne, had completely shifted gears. She now crouched by a shallow puddle, watching fish wriggle and flop around. She picked up one bright-colored fish in her left hand and a red one in her right, squinting at them with mild confusion. Which one's better? What kind of fish would the young master want? She murmured. Last time, the boatman handled everything. Now I don't even know which fish is which. How could I forget something so basic? What kind of maid am I? Just then, a soft voice spoke behind her. "Excuse me?" Aluka stepped forward quietly. She noticed Anne's puzzled expression and gently bent down beside her. "Those two you're holding, they're not edible. The red one's too tough and smells awful, and the colorful one is highly toxic. But those two by your left, they're perfect. They're actually famous in this lake." Anne raised an eyebrow, surprised. "You know this much about fish?" Aluka nodded with a warm smile. "Yeah, my village is right across the lake. Every autumn we fish here. The nobles love Bebor Lake fish. They pay good money for them." Anne stood, now holding a fresh, healthy-looking fish. "Would you mind showing me how to cook this?" "Of course," Aluka said happily. "You can grill it over charcoal or steam it. Just marinate with coarse salt for 15 minutes, then add ginger slices and a splash of cooking wine to get rid of the smell." Anne immediately took out a pen and notebook, scribbling everything down. "Thank you, this is a huge help." Aluka blushed slightly. "It's nothing. You saved all of us from that monster. I just know a bit about fish." After a small pause, she hesitated, then asked, "Miss Anne, did you come all this way just to catch fish for someone you care about?" Anne didn't look surprised. She simply looked up at the sky and replied calmly, "Yes. My beloved wanted fish from this lake, so I came to get them." Aluka smiled softly. "That's such a heartfelt gesture. I'm sure they'll be really happy." She simply stood up, quietly picking up the bucket filled with freshly caught fish. With a soft nod, she turned to Aluka and said politely, "Thank you for your help, Miss Aluka. I've caught enough. I should be heading back now." Aluka hesitated. She placed a hand gently over her chest, visibly unsure. Then, just as Anne began to walk away, Aluka found the courage to call out, Miss Anne, just a moment, please." Anne turned back with a hint of surprise in her eyes. I have a small doubt about love. Would it be all right if I asked someone like you?" Her cheeks were already turning red and she looked down, trying to hide her expression. Love, it seemed, was not a topic Aluka was used to voicing aloud. Seeing her hesitation, Anne paused. She gently set the bucket down and gave a calm nod. Emotional matters are some of the few puzzles in life without a clear answer. But since you helped me learn how to cook, I'll try to help. You may ask. Encouraged, Aluka took a deep breath. "Well, I have a friend. She's liked someone for a very long time, but she can't tell if he likes her back. He's gentle to everyone. It's hard to tell if he treats her differently." As she spoke, her gaze wandered toward Rod, who sat not far away. Anne's lips curved into a small, knowing smile. The fireplace type. Warm to everyone, always glowing? Aluka's eyes lit up. "Yes, that's exactly it." She looked back down, voice growing quieter. "My friend wanted to confess, but recently another woman appeared and he seems closer to her. My friend doesn't know whether to keep hoping or give up." Anne listened with quiet understanding. She didn't interrupt. Then, gently but directly, she asked, "Miss Aluka, how much do you like that man?" Aluka froze. "Wait, it's not me. It's my friend." She covered her face, but after a pause, let out a soft sigh. "All right. It's me. I've liked him since we were kids. Over 10 years now, Reborn." Anne looked at her calmly. "Would you give your life for him?" There was no hesitation. Aluka's eyes filled with resolve. "Yes, not just my life. I'd do anything for him, even things others might not understand." Anne gave a soft nod, satisfied. "Then your answer's already inside you." She pulled up her cloak hood, readying herself to leave, but Aluka still looked uncertain. Anne continued, "If your feelings run that deep, why ask me for permission? Trust yourself." Still unsure, Aluka tilted her head. "Miss Anne, do you mean—" Before she could finish, Anne raised her hand. The bucket beside her gently floated into the air, guided by a faint, magical glow. It hovered behind her as she turned, offering one final bit of advice. Follow your truest feelings. If you choose to love, then love fully. Don't make choices that you'll look back on with regret. She took one last glance at Aluka, her voice softer now. "Good luck, Miss Aluka." After sharing her advice on love, Anne quietly left Bebor Lake with a metal bucket full of fish. A light breeze passed through, playfully knocking off her hat. She calmly reached up, placed it back on, and continued walking along the winding path. Behind her, Aluka stood still, watching Anne's silhouette fade into the distance. Her eyes lingered on the curve of the road, lips moving just enough to whisper Anne's parting words. "Give everything for the one I love. Follow my innermost thoughts." Though Anne hadn't told her exactly what to do, Aluka had heard enough. Her heart, though unsure, was moved. Yet, even now, she hesitated. Could she really confess her feelings to Rod? Was she ready for what might come next? Suddenly, without warning, a strange warmth sparked within her. A red and black glow flickered deep inside her chest. Aluka's eyes widened as the warmth grew intense, swirling like fire. She dropped to her knees, gripping her chest tightly as if trying to hold something back. Her body trembled. Her breath quickened. A flicker of flame briefly rose from her skin, and then a voice echoed softly in her mind. "Are you really going to give up, Aluka?" She tried to reply, but the heat and confusion made it hard to think. The voice spoke again, slow and persuasive. "You who would give everything for him, even what others wouldn't dare. Will you let them be together?" Rod, not far away, noticed her faltering. Concerned, he reached out. "Aluka, are you okay?" Tia, who was recovering nearby, gently held her chest as if still feeling the after effects of a healing spell. Neither of them seemed to hear the mysterious voice Aluka was hearing or see the faint glow around her. But the voice persisted. "Do you really want him to choose someone else? That girl, the one in his arms now?" Aluka's body tensed. Her eyes stung as tears began to stream down. She clutched her shirt and whispered through clenched teeth, "No, I don't want that. I don't want to lose him, especially not to her." Her eyes shimmered with red light reflecting the conflict burning inside. A gentle flame drifted up near her, almost like a spirit. Its voice was soft, tempting. "Then you understand now. Go, follow your heart, make him yours, let no one take him away." Still breathing heavily, Aluka slowly rose to her feet. The pain was still there, but the fire gave her strength, or something close to it. "But he's strong," she murmured. The flame curled beside her, its glow tightening like a promise. "Even the strongest hearts have a weakness. I'll lend you strength. Just trust me." A bright flare burst on her chest, not painful anymore, but powerful. A mysterious mark formed, a red eye surrounded by flame-like lines. It pulsed faintly with energy. She pulled her cloak over it quickly, hiding the mark. Rod noticed her standing again and asked, "Are you sure you're okay? Did that lady do anything to you?" Aluka smiled gently, perhaps a bit too gently, and shook her head. "Miss Anne didn't do anything. I'm just low on magic. I asked her about joining us, but she's from a noble family. She can't join our team." Rod looked a bit disappointed. "I see. That's too bad. I really wanted to thank her. Without her, we might not have made it." As they spoke, Tia blinked. Something about Aluka's appearance caught her eye. "Wait, Aluka, your chest, are you hurt?" Aluka stiffened. She quickly glanced down and spotted the mark faintly glowing beneath her collar. Without a word, she pulled her cloak tighter. "Oh, this. It's nothing serious, just a leftover spark from the lake's magic." She chuckled lightly, then changed the subject. "Anyway, we should head back. We don't know if another danger's lurking nearby. Tia needs proper healing, too." Rod nodded and without hesitation lifted Tia in his arms. "Right, let's find a place to rest." Tia, flustered, covered her mouth. "Rod, I can walk on my own, you know." Rod smiled with calm confidence. "With your weight? I could carry you all day without breaking a sweat." Tia blushed and lightly tapped his chest. "That's not the point, you dummy." They bickered like this for a moment, playful, warm, close. Behind them, Aluka turned her head slightly. Her expression darkened just a little. She watched the two, so comfortable with each other, and her gaze hardened. Around her, the strange aura returned. The red shimmer in her eyes grew stronger. The fire inside her wasn't done yet. It was already noon the next day. Anne had returned to the Duke of Campbell's mansion from Bebor Lake. Unlike the stormy winds and pouring rain of the day before, today's weather was bright and sunny. The sunlight made the mansion look lively and vibrant. In the well-organized basement that Anne had carefully set up, Moon slowly opened his eyes while lying on the bed. He blinked a few times, looking slightly groggy, probably because he had overslept. Just then, the sound of a large iron door being unlocked echoed through the basement. Moon lifted his head and looked toward the door. Anne, now dressed in a maid's uniform, stepped inside, holding a tray covered with a large lid. It seemed she had turned the fish from Reborn Lake into a proper meal. She smiled and said, "Young master, I'm back." Seeing her return, Moon instantly brightened up. He sat up straight, closed his eyes dramatically, raised his arms and shook them a little, declaring, "Ah, you're finally back. If you had taken any longer, I might have starved to death." Anne giggled at his theatrics. She gently reached out and touched his cheek, saying playfully, "So, has young master finally been moved by me, ready to give me your heart and soul?" Moon, however, flinched slightly, a flash of discomfort crossing his face, maybe remembering some past discipline from Anne. He turned his head and muttered, "No way. You were just gone too long. If you stayed out any longer, I would have become fish food myself." Anne sat down on the edge of Moon's bed and placed the tray on her lap. Feeling slightly guilty, she explained, "Sorry, young master. Reborn Lake is far from here. I rushed back as fast as I could to make sure the fish was fresh." She lifted the lid, revealing the fish she had prepared. One grilled over charcoal, the other steamed. Both were garnished with finely shredded scallions. The aroma filled the entire room, rich and savory. Moon's eyes lit up at the sight. "Whoa, that smells amazing," he exclaimed. Anne nodded with a smile. "One is grilled, one's steamed. Which one would you like to try first?" Moon thought for a second. I'll start with the steamed one." Anne picked up a spoon and carefully scooped a piece of steamed fish. Holding it near Moon's mouth with one hand over her chest for balance, she smiled and said, "Say ah." Moon obediently opened his mouth, took the bite, and began chewing. As the flavor spread, his eyes opened wide with surprise. "Wow, this is seriously delicious. Want to try a bite?" Anne shook her head gently. "No need. This is all for you, young master, but do be careful. This type of fish can have small bones." Moon waved it off, still chewing. "Come on, I'm not a kid. What could possibly—" Suddenly, he stopped mid-sentence. His eyes froze, and he swallowed hard, only to feel something scratchy in his throat. He reached for his neck, looking worried. "Uh-oh, I think a bone's stuck in my throat." Anne, strangely calm, replied in a light tone, "Oh dear. Well, I guess there's only one thing to do." She placed the tray aside and quickly leaned in closer. Moon instinctively leaned back, but the bed's headboard stopped him. Wait, what are you doing?" he asked nervously. "I'm going to help you, of course," she said with an oddly cheerful expression. "You want to help? How exactly?" Moon looked alarmed. Anne calmly explained, "By kissing. If I pinch your nose and inhale at just the right moment, I can pull the bone out. My lung capacity is impressive, you know." Moon's face turned red with panic. "You're joking, right? You want to kiss the fishbone out of me?" She gently held Moon's hand and pressed her lips to his. Her intent was simple: draw the fishbone out. Moon, however, was clearly not prepared for this. His hands trembled slightly, a visible sign of his nervousness. Just when he thought he couldn't take it anymore, thankfully, it ended. They both pulled away, gasping for breath. Anne playfully stuck out her tongue. "Sorry," she said, panting slightly. "Leaving the young master for too long. I couldn't hold back, but look, the fishbone's out." She proudly displayed the tiny culprit on the tip of her tongue. Moon, still a bit red in the face, turned away awkwardly. He covered his mouth with one hand and mumbled, "Thanks. Just give me the plate. I'll eat the rest myself." Anne passed the plate and Moon began shoveling fish into his mouth like a starved squirrel. His cheeks puffed up with each bite, and before long, half the fish was gone. Anne watched him with a warm smile, clearly pleased to see him eat so heartily. Once the meal was done, Moon leaned back on the bed with a satisfied sigh, resting a hand on his full stomach. "No wonder it's the Empire's most famous dish," he murmured with a soft burp. "It's amazing." Anne quietly cleared the plate, carefully placing the fish bones aside. But then she turned to Moon with a slightly serious tone. "Young master," she began, "since your meal's done, shall we proceed with that matter?" Moon blinked. "That matter?" Anne's expression shifted slightly. "As instructed by the head of the family, our responsibility is to, secure the future of the Campbell line." Moon's eyes widened in alarm. Wait, not now." "Why not?" she asked, confused. "Are you tired of me?" Moon began inching backward on the bed like a cautious cat. "No, it's not that." "Then what is it?" she interrupted. Flustered, Moon looked away and spoke quickly. "I just ate. Experts say doing anything strenuous after a meal is bad. And besides, you've had a long trip. You're not in your best condition." Anne blinked. Her fingers trembled slightly as she brought her hands to her chest, visibly moved. "Young master, are you worried about my health?" Moon scratched his cheek awkwardly. Yeah, let's say that's it." Anne composed herself, nodding solemnly. She paused, then added, "Oh, I also have something to report." "Report?" Moon raised a brow. Anne walked over to his side, her voice softening. "On the way back, I passed through the City of Service. You know, the one famous for tailoring clothes for the royal family." Moon nodded. "Uh-huh." She leaned closer to his ear. "I bought something, tailored from your favorite fabric. Glossy black silk, it's a bodysuit. There's a matching accessory, too. Apparently, it's the latest trend among maids in the underground dance venues. They call it the bunny girl outfit." His nose betrayed him with a faint trail of blood. Quickly, he turned away and wiped it off. Who told you I like that kind of thing? I'm a proper gentleman." Anne chuckled lightly. "Young master, I've served you for years. I've seen your secret bookshelf." Moon buried his face in his hands with a dramatic sigh. Anne looked at him fondly as he slowly raised his thumb in surrender. "Fine," Moon admitted. "I love black silk. You win." And to his surprise, Anne didn't mock him or react with shock. Instead, she simply closed her eyes, raised a hand to cover her mouth, and let out a soft, amused chuckle. The young master finally being honest with himself. "That's too cute," she murmured. Anne, ever graceful, then turned to the plate on the table. A faint pink glow shimmered from her fingertips as she used her magic to lift the plate into the air. It floated gently to her side. She stepped toward the heavy basement door, but before exiting, she paused and turned her head with a gentle smile. "I'll go handle the internal matters that piled up these past few days. Let's meet tonight." Moon nodded. "You go to work first. I'm going to take a nap." With that, the thick iron door shut behind her, the lock clicking into place. Her footsteps slowly faded down the corridor. The basement fell silent again. Once he was sure she was gone, Moon sat up, but instead of relaxing, he carefully rolled his tongue around inside his mouth as if searching for something. Then, tui. One by one, he spit out a handful of fish bones, placing them on the blanket beside him. These weren't leftovers. They were tools. "I got the goods," he whispered to himself with a small grin. According to the Black Book, it was just past 3 p.m. Based on Anne's recent schedule, she'd likely return around 6. That gave him 3 hours. 3 hours to escape. Moon picked up one of the longer fish bones, examining it with a look of determination. His plan? Use it to unlock the basement door. Not exactly a textbook method, but he'd been training. He crouched down near the lock, took a deep breath, and gently inserted the tip of the fishbone. His fingers trembled slightly. Despite all his practice in the simulated black book space, this was his first real-world attempt. His eyes narrowed. Skill activated max-level fishbone lockpicking. In an instant, his pupils turned jet black and emitted a faint, dark glow. His surroundings seemed to shift. Fog enveloped everything. He was no longer in the basement. Instead, he stood in a strange world, the inner world of the lock. A cold wind swept through, clearing the mist just enough to reveal what lay ahead. Moon's eyes widened. 12 core locks? He muttered in disbelief. Before him, floating ominously in midair, were 12 massive silver blades, each one representing a lock cylinder. They shimmered with a deadly light, slowly swaying left and right. If this visualization was accurate, a single wrong move could trigger a destructive chain reaction. Startled, Moon's concentration snapped. The illusion vanished. He fell backwards, hitting the floor with a thud. Yikes, that was terrifying, he gasped, staring up at the ceiling. Beads of sweat clung to his face. 12 lock cylinders, he murmured. This wasn't an ordinary lock. It was an advanced mechanism designed to keep people in. He lay there, mentally reconstructing the inner structure. He knew the unlocking principle. Each lock cylinder needed to be pushed into place at just the right depth. Miss even one, and all progress resets. Worse, the rebound pressure could snap the fragile fishbone instantly. And if that happened, his only key would be destroyed. Moon sat up and glanced at the remaining fishbones by his feet. He had only 4 that matched in length and strength. That was all. But the real problem wasn't the limited number of tries, it was the risk of being discovered. If Anne returned and found even a single broken fishbone inside the lock, she'd know what he tried to do, and next time she'd double the precautions. This wasn't just an escape attempt, it was his only chance. Breathing heavily, Moon stared at the imposing iron door. He had to succeed. No second tries, no mistakes, only one chance to win his freedom. The basement was silent except for the faint sounds of metal scraping. Moon was crouched in front of the heavy iron gate, his brow furrowed in intense concentration. Earlier, he had activated a special skill that revealed the inner mechanism of the lock. 12 lock cylinders, each requiring precise alignment. Armed with nothing but a single fishbone and an endless well of determination, Moon held the lock steady with one hand while gently maneuvering the fishbone with the other. His breathing was slow and careful, his hands steady but tired. With each slight twist, he tested the cylinder positions, hoping for that satisfying click. Suddenly, snap! A faint, dreadful sound echoed from the lock. Moon froze. He slowly pulled out the now broken fishbone and stared at it in disbelief. "Oh, 3 cylinders left, just 3, he muttered in frustration. Then came the outburst. He tossed the broken piece aside and flopped dramatically onto the floor. Why? Why do you test me like this, door?" He thrashed, gently rolling back and forth, as if that might unlock the door through sheer emotional energy. After several seconds of rolling despair, he finally calmed down, arms spread out like a tired starfish. An hour and a half, gone. All for nothing, he sighed. Then, lifting a hand to his forehead, he added with mock sincerity, "To the brilliant craftsman who built this lock, I hope you win a lifetime of awards, but also maybe stub your toe." Eventually, Moon sat up, wiped his brow, and spoke quietly into the dim room. Black book. A swirl of black magical energy formed behind him, spinning into the shape of a floating grimoire that gently landed in his hands. He opened it, scanning the glowing runes inside. 5:30 p.m., 1 hour, until Anne brings dinner, he murmured. He scratched his head and glanced over at the last remaining fishbone beside him. His final chance. With a deep breath, he steadied himself. Okay, I've mapped out 10 of the 12 cylinders. This time it'll work. He picked up the last fishbone, holding it like a treasure. His gaze sharpened. Fishbone lockpick technique, full power mode. In an instant, black energy surged around him. His eyes darkened, glowing with magical intensity. All his focus poured into the fishbone as he inserted it one last time, his hands moving with careful precision. Meanwhile, upstairs in the warmly lit kitchen, Anne and Noel were preparing dinner. The golden sunset poured in through the windows, casting everything in a soft orange glow. Anne, focused and calm, chopped vegetables with practiced hands. Nearby, Noel happily stirred the bubbling pot on the stove. The pot was filled with tender white fish, soft cubes of tofu, and a sprinkle of scallions, a comforting dish perfect for a quiet evening. Noel tasted a spoonful and sighed blissfully. Wow, this is incredible. I get it now. Ybor Lake fish really are the best. She held the bowl in both hands, one tucked under her chin, savoring the warmth and flavor. I could drink a whole pot of this, she added with a dreamy expression. Anne smiled as she filled a magical heat retention jar with soup. Thanks to your help, we finished an hour earlier than usual. It tastes better when made with good company. Noel beamed at the compliment, scratching her head bashfully. I just chopped a few veggies. Then, curiously, she leaned in. But Anne, lately you've been learning new recipes all the time. Even though there are fewer people in the mansion, you're always taking some food away. And for the past few days, we've had fish. Every day. Anne paused, spoon in hand. Her expression became unreadable, slightly shadowed. The floating kitchen knives near her cutting board seemed to hover a little tenser. Noel blinked, unaware. Wait a sec, don't tell me. Have you secretly adopted a pet? She mimicked a little pawing motion. A cat, right? Must be. Still, Anne said nothing, just kept cooking. Noel tilted her head thoughtfully. Although the young master doesn't like animals, he says their fur gets everywhere. I guess keeping a pet is technically against the rules, but as the head maid, you couldn't exactly announce it, huh? Finally, Anne turned around and smiled. She raised her finger to her lips and whispered, Can you keep this a secret for me? Noel grinned and gave a playful salute. Of course. I love cats. My grandma had 12 of them back in the countryside. As Anne turned to leave, Noel watched her with sparkling eyes, clasping her hands in front of her, fumed with excitement. Anne, she asked eagerly, can I come see the cat with you? Just for a moment? Anne paused, turning her head slightly. She gave a small, apologetic smile. Sorry, Noel. The little one is still shy around people. Next time, okay? Once it's used to company, I promise you'll be the first I take along. After making sure no one was nearby, Anne quietly opened a concealed entrance in the wall. Beneath the surface of the mansion, a hidden passage waited. But the soup wasn't meant for a cat. In truth, it was for Moon, the young master secretly kept in the basement. Anne sighed in relief. At least it didn't come to the worst-case scenario, she whispered to herself. If Noel had guessed the truth instead of assuming something harmless, things could have turned complicated, too complicated. She walked down the stairs with the poised steps of a maid, her face unreadable. But Noel's words echoed in her thoughts. Maybe the young master really is bored, being down there all the time. Meanwhile, deep in the hidden basement, Moon was a bundle of nerves and sweat. He was hunched over the iron door, his final fishbone trembling between his fingers. The air was thick with tension. Anne, still on her way, gently pressed a hand to her abdomen. "Nothing yet," she murmured. "Even if something has begun, there's time." But even now, she was thinking ahead. Perhaps I should prepare a pet for him, something small, comforting. Would he prefer a fluffy golden cat? Or a sleek black one? She closed her eyes in thought, smiling. I'll ask him directly. Suddenly, crack. The lock gave way. Moon had done it. The door creaked open. Moon didn't waste a second. He wrapped himself in a blanket, there were no clothes after all, and slipped through the door into the dark, cluttered passage beyond. Dust rose with each step. The air was stale, the way lit only by intuition and determination. "I did it! Finally out!" he whispered, eyes scanning the endless mess of boxes and crates. His foot caught on a wooden plank. Thud! And he toppled forward. Sitting up with a groan, he rubbed his head and looked around. It was pitch black. Of course. No lights. Then he remembered something he once considered trivial. With a small grin, he raised his hand and murmured, "Illumination." A glowing bulb of light emerged in his palm, casting a soft, radiant glow around him. Shadows fled, revealing the cluttered path ahead. He smirked proudly, and they said this spell was useless. But before he could take another step, thwack! A knife slammed into the wooden crate just inches from his head. It gleamed sharply in the glowing light, trembling slightly where it stuck. Moon froze. His heart pounded. What? Slowly, he turned toward the shadows behind him. He saw nothing, but he felt something. No, it can't be. His voice cracked. Only she knows this place. Far off in the distance, a pair of glowing eyes had locked onto the soft light, shining like a beacon in the dark. Anne stood calmly in the corridor behind him. Her hand was raised from where she had launched the knife, her aura shimmering with magical energy. "Found you, young master." With a burst of speed, she launched herself toward the light source, where Moon had made the mistake of casting a glowing spell. The air cracked behind her as she soared forward, eyes locked on her target. Down below, Moon had just noticed the knife embedded in the wooden box beside him. His face turned pale. "Oh no, she's already here!" He spun around to see a fast-moving figure cutting through the darkness, no mistaking it. Anne was coming straight for him. With no time to spare, Moon sprang to his feet, nearly tripping over his own blanket. "No way, I didn't go through all that just to get caught now!" He started running, waving his arms for balance as he darted through the maze of crates and debris. His breath was ragged, but his eyes were sharp with determination. "I practiced so hard, unlocked all 12 cylinders, tricked her into going to Boar Lake for the fish. All of it, just for this moment. I won't let it go to waste." With a deep breath, Moon activated one of his newer skills. A swirl of dark purple energy wrapped around his legs. Shadow step. In a flash, his body surged forward, his speed doubling with each nimble step. He became a blur, weaving through the underground path like a shadow chased by the wind. Anne's eyes followed him with sharp focus. She stretched her hand forward. Around her, blades of all sizes formed from thin air, orbiting like a silent warning. "You won't get far." With a gentle flick of her wrist, the blades shot forward in a synchronized wave. They tore through crates, barrels, and stone walls, some even piercing the water channels lining the sewer. Loud explosions echoed as fragments of splintered wood rained down. Moon covered his head with both hands, yelling over the chaos. "Aye, you're trying to take down the whole tunnel." He dodged falling crates, hopping over broken pieces, sweat pouring down his face. The dust cloud was so thick now he could barely see where he was going. But even Anne wasn't spared the consequences of her own attack. One of the larger wooden boxes, blown skyward by the explosions, flew straight toward her. It spun wildly, trailing a spray of sawdust. Anne furrowed her brow, annoyed rather than alarmed. With a swift motion, she raised her leg and delivered a precise kick, splintering the crate into pieces mid-air. Some of the flying debris grazed her stockings, tearing them slightly. She didn't flinch. Landing on the ground, she surveyed the area. The neat sewer corridor was now an absolute mess. Broken wood, cracked stone, and rising dust painted the place in chaos. But something was wrong. Moon was gone. Anne narrowed her eyes. Where is he? She scanned the wreckage, her voice laced with irritation. You learned this kind of magic at Santa Maria College? I underestimated you, young master, but no matter how fast you run. Her voice dropped to a mutter. You can't escape me. Just a few steps behind her, Moon was hiding, wedged tightly inside one of the few untouched wooden cabinets. His eyes peered through a crack in the wood, watching her every move. He didn't dare breathe. Anne stood still for a moment, then spoke clearly. Come out now, and I won't chase you anymore. We'll forget all this ever happened. But instead of surrendering, Moon stayed frozen. He could feel his heart pounding so hard, he feared she might hear it. Anne tilted her head slightly. Something had caught her attention. With no warning, she turned sharply and hurled a blast of energy at a nearby crate. Boom! The explosion shook the tunnel. Wood splinters flew in all directions, but it was the wrong one. Inside his hiding place, Moon gritted his teeth. The dust from the blast crept in, making it hard to see and even harder to breathe. He was drenched in sweat now. His hands trembled. A tear slipped down his cheek, unbidden. Maybe I should just give up, he whispered to himself. At least in the basement, I had food. I wasn't in danger. And she took care of me, after obliterating several crates with enough magical force to level a shed, and still couldn't find Moon. She hovered midair with a faint frown, eyes narrowing as she scanned the area. The air hadn't shifted. There were no signs of movement. Was he really gone? With a flick of her hand, Anne reformed her magical wings. Her foot touched the shallow stream, lifting her gently upward as she turned and darted in another direction. Perhaps Moon had fled further ahead. Either way, she had to keep looking. 10 minutes passed. The dust in the tunnel had mostly settled, save for the occasional clatter of a loose wooden shard tumbling to the floor. Everything was still. The only sound was the faint tap of debris echoing through the sewer. Inside one of the wooden cabinets, Moon had remained completely still, frozen. His breath was shallow, eyes wide. He had spent those 10 long minutes listening for any sign of Anne's return. A whisper of a footstep, a gust of magical energy. Anything. But there was nothing. Finally, he let out a tiny sigh of relief and reached toward the cabinet door. Looks like she really left, he murmured under his breath. Ooh, I thought that was it for me. He tightened his grip on the handle, preparing to open it and make a break for it. But just as his fingers curled around the wood, he froze. His eyes widened in pure fear. A chilling presence swept across the tunnel, and then, boom! Anne, now back in front of another nearby crate, had blasted it open with her magic, her red eyes glowing faintly as she scanned the wreckage. Empty again. She stared for a moment, disappointed. Was that just my imagination? She muttered softly, conjuring a thin blade of magic into her hand. No matter. I must find the young master before anyone else sees him. She stepped away briskly, anxious that the other maids, especially Noel, might discover the secret she'd hidden so carefully. She had to bring him back quietly and quickly. Moon hadn't moved, not because he was hiding, because he'd fainted. The shock from Anne's sudden return and the massive explosion nearby had pushed him over the edge. He sat there in a daze, eyes vacant, mouth slightly open. Emotionally, He was halfway to the stars. And then, thunk, a small tap on his head. Moon blinked. Again, a second softer knock. He gasped awake and flailed. "She's back! I'm doomed!" In a full panic, he smashed the cabinet door open and tumbled out, only to trip over a wooden shard and land face first on the floor. He looked up, and there it was, the black book floating quietly in the air. Moon blinked again, then let out a long, exhausted sigh. "Ugh, you, not her." He clutched his chest, panting. Okay, she came back, and I passed out. Great." Still catching his breath, Moon sat up and scanned the area carefully. No footsteps, no magical pressure, no glowing red eyes. She was gone, for real this time. Opening the black book, Moon quickly checked the remaining time. Half an hour, that's all I've got before she circles back here or checks the exits. His expression sharpened. No time to wait, she might be nearby, or worse, waiting outside. He summoned his magical energy once again. Purple shadows wrapped around his legs and surged through his veins. Shadow step, full power. And like that, he was off. As Moon dashed forward, twisting and turning through the sewer path, he saw it. A faint glow at the end of the tunnel. The exit. He sprinted harder, but a massive wooden cabinet blocked the way. Not one to give up now. Moon gritted his teeth, slammed his shoulder against it, and slowly pushed it aside, creating just enough of a gap to squeeze through. His hand gripped the edge as he pulled himself out into the open air. Rain. It fell hard and steady, soaking Moon the instant he emerged. He looked up. The sky above the Duke's mansion had turned a deep gray, dark clouds churning overhead. Lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the entire yard. Thunder roared a second later, shaking the ground beneath him. He stood still in the rain, soaked, shivering, but free. Moon raised his hands and let the rain hit his face, water dripping down his cheeks like tears. I made it out." His voice trembled, but not from cold, from awe, from joy. Then, with arms wide open, he spun in place, grinning up at the storm. "This is it! This is freedom!" Just as he shouted that, he froze again and slapped both hands over his mouth. "Wait, no shouting! She might hear me!" He peeked left, then right. Nothing. Yet, he muttered to himself quickly, "I used light magic in the sewer and it gave me away once. I won't mess this up again." He exhaled slowly. "I've got to get out of the mansion. No, out of the capital. As far away from her as possible. I didn't risk everything to get dragged back now." Moon dashed into the rain, running not just for freedom, but for survival. The scene opens on Belland Plain, blanketed under the fading traces of early rain. The clouds above were finally pulling away like curtains, revealing a brilliant stretch of blue. Moon lay sprawled across the grassy field, arms stretched wide, legs relaxed, as if gravity finally remembered to be kind. His chest rose and fell slowly as he whispered to the sky, 2 days, 2 nights. I finally escaped the capital. The wind brushed across his cheek like a lullaby. After non-stop tension, the quiet here felt unreal, too peaceful. But that very peace tempted him. Just a quick nap. No, he wasn't safe yet. Anne was still out there. With a deep breath, Moon stood, dusted himself off, and stared into the horizon. If she tracks me, she'll catch up fast. The only real options are Campbell territory or back to Santa Maria College. Distance-wise, he paused. College is closer. Wasting no time, Moon walked towards Lake Belland's glistening edge. He knelt and splashed the cool water on his face. The shock of it jolted his mind awake. Then, with a few more handfuls, he washed off the dirt clinging to his skin and clothes. He tucked damp strands of hair behind his ear. "Let's keep this momentum," he said quietly, "and head straight for Santa Maria." Just as he turned to leave the calm behind, voices, rough ones, across the lake. "Stop. You think we're dead or something?" Moon turned, eyes narrowing. On the other side stood 3 men and 1 girl. The men weren't exactly discreet. Mismatched cloaks, visible weapons, and the kind of overconfidence that screamed bandits. One wore a red cloak and a smug smirk with a scar over one eye and a braid hanging loose. He stood front and center, clearly the leader. His 2 subordinates flanked him, one in a white cloak, a red ribbon tied around his eye. The other bald and bulky, carrying a massive sword. In front of them stood a girl, younger, calm, and clearly not intimidated. She wore a burgundy cloak and held a basket of vegetables in one hand, a wand in the other. She had probably just come back from the market, only to be stopped by this ridiculous troop. Still, her tone was level, unafraid. "I'm an adventurer," she warned. "Are you ready for the consequences?" The scarred leader scoffed. Sure, you're a magician, right? But you're alone, no companions, no muscle." While he taunted, the girl quietly stepped back. Her fingers tightened around her wand. She was thinking, calculating. "Robbing people in broad daylight," she said coolly. "Aren't you afraid a hero might show up?" That made the scarred man bark out a laugh. "A hero? Here," he jeered. "We already scoped the area. No one comes through here." Clearly enjoying himself, he began explaining just how professional they were. The guy in white cloak suddenly raised his hand, striking a pose. "Make a plan in advance." The bald one joined in. "Clear work route. Accurately determine the target." Then all 3 stood together like a choreographed act as the leader finished smugly. "Ensure everything is foolproof. That's professionalism." They looked proud, a bit too proud. But the girl wasn't smiling. She kept stepping back, not panicked but ready. Suddenly the leader pulled his sword. The blade glinted in the morning sun. "Don't move again," he warned. "I know what you're doing, trying to gain distance to cast a spell. Take one more step, I'll slice your wand hand clean off." She froze. Her grip on the wand tightened. The odds weren't good. The leader flicked his bangs confidently. "And about that righteous hero you mentioned," he said, smirking. "We made sure none would be around. No one's coming to save you." He paused, then a splash. Suddenly, from across the lake, someone shot through the water like a dart. Messy blonde hair, tattered clothes, but a surprisingly determined posture. Moon had arrived. "Hey!" he yelled, water streaming down his arms as he climbed ashore. "Step away from her." The sudden interruption shocked the bandits. The 2 followers yelped and scurried behind their leader, visibly startled. Moon stood firm, hands on his hips, chest heaving, his expression serious. The bandit in white squinted. "Wait, that hair, the clothes," he gasped. "The blonde mermaid." The bald one frowned, annoyed. "That's not a mermaid, you idiot. Look properly. That's a guy." With a firm voice and a brave heart, Moon stepped forward and shouted, "Hey, 3 people against 1 girl. If you're so tough, why not try me instead?" He stood tall. Even if he didn't have anything valuable, he could at least draw their attention away from her. To his surprise, the one with a scar across his face, their leader, smirked and said calmly, "All right." Moon blinked, caught off guard. "Wait, really? That was fast." He muttered to himself in disbelief. Scarface waved his hand, signaling the girl could leave. His 2 companions exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the sudden shift. Yet, the girl didn't move. She stood silently, her expression unreadable under her cloak. Moon felt nervous now. He gestured toward his shabby clothes. "Listen, I'm broke. I've got nothing but this outfit. How about I take your contact info and send you some money later? Just, as a gesture." Scarface let out a short laugh and calmly sheathed his sword. "Who said I want money?" he said with an unsettling smile. Then, with a sinister glint in his eyes, he added, "You're no ordinary passerby. A rare sight like you. I've changed my mind. Boys, let's capture him instead." His followers looked confused but followed orders anyway. Moon's eyes widened in panic. "Wait, what? That's not what I signed up for." Realizing things were spiraling out of control, Moon turned on his heels and bolted in the opposite direction, arms flailing as he shouted, "I was just trying to help. Why is this happening to me?" The three chased after him, their laughter echoing eerily across the plains. It was chaos, comical if it wasn't also deeply uncomfortable. Still hidden beneath her cloak, the girl silently observed everything. Her grip tightened around the wand in her hand. With a quiet sigh, she closed her eyes and began chanting softly, "Spirits of fire, heed my call. Answer me now." Red sparks lit up around her wand. The air began to shimmer with heat. Flames burst forth in a sweeping blaze, roaring across the plain toward the three robbers. Boom! A fiery explosion engulfed them completely. Their laughter turned into panicked cries, then silence. Moon, halfway across the lake's edge, turned back at the sound. His eyes went wide as he saw a wall of flames lighting up the landscape. "Oh, whoa." He stood still, awestruck by the sheer scale and power of the magic. His face flushed from the heat, but also from awe. The cloaked girl calmly approached the lake and called out, "Those three are taken care of. You can come out now, Mr. Mermaid." Moon blinked in surprise at her nickname for him, realizing she had seen everything and that she had just saved his life. She nodded politely. "Thank you. You distracted them long enough for me to act." Moon scratched the back of his head, slightly embarrassed by her praise. No need to thank me. Your magic was incredible." She glanced at him thoughtfully. "You're wandering the wilderness dressed like that. Is that some city dweller hobby?" Moon froze. His clothes were in terrible condition after escaping the basement. He barely had anything on. He panicked a little. No, I swear, it's not like that. I didn't have time to find proper clothes. Really." Trying to diffuse the awkwardness, he gave her a friendly smile and introduced himself. "My name's Moon, currently between jobs." She responded calmly. "I'm Aluka, former adventurer, now learning how to be a good wife." Moon raised an eyebrow. "Wait, you're married?" Aluka gave a soft smile, gently placing her hands on her cheeks, clearly happy. "Yes, just got married last night." The ring on her hand glimmered in the sunlight. Moon gave a cheerful nod. "Well then, congratulations, Miss Aluka. I hope you and your husband have a wonderful life together. May you always be happy and have a very cozy home." Aluka was momentarily surprised, but smiled warmly. "Thank you." Suddenly, Moon's stomach gave a loud, unmistakable growl. The air went quiet for a moment. Aluka raised an eyebrow. "Mr. Moon, are you hungry?" Moon chuckled nervously, rubbing his head. "Yeah, I haven't eaten in 2 days. I was kind of running for my life." Before he could finish, Aluka interrupted kindly. "Come with me. I've bought food and was just heading home to cook. Also, you'll catch a cold dressed like that. My husband has clothes your size. You can borrow some." Moon's eyes sparkled. "You really mean it? Clothes and a meal?" She smiled gently. "It's just old clothes. Don't expect much." Moon clasped his hands together, overflowing with gratitude. "Miss Aluka, you are a treasure among people. A true guardian angel. A kind and noble soul." Aluka laughed lightly. "Flattery will get you a second helping. Maybe." As the two began walking together in the rain, Moon looked up at the cloudy sky and whispered, "Maybe things are finally turning around." Moon, curious as ever, glanced at Aluka. "Speaking of which, Miss Aluka," he asked, adjusting the basket in his arms, "didn't you and your husband just get married? How'd you end up out here in the wild, being targeted by bandits?" Her voice was calm as she replied, I came out to handle something related to my husband's work, and I figured I'd pick up some fresh food along the way. Moon blinked. Work? But you're adventurers, right? We are. But since we got married, Rod and I decided to take a break from anything dangerous. Still, I have to report to the Adventurers Association. If we don't check in for too long, they assume we're dead. It happens more often than you'd think. Moon chuckled softly. Bureaucracy really did follow you everywhere. Just then, Aluka turned to him with a gentle smile. By the way, Mr. Moon, is fish all right for dinner? Moon's eyes lit up instantly. He clutched the basket tighter, practically beaming. Of course. I love fish. I love you. The words had barely left his mouth when a strange, whispery voice floated in from behind. That wasn't him, was it? He turned sharply, scanning the empty trail. That's weird, he muttered under his breath. Aluka noticed his tension and tilted her head. Is something wrong, Mr. Moon? Moon scratched the back of his head, still puzzled. Did you hear a voice just now? She shook her head. No. He forced a laugh and waved it off. Maybe I'm just hungry. Let's keep going. By the time they reached the village, the sun had dipped low, staining the sky in warm hues of orange and gold. Aluka led Moon to a large house at the village's center. The sunlight caught its edges, making its size even more apparent. Moon looked up in surprise. Miss Aluka, your house is kinda huge. Aluka simply took the basket back from him. It's not mine. It belongs to the village chief. Rod and I are just staying here for now. That's when he realized something odd, Dad. Hey, Miss Aluka, your village. It's a little too quiet. I haven't seen anyone since we got here. No kids playing, no doors closed. Isn't that strange? The wind blew again. Doors creaked faintly in the breeze. The whole village looked like it had been paused mid-movement. Aluka's grip tightened around the basket. For a moment, she lowered her head. Then, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, she answered, Everyone's just busy. Do you know about Bebor Lake? Moon nodded. Of course. Annie brought back fish from there before. Really fresh stuff. Aluka explained gently. It's about 10 miles from here. Our land isn't great for farming, and we don't have any valuable ores, so the village depends on fishing. This season is the most important. Everyone, even the children, live on boats for the month, catching and selling fish. Rod helps protect them during transport. I stay here to watch over the village. Moon thought for a moment, then nodded. I see. Makes sense now. That's a tough way to live, huh? I love you. The voice came again, cold, close. Moon froze mid-step. His stomach tightened. He turned slowly, but again there was no one there. Just the soft hush of wind, brushing through empty alleys. Aluka hadn't heard it. She casually opened the door and glanced back. Come in. There are slippers by the door. Moon nodded, but his eyes darted around. He stepped in slowly, glancing over his shoulder one last time. Nothing. You can rest on the sofa, she said with a kind smile, or wash up at the well outside. Dinner will be ready soon. Moon gave her a polite nod. Thank you very much, Miss Aluka. Don't mention it, she replied without looking back, already focused on her task. Left alone, Moon sat down, but his eyes wandered to the cup on the table. Something still didn't feel right. Quietly, he dipped a finger into the water and examined it. No floating sediment, no odd smell, he murmured, and then dabbed a bit on his arm, waiting cautiously. Nothing. He exhaled in relief. Seems like regular water. Nothing strange. But despite his logical deductions and Aluka's calm hospitality, Moon couldn't shake off the lingering unease. That voice, twice now and always close. Still, when dinner was served, all doubts faded behind hunger. Aluka's fish dish was simple but flavorful, and Moon wasted no time devouring it until only a tidy pile of bones remained. Now, in clean clothes, he lay back on the sofa, patting his full stomach with genuine delight. "Miss Aluka, this was amazing," he praised with a wide smile. "Almost as good as my maid's cooking." Aluka, gathering the dishes, looked amused. "You're too kind. Just a basic meal, really. But maids, huh? Mr. Moon, you're not exactly ordinary, are you?" Moon didn't dodge the question. He sat up and placed a hand over his chest with quiet dignity. "You're right. My full name is Moon Campbell, son of Duke Ron Campbell of the Campbell family." Aluka blinked in surprise. "The Duke's son?" Moon nodded. "Yes, I'm being hunted for reasons I can't explain right now. I was hoping with your identity as an adventurer, you might help me send a letter to my family and possibly rent a horse or carriage. I also need to lay low here for a while." Aluka covered her mouth with a light chuckle. "Is that all? I thought you were going to ask for 300 Amir to return to the capital." Moon gave her a slightly helpless look. "I'm serious, Miss Aluka. I'll repay you. Not just with words, 20,000 Amir once I'm safe. Why not make me the president of the Adventurers Association while you're at it?" she teased, clearly still unsure if he was joking. Moon leaned forward, his tone sincere. "I mean it. This is important. Please believe me." Aluka laughed again, a softer, more genuine one this time. All right, I get it." She bent slightly to place the cleaned bowl down, then looked at him with a nod. "I was going to offer you a room for the night anyway. Wild beasts roam after dark. Follow me," Moon blinked. "So, you agree?" "Of course," Aluka said simply. 20,000 Amir isn't a small amount. I'd have to complete 30 missions to earn that much." Grateful, Moon smiled warmly. "Thank you, Miss Aluka. You're truly an angel." She led him up the stairs, carrying a lantern to light the way. The second floor was dim and quiet. Stopping in front of a door, she turned to him. "You can stay here tonight." Moon peeked in. "Oh, wow, it's so clean." Aluka gave a quick nod and pointed toward the end of the hall. "The bathroom's by the well. Don't wander around at night, and especially, don't open that door." Moon followed her gaze. "That one. Why?" She answered calmly. "It's where meat from recent hunts is being cured for winter. If you open it, the smell of blood will spread. And this house isn't ours. It's the village chief's. We shouldn't disturb anything." Moon nodded. "Got it. I won't snoop around." Aluka gave him a small, almost motherly smile. "Rest well, then." He waved as he gently shut the door. "Good night, Miss Aluka. I'll leave the rest to you." From the hallway, her voice came softly. "See you tomorrow." But once the door clicked shut, Aluka didn't move away. She stood silently for a moment, then turned, walking toward the door at the very end of the hallway. Her steps were soundless, her voice cold. "Unfortunately, you won't live to see tomorrow, young master of the aristocracy." The quiet warmth from earlier faded from her face, replaced with a blank, chilling indifference. A faint flame shimmered along her sleeve, revealing a glowing red mark on her chest, the same one that had appeared at Bebor Lake. She opened the forbidden door. Inside, shadows, stains, and silence. The floor was smeared with old blood, yet she stepped in as if it were her own room. The final sacrifice to the god of love. "I choose you." Her eye glowed crimson as she turned, gaze locked on Moon's closed door. Far away on the Bellin plain, a black-cloaked woman knelt in the grass. She picked up a torn piece of cloth and brought it to her nose. She lifted her hood. It was Anne. "The young master," she said quietly. "He came this far." She stood, her eyes sharpening as she looked toward the village in the distance. No matter how far you run, my dear Moon, you're still mine. With determination burning in her gaze, Anne moved swiftly toward the village, toward whatever awaited behind those quiet walls. Aluka's home had gone still, its lights turned off, its residents tucked away in their separate rooms. Inside, Moon slept soundly for the first time in days. After 2 nights on the run, his exhaustion had finally caught up to him, until a slight discomfort tugged at him. His brows twitched, lips parted with a sigh. A moment later, he sat up groggily, eyes squinting in the darkness as he yawned. I knew I shouldn't have had so much water. Nature's calling. Dragging his feet across the floor, Moon opened the door and stepped out into the dim hallway. A sound stopped him in his tracks. Woof. Huh? A dog? I didn't see any pets earlier. Curious and maybe just a little reckless, Moon took a step in that direction. But before he could get any closer, Mr. Moon. Aluka's voice came from behind him, soft and sudden. Moon flinched, clearly startled. He hadn't heard her approach at all. So late, and you're not asleep yet? She asked with a smile, idly clasping one arm across her chest. Moon turned around, rubbing the back of his head with an awkward chuckle. Ah, yeah, I just really had to go. Nature doesn't wait, you know. Aluka nodded, seemingly satisfied with the answer. I see. Just as Moon began to relax, he remembered the sound. Oh, right. I thought I heard a dog barking earlier. Miss Aluka, do you have a dog? Aluka's fingers brushed her cheek as she squinted slightly, a fond smile forming. Yes, it's my little dog, the cutest and most handsome dog in the world, really. He usually doesn't bark much, probably just hungry now. Moon let out a small sigh of relief. I see. I thought I was imagining things. Can I meet him? I love dogs, especially golden retrievers. Always wanted one growing up. Aluka smiled again, but this time she gently shook her head. Sorry. He's very shy and doesn't like strangers. That's why he stays hidden. He gestured downstairs. I'll go to the bathroom then. Aluka watched him go, still smiling politely. The toilet is next to the well. Don't go the wrong way. Got it, Moon replied, his footsteps fading as he descended the stairs. As soon as he disappeared from view, Aluka's expression changed. The smile vanished. Her eyes slowly turned a piercing blood red, locking onto the path Moon had taken. Her calm demeanor now replaced by something cold and calculating. If Moon had entered that room, she wouldn't have let him walk away. Outside, Moon approached the small wooden shack near the well, clearly the village's restroom. It looked simple enough, though it didn't exactly scream cleanliness. As he stepped inside, he was immediately hit with a wave of foul smell. Oh boy, he grimaced. Definitely not the kind of bathroom I'm used to. Woof, woof. The barking came again, louder now, sharper. Moon turned instinctively, his eyes narrowing as he spotted a faint light coming from a room not far away. The sound was definitely coming from there. He tilted his head. The dog again? But something about the bark was off. Not just in tone, but in rhythm. It didn't sound like any happy house pet. More like something imitating a dog, trying to sound normal, but not quite getting it right. Moon crept a little closer to the window of the lit room, murmuring under his breath, "So this is where she keeps it." He furrowed his brow. Strange, that bark doesn't sound quite right. But what Moon saw next froze his breath. A man was on all fours on the floor. He wore a black collar strapped to a thick iron chain, and his body was covered in cuts and scars. The woman held food in her hand, feeding him bit by bit like one would a pet. He ate from her palm, obediently, quietly, as though this was routine. Moon's breath caught in his throat. That's not a dog. He instinctively took a step back, but in his panic, his foot landed on a brittle branch. Crack. Aluka's head turned sharply. Who? Her voice shifted, colder now. Who's there? Is that you, Mr. Moon? She stood abruptly, still holding Rod's chain, and stormed to the window. Her sharp eyes scanned left, then right, but the path was empty, save for the shadows cast by moonlight. The only sound was the soft rustle of trees. Aluka furrowed her brows. Did I imagine it? Finally, Aluka stepped back, muttering to herself, It will take time for the god of love to awaken, just in case. With suspicions still in her heart, she turned and left the room, heading straight for Moon's. As her footsteps faded, Moon used the moment to slip away. He scaled across the rooftop, then silently dropped down on the far side of the house. His landing was soft, but his heart pounded like thunder. Goosebumps ran up his arms. What the hell was that? His mind reeled back to Rod, the collar, the chain, the vacant stare, and Aluka, who had spoken so kindly before, now revealing something far more disturbing. Moon took a shaky breath. She looked so normal. I thought she was just a little odd, but this is on a whole other level. He recalled a photo he'd seen earlier in the hallway. The same man. Her husband, perhaps. Treated like some kind of living pet. I risked my life escaping one yandere, he muttered under his breath. And now I'm knee-deep in a whole different kind of nightmare. Moon began piecing it together. A too-silent village. An adventurer turned into a pet. A god of love that needs time to awaken. Number. This wasn't just creepy, it was dangerous. He had to get out. Now he activated his shadow step, a stealth movement skill, and vanished into the shadows, putting as much distance between himself and that house as he could. The only thing he knew for certain now, staying any longer meant risking his life. Back at the house, Aluka approached Moon's door. Mr. Moon, she called sweetly. She opened the door. The room was empty, the bed undisturbed. Moonlight poured in through the window, casting long shadows across the floor. The curtain fluttered gently in the breeze. She stood still for a moment, then her expression darkened. Without a word, she raised her hand. Blood-red magic swirled to life in her palm, forming a sharp crimson dagger. With a flick, she hurled it at the wooden wardrobe. Crack! The wood exploded into splinters. Dust hung thick in the air, her face twisted with anger. Damn it! When did that guy notice? She clenched her fists. Moon had slipped through her fingers, and she hated that. Just then, a knock echoed from the front door. Her gaze snapped downward. Back already, she thought. She composed herself, smoothing her gown, and walked calmly down the stairs. Her expression softened, kind, charming once again. She opened the door with a smile. "You've been away for a long time, mister." But the figure standing outside wasn't Moon. Her smile faltered. "Oh, it's you." The visitor tilted her head, a little surprised to be greeted by Aluka. Long hair, calm demeanor, confident smile. "Long time no see, Miss Aluka." Aluka busied herself in the kitchen, returning with a cup of tea. "Master, your tea," she said sweetly, handing it over with both hands. Anne accepted it politely, replying with a soft, "Thank you," then paused, noticing Aluka's gaze drop to her clothes. "Master, are you wearing a maid outfit? It's really cute." Anne, not exactly thrilled to be caught like this, calmly placed the teacup on her thigh to keep her composure. "I left the mansion in a rush. Didn't have time to change," she explained, then raised an eyebrow. "Also, why do you keep calling me master? I don't remember teaching you anything." Aluka smiled with her hands behind her back. "Master, have you forgotten? Your advice gave me the courage to be honest with myself. I confessed to Rod that night. All thanks to you. Anne blinked. Rod? You mean? Come, master, Aluka beamed, already walking off. You have to see him. Left alone, Anne quietly stood up and took a moment to observe the space. Something felt off. Her senses twitched. There was a familiar trace in the air, the scent of moon, but alongside it was something more disturbing. Blood. Her expression darkened slightly. Why would there be blood in such a quiet home? Before she could dwell further, Aluka's voice echoed cheerfully. Master, sorry to keep you waiting. Anne turned and froze. Aluka stepped out with a serene smile, holding an iron chain in one hand. At the other end of it was Rod, collared, sitting on the ground like a pet. His eyes were vacant. Aluka, unbothered, tugged the chain gently. This is my dearest husband. Come on, Rod. At her cue, Rod made a low sound. Woof. Then, as if this were completely normal, Aluka crouched and extended her palm. Rod, your hands, woof. Rod blankly followed the command, resting his hand on hers. Good boy, she cooed, patting his head. Anne stood there, stunned but not alarmed. In fact, she tilted her head thoughtfully. Huh. So there are relationship games like this. Interesting. She stepped forward, nodding with sincerity. Well done, Aluka. That's some dedication. Aluka scratched her cheek, a bit bashful. You flatter me, master. I still have a long way to go. I mean, if it were you, I'm sure your lover would be completely obedient, body and mind. Anne gave a faint sigh. No, you've done well. There was a trace of envy in her tone. She glanced away, then admitted, because of my carelessness, my lover escaped. Aluka tilted her head. Lover? Wait, master, your young master is Mr. Moon. Anne's eyes widened. You know him? Aluka nodded. He was here. Immediately, Anne took a step forward, anxious. Where is he now? Aluka hesitated, then turned. Come with me. She led Anne upstairs to a quiet room. The breeze fluttered the curtains. Window open, room clearly empty. How long has he been gone? Anne asked without turning. Aluka tilted her head thoughtfully. Not more than 2 hours. Anne's expression dropped just slightly, enough for Aluka to notice. To cheer her up, Aluka puffed up her chest with confidence. Master, don't worry. I once learned a tracking spell from a hunter. I can reveal Mr. Moon's footprints under the night sky. She beamed. He couldn't have gone far. We can still catch up. Aluka gestured for Anne to sit. Please wait here. I'll cast the spell right away. Anne watched her leave with quiet appreciation. Thank you, she said softly. But Aluka suddenly stopped at the door, looking back with a hesitant smile. Oh, by the way, master, this house isn't mine. Please don't wander around, especially not the other rooms. Best to stay here. Anne slowly walked over to the bed and sat down. The scent of moon still lingered in the room, faint but unmistakable. Her eyes drifted to the pillow. Young master? She murmured, fingertips gently brushing the fabric. She held the pillow tightly, burying her face in it. I crossed 3 cities to find you. Why won't you accept my love? She whispered. Do you really hate me that much? Sound. Woof. Anne blinked. She sat up slowly. That wasn't her imagination. She looked under the bed, and sure enough, Rod was still there, squatting silently like a forgotten prop. Apparently, Aluka had left in a bit of a hurry and forgot her pet. Rod, however, wasn't just sitting. His vacant stare flickered. Then his eyes cleared as if something inside him snapped free. Ah! Suddenly, Rod clutched his head and began screaming toward the ceiling. Startled, Anne jumped from the bed. Rod's body trembled violently. His voice broke as he muttered through fear. Tia, everyone, no. Anne cautiously stepped closer. Are you okay? When she mentioned Aluka's name, Rod froze. Then, with sudden desperation, he lunged forward and grabbed Anne's wrist. "Aluka," he gasped. "The last room. Get out. Don't go near it." Anne tried to pull away in shock. Rod's eyes widened. "Get out now." And then, just like that, his body stiffened, his expression flattened, his hand dropped. It was as if someone had flipped a switch. He sat silently on the floor, hollow-eyed once more. Anne stared at him for a long moment, then slowly turned toward the door, her brow furrowing. The last door. Anne stepped into the corridor. She approached the door at the very end, the one that looked like every other, yet suddenly felt different. She reached for the handle, locked. But for Anne, that was hardly an issue. She placed her hand over the lock, whispered a spell, and a soft pink glow wrapped around it. A gentle click followed. The door creaked open, and with it, a wave of stench, iron, rot, decay. Anne's eyes widened as she stepped inside. The floor was painted in dried blood. The walls smeared. The entire room was filled with lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. No motion, no breathing, just death. And at the center, a woman tied to a cross, clearly subjected to horrific torment. Anne's breath caught in her throat. "These are the villagers," she whispered, remembering the eerie silence that greeted her when she'd first arrived in town. She took one step back, horrified. That's when she heard it, a low, haunting melody. This place was discovered by Master. She didn't need to turn. Aluka's voice was unmistakable. The girl now stood behind her, a large butcher's knife in hand, her head tilted low, shadow hiding most of her face. "But it's okay," Aluka said softly. "Master and I are the same, aren't we?" Anne turned slowly. Aluka looked up. Her eyes were glowing red, and her smile no longer sweet. "I love you," she whispered. But it wasn't just her voice, it was layered. Two tones overlapping. Anne turned immediately. At the far end stood Aluka, walking slowly toward her, a chopper in hand. Her lips curled into an unsettling smile, and a red haze of magical energy spilled from her body, filling the corridor like smoke. Anne narrowed her eyes. She recognized that aura instantly. "I see," she said evenly. "You've been touched by an evil god." Aluka paused, lowering her head. One hand covered her face and a soft chuckle escaped her lips. The chuckle grew into wild laughter that bounced along the hallway walls. The magic around her quivered, almost as if sharing the joke. "Ha ha ha. Evil god," she echoed. "Master, how can you call the god of love that? It's disrespectful." Her fingers stroked the chopper's edge. The silver gleam it gave off was unmistakably lethal. When she lifted her head, her eyes burned crimson. "The god of love has been kind to me," Aluka continued, her voice low but fervent. "It gave me power so I can love everyone. No cost, only truth. Master, you and I are the same. All that's missing in the god's love is one last person. You. Accept it, won't you?" She raised the chopper toward Anne, smiling as if offering a gift. Anne sighed quietly. The corruption was deep. There would be no turning her back now. Without a word, she began walking toward Aluka. Mistaking this for acceptance, Aluka clasped her hands to her chest, her voice suddenly warm. "I knew you'd understand. Don't worry, Master. I'll cut you gently." But Anne's pace quickened, breaking into a run. With a sharp incantation, "Iron Defense," she forged two iron daggers in her hands and, in a blur, slashed twice at Aluka's neck. The strikes landed before Aluka could react. Blood fountained down her dress as she stumbled, clutching at the wound. "Moo. Master. Why?" she rasped, her knees buckling. Anne stood behind her, magic fading from her hands. "Sorry, Aluka. I can't let you hurt more people." Aluka collapsed, crimson blooming across her skirt like flowers. Even so, she glared weakly up at Anne. I haven't hurt anyone, I only give them love. What's wrong with that? That's not love, Anne replied sharply, turning just enough to meet her eyes. It's death. Aluka's breath grew faint. Her lips trembled into one last whisper. If this isn't love, then what is? You once told me, love is taking everything from the one you love for yourself. Anne's eyes closed. She remembered saying it, never imagining it would one day lead here. She gave no answer. The hallway fell quiet. Sorry, she said quietly. Aluka, lying on the cold floor, could no longer hear her. The last traces of warmth faded from her body. Outside, the night wrapped the house in silence. Only the wind through the leaves broke it. Moonlight spilled over Anne as if to comfort her. She paused, pressing a hand to her forehead, guilt settling heavy in her chest. She had never imagined that Aluka's love could be twisted into this, warped by an evil god until she became its puppet. It's my fault, she thought. The temptation of an evil god. A love that kills. I played a part in this. She placed her hand over her heart, turning back toward the house. I'll come back and bury you properly, she murmured. At least you'll leave with dignity. But before her resolve could settle, a whisper echoed from behind. I love you. Anne froze. She turned. The quiet house pulsed with red energy, like the aura Aluka had moments ago. It spilled outward, curling toward her. I love you. I love you, Master. The voice was not Aluka's, yet it mimicked her tone with eerie precision. A surge of red liquid burst from the doorway, thick like blood, and the muttering grew louder. The stream shot upward, breaking through the roof. In seconds, it gathered above the house, condensing into a massive, grotesque shape. Anne's expression hardened. She knew whose incarnation this was. The worst had come. 2 iron daggers formed in her hands. While Anne braced for battle, far away, Moon was still running. Shadow Step carrying him into the wilderness. Only trees and grass surrounded him now. Breath ragged, he stopped in a small forest to rest. I've run this far, no one's chasing me, I should be safe, he said, though his voice was unsure. A loud crash shattered the stillness. Trees splintered behind him as something tore through them at impossible speed. Anne's body shot through the destruction like a comet, slamming into the ground in front of him. Moon shielded himself from the impact. Damn it, he blurted, staring at the wreckage. What was that? Meteors? Dust swirled, then a cough broke through it. The breeze cleared the air, revealing Anne, kneeling, blood staining her mouth and clothes. Young Master, she said weakly, managing a faint smile. I finally found you. Moon rushed to her side. What happened? Who did this to you? Can you stand? Anne gritted her teeth. No, not now. I'll stop her. You run. Run, Moon echoed, confused. Before she could answer, the ground trembled. The monster had followed, blood-red flesh, countless hands writhing across its surface. Master, it called in a warped voice. I love you. Let's become one. Moon's eyes widened. Damn it! With a thunderous crash, the ground split, and a towering monster emerged before Moon. Moon tilted his head back, frozen in place. His throat went dry as he stammered, Well, what exactly is this? Almost as if it had been waiting for the question, the creature lowered its massive head. Oh, Mr. Moon, I love you too. Moon suddenly realized why it felt familiar. His eyes widened. Aluka! Young Master, take cover! Anne, despite her own injuries, dashed to his side. She scooped him up without hesitation and sprinted forward. The ground where they had stood exploded in a violent flash of crimson light, dirt and rock bursting skyward in a storm of dust. A stray blast grazed Anne's leg. She hissed sharply but bit down on the pain, refusing to let it slow her. She slid across the ground with Moon in her arms until they skidded to a stop in a cloud of dust. Moon groaned, clutching his head and waist. Damn it. I knew there was something wrong with Aluka. Ouch. He winced, but when his eyes fell on Anne, his frustration vanished. Blood seeped through her socks, staining the ground beneath her. Anne, your feet. His voice cracked with worry. She steadied herself against his shoulder, trembling but forcing a calm smile. I'm fine. Young master, listen. Run. I'll hold her off. Moon's eyes widened. Anne was barely standing, yet she was ready to fight. Anne, don't worry, she said softly, her tone steady even through the pain. After I finish her off, I'll bring you back to the Duke's mansion. Safe and sound. Before Moon could argue, a new roar echoed through the trees. Aluka crashed through the forest, splintering trunks like twigs, its countless arms spread wide, gathering a violent red glow at its chest. Perfect timing, it bellowed. You can both accept my love together. The energy condensed, then fired as a massive shell of crimson light, streaking across the battlefield like a meteor. Anne gritted her teeth and summoned her magic. Two shadowy daggers shimmered into her hands as she prepared to forge a shield with what little strength she had left. But before she could act, Moon's aura flared. Shadow step, 200%. In the next instant, he wrapped his arms around Anne and pulled her away just as the blood shell obliterated the spot they had been standing. But Aluka didn't relent. Blood arrows filled the sky again, raining down on the pair. Anne's eyes trembled. Young master, why? You should be the one safe, not me. You can't even tell a proper lie, Anne. If you could defeat her, you'd have done it already. Do you really think I'd let you fight alone and run first? Blood arrows hissed through the air, some close enough to brush past his clothes. Anne clung tightly to his neck, bracing against the speed and jolts as he darted through the forest like a lightning bolt. No matter how fast the red energy pursued him, it always struck just behind, never quite catching him. At last, Moon landed beside a lake and dropped to a crouch, gasping for air. I've really outdone myself this time. Young master, she whispered. Moon mistook her tone for fear. Forcing out words between panting breaths, he said, Don't worry. We'll be safe. Just a little longer. But then the ground trembled. Accept my love. I love you. Aluka's voice cut through the forest like a haunting chant. Moon turned, his pupils shrinking. Gigantic crimson hands erupted from the earth, twisting and clawing their way toward them. Moon grit his teeth. Hold on to me. Don't let go. Anne's eyes widened. Wait, young master, you're not planning to. Before she could finish, Moon swept her into his arms and leapt straight into the lake. The red hands followed, crashing into the water and sending towering waves into the air. Moon forced himself deeper, lungs burning as he held his breath. What? Anne? Can't swim? He shut his eyes, frustrated. This really isn't the time. But guess there's no other way. Pulling her close, he pressed his lips to hers, giving her his breath, oxygen, life, anything to keep her conscious until they reached safety. Above the surface, Aluka's crimson hands dissolved the moment they touched the lake. By the time Aluka reformed on the shore, its body was trembling with rage. Why? Aluka's voice cracked with despair. My love is so pure. Why won't you accept it? Its fury boiled over. Blood surged around its body, arrows of crimson raining outward, shredding trees and stone into dust. It tilted its head to the sky, muttering softly, almost sweetly. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Just one left. One final sacrifice to the god of love. And when I become a true god, you will accept my love, Moon. He tore a sleeve from his own clothes and crouched at her side. It may hurt a bit. Bear with it. Anne nodded, but the moment the cloth pressed against her wound, a soft sound escaped her lips. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, embarrassed to let him hear it. "This should hold," he said, finally lifting his gaze. "But your Achilles tendon needs proper treatment when we get back. For now, at least it won't bleed anymore." Anne lowered her eyes, her thoughts tangled. The wound wasn't what troubled her most. She hesitated, then asked softly, "Young master, I don't understand." Moon tilted his head, curious. "What don't you understand?" Her expression faltered. She hesitated, then forced herself to look into his eyes. "I imprisoned you. I tried to possess you. You must truly dislike me. Back then, you could have left me behind." Her voice carried both guilt and fear, but Moon simply regarded her calmly. "So, do you finally realize you were wrong?" Anne's lips trembled. She lowered her head. "I was wrong. I let Aluka fall into darkness, and with you, I went too far. My behavior almost cost you your life. Young master, don't you blame me?" She held her face in her hands, unable to meet his eyes. Moon sighed and reached forward, gently taking her hands away. "To be honest, what you did was unreasonable. But love itself isn't wrong. It was just expressed in the wrong way. Since you know that now, correct it. After all, your original intent wasn't to hurt me, only to keep me close, right?" He guided her hands to his cheeks, smiling brightly. "Look, I'm fine. And in the future, you can't be so stubborn anymore." Anne's eyes widened, her breath caught. She couldn't believe the warmth in his words. Her lips parted. "Young master." Moon, on the other hand, was secretly congratulating himself. "Great. I really am too smart." She definitely believed me. This should reset those weird attributes of hers. His thoughts cut short. A gentle touch brushed his lips. Anne had leaned forward, closing the space between them with a kiss full of raw emotion. He whispered, confused, "Anne, you..." But Anne only rested her head against his shoulder, closing her eyes and breathing deeply, as if releasing the weight she had carried for years. "Young master, you're still the same as 10 years ago. Trying to change you was the most foolish thing I've ever done." She straightened slowly, determination flashing back in her eyes. "Now, I've recovered. For you, even if it were a deity, I would cut them down." But as she took a step forward, pain surged through her legs. She faltered with a small cry, her balance giving out. "Be careful!" Moon caught her at once, steadying her before she collapsed. He let her lean gently against him, frowning at her weakness. "You've lost too much blood. Don't push yourself." He rose and walked to the cave entrance, cautiously peeking outside. Moon exhaled quietly. "It's clear. For now, we're safe." "Anne," he asked quietly, "did you just say Aluka is an evil follower?" Anne shook her head. "Not just a follower. To be precise, an evil god." Moon blinked, puzzled. "Oh, evil god?" With a serious tone, she explained, "Yes, Aluka's condition is similar to mine. The difference is that those chosen by gods receive their power as a gift. But evil followers, they trade with evil gods, paying a terrible price in return. And Aluka, her transformation, her strength, I can feel it. She isn't just a follower anymore. She's something worse, a monster wrapped in blood and bound hands. That's the mark of an evil god's control." Moon rubbed his chin, mind turning. The term evil gods wasn't unfamiliar. In the histories, 3 great disasters, the near extinction of humanity, always bore their shadow. Even the prophesied demon god that could end the world belonged to their kind. Suddenly, Moon's eyes widened as pieces clicked into place. "Young master, what is it? Did you think of something?" Moon sat beside her, his tone firm. "Aluka killing her village, transforming like that. It's not just a deal. Her god intends to descend into this world through her, and that sacrificial ritual, it needs one final person." Anne's face tightened. She turned suddenly and gripped Moon's hand. No. If you're right, then the conditions are already met. Moon froze. What do you mean? This wilderness has no one left alive besides us. Her eyes narrowed with grim clarity. There's still one. The last person alive in that village. Aluka's husband. Moon helped Anne to her feet. His tone carried urgency. If the god descends, it will need time to adapt to Aluka's body. That's our only chance to strike. Before that moment passes by, we must kill it. This is my responsibility. I can't let you join me. Moon frowned. Why not? Because this has nothing to do with you, young master. You don't need to risk your life for me. Moon let out a quiet sigh. Who says it has nothing to do with me? I'm not going for you. He gave a small, almost rueful smile. I still owe her. Back then, Aluka gave me food, shelter, even chased off bandits for me. Her kindness was real. That smile she showed me, I'll never forget it. If she's lost now, then I'll see her off properly. As her friend, that's my choice. Anne trembled, grasping his clothes tightly, tears threatening her voice. You don't understand. I can't even use my magic fully here. No iron, no tools. Against Aluka's power, even I can't guarantee victory. If you're hurt again, I'll never forgive myself. Moon stayed silent, watching her, until something glimmered faintly on the ground. A silver coin. He followed its trail deeper into the cave. Anne, this way. She tilted her head, confused. Young master. Moon raised a hand and whispered, lighting spell. A sphere of light bloomed, pushing back the shadows, and there, hidden in the depths, rows of old treasure chests lay waiting. Anne gasped softly, covering her mouth. Moon chuckled. So, that's why the entrance stones had so many blade marks. Bandits or thieves must have stashed their loot here. Lifting a sword, he tested its weight before strapping it to his waist. Not as sharp as my dagger, but it'll do. Behind him, Anne raised her hands. The coins and blades melted under her magic, reshaping into massive wings of iron at her back. She stood straighter, her aura steadier. I'm ready. Moon nodded, meeting her determined gaze with his own. Good. Then let's go. With Anne's help, he stood atop a towering iron pillar she had conjured, giving him a clear vantage point. Aluka moved through the forest like a storm given flesh. Her voice drifted through the destruction, soft yet haunting. Rod, where are you? Rod, I love you. Moon stayed silent, watching. He clenched his jaw. Anne had been right. Aluka wasn't just strong, she was still evolving. Her size alone was 10 times greater than before. This was no longer merely a corrupted follower. This was the shadow of an evil god. Moon shut his eyes, dragging a hand down his face. Ah, great. I really shouldn't have tried to act cool back there. Evil god, Moon. Evil god. And here I am, standing on a pole like it's some kind of stage. But then he exhaled slowly, forcing calm back into his chest. Number I came here with Anne. Running would just leave her to die. He straightened, brushed his bangs aside, and narrowed his eyes at the chaos below. All right, he whispered, voice steady now. Evil god, corrupted lover. Whatever you are, tonight this ends. Moon cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, Hey, Aluka. The monstrous figure froze, then turned. That voice, she recognized it. Mr. Moon. A feral smile stretched across her lips. Mr. Moon, are you finally here? To accept my love? Moon lowered his head, chuckling softly. The corners of his mouth curved into a sly grin, as if the script was already written. I won't accept your love, he called back, because I'm a paratrooper. And with that bizarre declaration, Moon leaned forward and jumped. The pillar shrank above him as the air tore past his ears. Paratrooper 1, Moon Campbell ready, he shouted mid-fall. Aluka tilted her monstrous head, confused. She opened her jaws and unleashed a flood of blood, surging upward to catch him like a tidal wave. At the same time, she lunged forward, arms wide, eyes glowing with feverish adoration. Mr. Moon. But Moon's lips curved again, not in fear, but in confidence. She's coming. Just as I thought. Because before this dive, he and Anne had prepared. Our goal isn't to kill her, and it isn't to wake her. We need to find the source of the contamination. The object the evil god is using as a medium. A ring, a necklace, some kind of charm. Whatever it is, it has to be close to her. Power doesn't just appear from nowhere. Not even gods can break that rule. Anne frowned, puzzled. Clear a path. That's right, Moon nodded. You suppress her with your power. I'll move in and search for the source. Just 10 minutes. If I can't find it, we run. Simple Anne hesitated. But young master, even if I add more metal, I may not be able to suppress her now. Moon gave her a reassuring smile. Don't worry. I'll draw her attention and lower her guard. When the moment comes, strike hard and seize the opening. They landed in a clearing. The forest hushed as though holding its breath. Anne set Moon down carefully. Absolutely not, she said, voice trembling. She may not be fully sacrificed yet, but Aluka is still an evil god. If someone has to take that risk, it should be me. Anne, Moon said, calm but firm. I know exactly how dangerous she is. But look at us. There's no one else here. I can't fight. That makes me the bait. You, on the other hand, you're my greatest strength. The best maid our family has ever had. If there's anyone I can entrust my back to, it's you. Anne's eyes widened. His words struck deeper than she expected, and for a moment her breath caught. He was already falling. Blood surged from Aluka, countless crimson arms stretching upward to catch him. Moon's voice cut through the night. Anne! At once, the towering iron pillar dissolved into waves of magical energy. From its core, Anne emerged, eyes shut, waiting for his command. Now awakened, she spread her hands. The silver tide around her split into hundreds of glowing short swords. With a sweep of her arm, they streaked forward like missiles, their brilliance flashing through the forest. Aluka snarled, summoning spikes of blood to shield herself, but the blades struck too quickly. Steel clashed against crimson, piercing through her defenses with explosive force. Holes tore open across her monstrous body, her smile faltering for the first time. Anne was already there, blade in hand, her speed cutting through the night like lightning. Aluka tried to raise another wall of blood, but it was too late. Anne's sword plunged deep into her body. Blood spilled from Aluka's lips, yet her expression softened. Master, did you really come back? Her voice trembled, carrying a desperate hope. Anne's gaze was steady, her reply calm, unshaken. Yes, I'm back, Aluka. I came back to save you. She tightened her grip on the sword with one hand and in the other summoned a gleaming silver spear. For the first time, Anne's heart carried no hesitation. She had made her choice. A gaping hole split open in her chest, where a new body of blood began to take shape, spikes jutting out like crimson vines ready to strike. With a casual wave of her hand, Aluka sent the bloody appendages lunging toward Anne. Aluka's smile twisted into something almost playful. I love you, she whispered, even as the attacks rained down. Anne tightened her grip on her magic. Silver, listen to my command. Energy surged through her right hand, forming into a massive spear. She locked her gaze on Aluka, found her opening, and hurled it with all her strength. The spear tore through the air and struck. Hovering below, Anne shielded her eyes and tried to read the damage. For a moment, silence. Then Aluka's voice drifted down, steady and mocking. Silver is the bane of spirits and demons. But against me, it's useless, Master, because I am a god." The silver spear dissolved, consumed by Aluka's blood, leaving Anne's expression taut and unreadable. But before Aluka could continue, a sharp voice cut through the air. "Take my super lightning whirlwind slash." Aluka's eyes widened. Moon dropped from above, sword raised high. In a flash, his blade carved across her shoulder, tearing a deep wound and drawing a flood of blood. Landing lightly, Moon allowed himself a faint grin. But Aluka turned on him instantly. "I've caught you, Mr. Moon." Anne, realizing the danger, threw out her hand. "Iron defense." Her magic streaked toward Moon, forming a thin shield. Moon's body was hurled through the air like a ragdoll, crashing through earth and stone before finally skidding to a halt. Clutching his stomach, he forced out a cough, grimacing. "Damn it. This is the power of an evil god. If it weren't for Anne, I'd be gone already." With eerie calm, she raised one hand, blood gathering into a sphere so massive it rivaled her own body. "Did you think I hadn't noticed you, Mr. Moon?" she said, voice dripping with amusement. "I've been waiting." With chilling calm, she hurled it toward Moon like a missile in the night. Anne's heart sank. She knew this was bad. "Young master," she cried, but Aluka's eyes followed her. A soft voice cut the air. "Don't hinder me." Blood surged across Aluka's body, twisting into a massive crimson hand. With a single wave, it swung at Anne as though swatting away a fly. The impact sent her crashing through the air, her blade buried into the ground just to stop her tumble. Anne's lips bled, her head ringing. "Young master." "I couldn't," she whispered, helpless. Aluka's brows furrowed, gaze narrowing into the forest. Cheap tricks again," it muttered, suspecting Anne of interference. Turning sharply, it demanded, "Where did you hide him?" Anne's fury boiled over. Gripping her sword, she shouted back, "How dare you hurt my beloved young master?" She launched forward, silver steel clashing against Aluka's newly formed, blood-red sickle. And perhaps from the sound, Moon stirred. He groaned, body trembling from a deep abdominal wound, sweat dripping down his face. Just as he thought he might collapse again, a hand gently patted his shoulder. "Hold on." A stranger was beside him, helping him sit, sliding a red potion to his lips. "Drink this," the man urged. When he turned to see who it was, shock flashed across his eyes. You're Aluka's husband." "Thank you, brother. If not for you, I'd be gone by now." Moon's chest tightened as he asked, "What's happening now?" Rod's gaze was heavy. "Miss Anne is holding Aluka back, but she won't last much longer." Moon clenched his fist. His mind burned with questions. Why? Why did Aluka become like this? You should know the truth. "I don't know when she fell under the evil god's influence, but I know it's my fault. If I had seen her pain earlier, maybe none of this would have happened." He looked up, determination hardening his tone. "Now, her mind is consumed. As her husband, I must stop this, no matter the cost." Moon placed a hand on his chest. His answer was firm. "Then we fight together." Rod hesitated, then recalled something. His eyes darkened. "There's a mark on her chest, a sigil that grows redder every time she sacrifices blood. That is where the evil god resides. I just want you to accept my love," she cries, voice raw with accusation. Anne doesn't answer. She wraps herself in iron wings, the feathers clanging as the wicked arrows slam into the shield. "Mr. Moon and Rod are gone. The final sacrifice is you, my beloved," she declares, convinced the ritual must be completed. Then a familiar voice cuts through the chaos. Aluka looks down. Surprise flickers across her features. At her feet, Rod stands with Moon trapped at his side. Aluka purrs with delighted possessiveness. Rod has delivered what she wanted. Anne sees it and pivots. She lashes out, swatting away arrows and conjuring an iron scythe, racing for Moon. Aluka reads her intent and throws a gargantuan bloody fist to intercept. Anne gathers every scrap of magic she has, forging a massive iron shield, and for a heartbeat, it works. The fist slams, the shield groans. Then, drained and overmatched, Anne's barrier shatters and she's pinned into the earth beneath a roar of dust. Aluka lands in human form, drifting forward like a lover reunited. She croons to Rod, sweet, deluded, victorious, promising a future where the god of love undoes everything and they live forever. Rod's face, though, shifts. For the first time, he looks human again, sorrow, regret, and a terrible resolve. "It's my fault," he whispers, tears breaking free. Then, in a move that turns the whole scene inside out, Rod seizes Aluka's hand, raises his sword, and plunges it into her chest. For a moment, the world holds its breath. Aluka did not expect this. While they'd been spying, Rod had whispered a risky plan to Moon. A way to close the distance by exploiting the uneven reach of Aluka's blood-formed body. After Rod's calm analysis, Moon gave a slight nod, accepting the plan. He scooped up a handful of soil and smeared it across his face, grimacing as if it were real blood. A fake wound, but maybe convincing enough to fool Aluka's watchful eyes. Then, with a firmer tone, he pressed a fist to his chest. "In short, I'll be the bait. If anything goes wrong, remember this. You will only fall after me. Don't say unlucky things. When the sun rises tomorrow, we'll both be alive. Trust me." He lifted his fist. Rod glanced at it, then smiled knowingly. "Sorry, and thank you, Moon." Blood spilled at her lips and her monstrous body faltered. "Moon!" Rod shouted, ripping his sword free and stepping back, opening the path. In a flash, he was behind her, hand plunging into the wound. His eyes widened as his fingers closed around something solid. He yanked it free, a small red statue, slick with Aluka's blood. But Aluka roared, her fury shaking the forest. A blood knife formed in her hand, and she lunged. Moon barely had time to flinch before Rod moved, putting his back in front of the strike. The blade pierced him clean through. Moon froze, horror seizing him as Rod's blood sprayed. "Rod!" Aluka's rage faltered. Her eyes blinked clear, the red ebbing as if waking from a nightmare. "Rod!" she cried, voice breaking. Rod's body trembled, but he forced a smile. Hand clutching the blade in his chest, he whispered, "I told you, I'd be with you until the end." Tears fell from Aluka's eyes. Her grief twisted into a roar that shook the forest. Blood exploded outward, swallowing her and Rod both, rising into a towering red beam. The gale was too strong. He was flung into a tree and dropped hard, coughing. He looked up at the beam, realization dawning with dread. No. Destroying the token made her stronger. The ritual, it's complete. The blood column pulsed, swallowing everything near it. Moon spotted Anne unconscious, the spreading corruption curling toward her. "Anne!" he shouted, forcing himself up. His legs wavered, but he unleashed full shadow step, bolting like black lightning. He grabbed her hand, yanking her free from the devouring blood, though it clung to his leg, dragging at him. The blood rose into monstrous shape, jaws gaping to swallow them. Desperation surged. Moon's last thought was simple, raw. "Gamble or die. Black Book," he roared. "Save me." The blood engulfed them, then silence. Moon opened his eyes slowly. The air was weightless, the ground too smooth. He was back in the Black Book's space. "So, you pulled me in here." His voice was shaky, half relief, half disbelief. Do you have a way to save Anne?" The book bobbed in a nodding motion. Then it tilted, gesturing upward. Confused, Moon scratched his head. "Up? You mean, look up there?" He raised his gaze and froze. Above him, a colossal eye opened. Moon's breath caught. "Damn it!" Moon froze, heart pounding. taken aback by the sheer presence before him. Suddenly, a sharp pressure struck his mind, forcing him to squint. Red letters appeared inside his head. Lord of the Crimson Sun, incinerator of all, God of world's end, destroyer of life, bringer of the final apocalypse, King of Wither. He raised his hands to cover his face, emotions swirling. There's an evil god, he muttered, lowering his head nervously. Moon's temper flared as he grabbed the floating tome, shaking it. Damn it, I asked you to tell me how to save Anne, not introduce me to another apocalypse. The King of Wither stirred. He froze, heat pressing against him, every nerve alert. The fiery eye fixed on him and spoke, its voice deep and resonant. Human? Yes, sir, Moon stammered, straightening as best he could. Ah, Mr. Wither, no, Wither. God, tell me, what do you need from me? Anything? I'll do what I can. Before Moon could finish, the King of Wither's question hit him like a lightning bolt. Do you want power? Moon closed his eyes, forcing a nervous smile. Well, who wouldn't want power, right? Especially yours. He stole a glance at Black Book, silently asking, Really? This is your plan to save Anne? The book, unfazed, flipped through its pages and sent one forward, glowing with purple-black energy. Moon's eyes widened. Black Book, what are you doing? He muttered, worried it might anger the god. The King of Wither examined the paper, its flames quivering. Its eyes narrowed in obvious displeasure, letting out a low hiss. And then, unexpectedly, the god spoke again. Transaction completed. Moon's eyes widened. Wait, what? Flames roared around him, but the King of Wither continued, voice steady and commanding. I can lend you my power. For free. But can you accept the power of an evil god? He had never encountered an evil god before. He had never been offered such power. And yet, to save Anne, a choice had to be made. A whisper escaped his lips. If it weren't necessary, I wouldn't touch evil power. But do I have a choice? She's waiting for me. My love, wearing black stockings every day, counting on me. Resolute, he opened his arms toward the blazing eye above. Come on, King of Wither. I'm not afraid of a mere evil god. The King of Wither chuckled softly, its flames swirling faster, forming a massive, fiery palm that extended toward him. As for whether you can bear it, it rumbled, the warning clear. Moon froze for a moment. He hadn't expected the god to leave him no guarantees. The flaming palm touched him, and instantly, scorching heat engulfed him. His skin blackened. Red streaks seared across his body, evidence of the god's overwhelming power entering him. This is the price of stealing a god's power, he whispered through gritted teeth. Moon let out a roar, charging upward through the inferno. The flames didn't burn him now, they transformed him. Pain became power, agony became determination. From the forest below, the god of love watched as a blue energy burst forth from the crimson blood covering the area. Inside it, Moon carried Anne, gently lowering her against a tree. She seemed unconscious, but thankfully unharmed. Wait here, he murmured softly. I'll be back. Turning toward the god of love, Moon's voice was calm but piercing. You must be the fool who keeps leading Aluka astray, shouting all day long. The god of love's true form was revealed. Its eyes widened as it sensed the King of Wither's power coursing through Moon. Moon's lips curled into a small, mocking smile. What? Aren't you supposed to be a god? Nervous now? The god of love could hardly believe it. This human holds the power of another god? He stared at the god of love with calm, indifferent eyes, raising his hand as a massive blue fireball formed, pulsing with energy. With a firm shout of his spell, withered flame, a surge of blue fire erupted behind him. Countless eyes appeared in the flames, one massive eye rising from the inferno, cold and sharp enough to make anyone shiver. He launched it at the god of love. The blue fireball streaked through the forest, colliding with the divine figure with a thunderous explosion. Its form twisted and warped under the sheer intensity of the flames, letting out a piercing cry of pain, unable to escape. Moon stared at the aftermath, awestruck. Oh, This is the power of the gods. But then a low moan reached him. The god of love was not yet defeated. The withered Aluka lifted her head, meeting Moon's gaze with a mysterious smile. I remember you, Moon Campbell. We will meet again. With that, the god of love vanished, leaving the forest in a haunting silence. Moon froze, stunned. Huh, he muttered, trying to comprehend the god of love's words. Nervously, he raised his hands and hugged his head. No, love god. I'm just joking. How could someone like me be worth remembering? No, you should be after Ariel, not me. But his words went unanswered. The god of love had vanished completely. Moon exhaled deeply, tension slowly leaving his chest. If it comes for me again, I'll just borrow the power of the withered king again. Problem solved. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice. Turning, he saw Anne rushing toward him, tears streaming down her face. She threw her arms around him, clinging tightly. Moon, are you okay? She whispered, leaning against him, her hand stroking his back repeatedly. Moon gently wrapped his arms around her. I'm fine now. Everything's over. The evil god has been taken care of. She blinked up at Moon and asked softly, Did you defeat it? Moon froze for a moment, scratching his cheek nervously. He knew he'd relied on the power of the withered king, but that wasn't something Anne needed to worry about right now. With a straight face, he replied, Yes, we found its core and destroyed it. Consider it a joint effort between me and Aluka's husband. Moon pointed toward a massive pit not far away. As the smoke thinned, a figure appeared. Aluka, Moon's tone softened. She still has breath, but not for long. Let's hurry. Anne covered her mouth in shock, her heart aching at the sight. Aluka noticed her approaching, her lips trembling as she whispered weakly, Master, is that you? Yes, Anne answered gently, crouching beside her. Aluka blinked slowly, sensing the evil god had finally left her. Is everything over now? It's all over, Anne assured her with steady eyes. The evil god who controlled you is gone. But joy quickly gave way to regret. She closed her eyes, whispering, I'm sorry, Master. I deceived you, Anne frowned, puzzled. When she spoke of Rod's feelings, how he had confessed but chose responsibility over love because Tia was carrying his child, Anne felt her own chest tighten with sorrow. But when Aluka revealed Tia's pregnancy had been a lie, and how that truth came to light in the most tragic way, Anne could only weep. Aluka's voice quivered. Love is so fragile. One lie can shatter it forever. I wanted Rod's love so badly that I lost everything. Master, please prove to me that love can still bring something beautiful. Her body began dissolving into black particles, scattering into the air with the rising sun. Golden rays touched the drifting black particles, as if even the sun wished to offer Aluka a final moment of warmth before she was gone forever. The sun had already climbed above the horizon. Beneath a wide old tree, Moon and Anne quietly laid Aluka and Rod to rest. Anne straightened up and wiped her hands. Young master, I'm fine now, she said quietly. Then he placed the board upright into the small mound, took a step back and rested his hands on his waist. Okay, he said softly. Rest in peace. In front of them stood two small graves beneath the green shade of the tree. Moon bent down and bowed slightly, closing his eyes as he whispered a silent prayer. When it was done, Moon brushed the sweat from his forehead, letting out a deep sigh. Well, he said, glancing at Anne, I guess that wraps it up. Let's go. The two turned and walked away. Behind them, the sunlight filtered through the branches. As they left the forest path, Moon noticed Anne's expression. Her steps were slower, her eyes distant. What's wrong? He asked. You've been quiet since earlier. Still thinking about Aluka? Anne nodded faintly. Maybe my love for you was wrong. I know it was selfish, but I couldn't stop myself. Is my love really wrong, young master? Moon tilted his head, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Maybe it's not wrong, he said, but perhaps what you felt wasn't love. It might have been possessiveness. Anne blinked, trying to process his words. You mean I confused love with possessiveness? Moon shrugged, smiling faintly. Could be. Honestly, I'm not sure either. Anne lowered her gaze again, silently mulling over his words. He lifted a hand to block the glare and chuckled lightly. The weather's actually pretty nice today. Then, as if remembering something, she turned to him. Young master, she said, her voice small. Moon looked back. What is it? Back in the basement. You said you could date me like a normal couple. Since you said that, can we start over? Moon blinked, momentarily stunned. Then holding up a hand, he made a quick pause gesture. Wait. Before we dive into that, one question. Are you planning to take me back to the Duke's mansion again? Anne hesitated, then nodded shyly. Yes, I grew up there. It's my only home. I'm not trying to become the mistress or anything, she murmured, her voice trembling a little. I'll still serve you as your maid, but while doing that, can I? She stopped mid-sentence, face turning bright red. Young master, what are you doing? She asked softly, following his lead almost on instinct. Moon smiled faintly at the road ahead. Do you really need to ask? He said, with quiet confidence. Let's go. We're going home. Inside, Moon couldn't help but feel a little proud of himself. Including that whole cave mess, he thought, this should finally be settled. I even convinced Anne, the ultimate obsessive type, to act like a normal person again. I'm kind of amazing. He closed his eyes for a second, wearing a smug little grin. Yeah, no more getting chopped into pieces and locked in a basement. Endings for me. We're good now. At least, that's what he thought. 2 days later, Moon's eyes slowly opened. The ceiling above him was familiar, too familiar. He felt exhausted, dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't rested in days. He rubbed his temples, muttering, After we came home and had dinner, I blacked out, and now I'm here again. Did I trigger some weird time loop from the original story? Then, clink. Moon looked down and noticed the metal cuffs on his wrists had already been unlocked. Young master, Anne's voice echoed softly from behind the heavy iron door. Moon instantly froze. Oh no, he whispered under his breath. Please tell me this isn't another basement episode. The large door creaked open, and Anne stepped in, carrying a neatly folded set of black clothes in her hands. Her tone was sweet and calm. Sorry for keeping you waiting. If we stayed upstairs, the other maids might disturb us, so I had to bring you here. Moon frowned, clearly unimpressed. You really had to do that just to talk. She unfolded the outfit she'd been carrying and stepped back with a small, bashful grin. Since you like this kind of style, I decided to try it out. What do you think? Moon blinked. Once. Twice. His mind froze completely. With a dramatic thumbs up, he grinned and said, Perfect. 10 out of 10, Anne giggled. I'm glad you like it, young master. It was morning now. Sunlight washed over the Duke of Campbell's mansion. The light brushed against Anne's face. She stirred, feeling the soft warmth creep across her skin. Morning already, she murmured. Anne sat up slowly, pulling the blanket close around her shoulders while running a hand through her messy hair. But then, her brows furrowed. Where did he go? Without wasting time, Anne got up, threw on her maid uniform, and hurried out of the basement. A faint meowing sound caught her attention. She followed it around the corner and froze. There, near the living hall, Noel was kneeling on the floor, gently holding a small orange cat in her arms. Noel chuckled softly, petting the orange kitten in her lap. You're feeling better, right? The young master told us this morning you caught a cold, so we shouldn't disturb you. Anne frowned slightly. A cold? I never said that. Well, Noel replied, that's what he told us. The unfamiliar girl noticed Anne's puzzled look and stood up politely. Hello, my name's Winnie. I'm from Iris Taylor's shop in the city. She opened a small pouch, showing the coins inside. The young master bought them all this morning and even gave me 200 air for my tuition. He said every family deserves to stay together. He's really kind. Noel leaned close and whispered, amused, Actually, 4. There's a mother cat, too. Originally, he planned to adopt one, but Winnie told him families shouldn't be split up. You know how he is and couldn't say no. Anne sighed softly, pressing a hand to her forehead. Of course he couldn't. Winnie grinning shyly as Monica promised she could visit any time during holidays. Noel smiled faintly at the sight. Then Anne remembered what she came for. Right? Where's the young master now? Noel gently placed the cat down and stood up. He just returned a little while ago. You'll find him in his room and didn't waste a second. She quickly made her way to Moon's room, pausing at the door before knocking. From inside came his calm voice. Anne, it's not locked. You can come in. Before he could say anything else, Anne rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Anne's voice trembled slightly. You scared me to death. The college sent the notice 2 days ago. I thought you left without telling me. Hey, relax. I wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. After holding each other for a quiet moment, Moon and Anne finally pulled apart until Anne suddenly remembered something. She blinked, looking at him curiously. By the way, young master, why did you go to the market so early and come back with a whole litter of cats? Moon gestured proudly. This one's called Moon number 2, or just Momo for short. Golden fur, golden eyes. Honestly, it looks way too handsome not to be me. The cat, as if agreeing, meowed again, right on cue. Moon picked Momo up carefully and handed the cat to her. This is a gift. For you. Anne blinked, surprised, catching the warm little creature in her arms. For me? Moon nodded. He scratched his head a little awkwardly. The college term starts next week, and I'll be leaving tomorrow to prepare. So, while I'm away, let this little one keep you company instead of me. Her voice trembled slightly. Young master, I like it. I'll take good care of it. Moon's smile deepened. Good. Without realizing it, evening had fallen. Inside, Moon lay on his bed, flipping open his mysterious black book. His eyes scanned the runic text, updates to his skills glowing faintly across the pages. Shadow steps and assassination. Both up 3 levels, he murmured. Not bad. Even if the Aluka mess didn't bring rewards, at least my technique grew stronger. He set the book aside with a sigh. And Anne's safe again. That's what matters. Closing his eyes, Moon thought quietly about the days ahead. The prophecy I saw before, it's completely broken now. Just as he was drifting into thought, knock knock, he looked up. Who's visiting this late? Moon got up and opened the door, and there stood Anne, her hair slightly messy, her expression soft but hesitant. Anne? Still awake? She nodded shyly. I just couldn't sleep, thinking about you leaving tomorrow. I was about to sleep anyway. Since this is my last night here for a while, you can stay. Anne blinked, surprised by his calm tone, but simply nodded. A few minutes later, she changed into a simple black nightgown and lay down beside him. Moon gently took her hand, resting both their hands on the blanket. No words for a moment, just the quiet rhythm of 2 heartbeats under the moonlight. Anne glanced at him, half expecting something more, but Moon only smiled with his eyes closed. That's enough, he said softly. Love isn't only about physical closeness. Sometimes this kind of quiet feels even better. Anne let out a quiet laugh and leaned her head against his shoulder. Her voice trembled with emotion. I don't want you to leave, young master. Moon turned slightly, brushing her hair back with his fingers. It's just 1 semester, right? 4 months. I'll be back before you know it. Anne pouted faintly. 4 months is a long time. He thought for a moment, then smiled. Then, if you miss me, write to me. I'll reply every time. Anne's voice softened. Okay. Just as the room settled into silence, the black book under Moon's pillow began to stir. Strange words formed across the open page. Jealousy process, 100% level achieved. Fate intervention initiated. Partial memory blurring completed. Please continue to struggle, Moon Campbell. It was already evening at Santa Maria College. The women's bathhouse, meanwhile, looked like something straight out of a luxury magazine. From the corridor came the sound of hurried footsteps. The door burst open and a lively voice echoed through the steam. "Santa Maria College, I'm back again." It was Ariel, then leaped into the giant bath. Splash! "Ah, nothing beats this," she exclaimed, stretching out in the steaming water. Following her in was Lee. Her towel, however, looked like it was fighting a losing battle against her curves. "Relax, I checked. Most teachers haven't even come back yet." As Lee eased into the water, Ariel suddenly leaned in close, narrowing her eyes like she just spotted a mystery. "Wait, what's up with your hair?" Lee blinked. "My hair? Yeah, it used to be light green, but now it's kind of goldish. Don't tell me the gods changed your hair color or something." Lee gave a small, uneasy laugh. "That might actually be it." Ariel tilted her head, noticing how her friend's expression had dimmed. "What's wrong?" "It's just a color shift, not a curse." Lee hesitated, her voice dropping a little. "It's just gold reminds me of him. You know you don't like that person." Ariel, however, suddenly crossed her arms and frowned at the ceiling. "But ugh, speaking of that guy, Moon really gets on my nerves. Who turns their coming-of-age celebration into an assassination scene. Poor Silasha almost got hurt because of him." Lee, ever the calm one, responded thoughtfully. "The official report said that because of him, the princess actually avoided a long-planned attack. I was even sent to treat him afterward. He was seriously injured. His heart was pierced. He'd lost half his blood. Even I could only barely keep him alive until the court physician arrived. Honestly, he was brave, risking his life for her." Ariel groaned, waving a dismissive hand. Okay, stop right there." Her tone softened a bit as she stared at the rippling water. "Still, you're right about one thing. He's changed." Ariel leaned back, stretching with a sigh. "Ugh, forget it. Let's not talk about that annoying guy anymore. If he ever dares to provoke me again, I'll just teach him another lesson." Ariel, however, couldn't resist one last burning question. "Hey, Lee, I've really been wondering." Lee tilted her head. Ariel's eyes lit up like she'd just discovered a state secret. "What are you feeding those things?" "Protein shakes. Some secret life church ritual." Lee's face turned pink in the steam. "This has nothing to do with the church," she muttered, half laughing. "Maybe just drink more milk." Ariel blinked, unimpressed. "That's it." Lee shook her head, amused. "Sorry to disappoint." 3 days later, the quiet campus of Santa Maria College transformed into a sea of motion. Students streamed through the gates, dragging suitcases and laughing with friends. Among the arrivals was Moon Campbell, looking surprisingly refreshed in his crisp school uniform. "This place looks more like a royal palace." He took another bite, savoring it as students hurried past. His peaceful moment didn't last. Up ahead, a crowd had gathered, students whispering and pointing. Moon frowned. "What's going on over there?" He squeezed through the curious onlookers, just in time to see Ariel, now dressed in her uniform, standing face-to-face with a smug-looking student. Ariel only smiled coldly. "Speak human to humans, dog to dogs. Equality, kindness, unity, those are my principles. You can leave now before I start treating you according to your species." Imon's smirk faltered, then hardened into a scowl. "Since you put it that way, I won't hold back. I, Imon, Campbell's wolf, challenge you, Ariel Buggard." A murmur rippled through the crowd. "Again? She already beat his lackeys 3 times last semester." "That's embarrassing." Moon, halfway through another bite of sausage, froze mid-chew. "Campbell's wolf? Wait, Campbell." He blinked, processing it. "Hold on, that's my surname." Ariel, clearly tired of this recurring nonsense, sighed. "How many times are we doing this?" Imon clenched his fist. "Last time we underestimated you, but this time I'll make you taste humiliation with my own hands." Moon's jaw nearly dropped. "So this guy works for me? When did I get a fan club of idiots?" Just as Ariel rolled her neck and prepared to accept the duel, someone in the crowd suddenly pointed. "Wait, that's Moon Campbell." Moon froze. The students around him subtly stepped back, creating a suspiciously perfect circle of empty space. "Great," he muttered under his breath. "First day back and I'm already the villain again." The students surrounding Moon backed away like someone had dropped a curse in the middle of the plaza. A few girls quickly turned away, muttering prayers under their breath. "Don't make eye contact. I heard if he looks at you, you faint and wake up in the Duke's mansion doing, strange stuff." Another girl nodded anxiously. "Yeah, and the ones who disappeared. They say they jumped from the old dorm tower after he dumped them." Her friend paled. "I heard there were so many victims they could fill an entire classroom." Moon stood there, listening to every word. His eye twitched. "Wow, 10 minutes into school and I'm already the local horror story." The whispering only grew louder until Ariel stepped forward. Her presence silenced the crowd like a sudden gust of wind. She crossed her arms, glaring at him. "Moon Campbell, so you finally showed up?" Moon blinked. Yeah. Hi?" Her disgust was clear, sharp, and well-practiced. Moon said nothing more. He just adjusted his grip on the half-eaten sausage in his hand and stepped forward. The tension thickened. Is he gonna fight her? Should someone get a teacher? Instead, Moon stopped, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "Ariel Bugard." She stiffened, expecting an insult or challenge. But Moon bowed, deeply, 90 degrees. "I'm very sorry." Silence. Total silence. Every student stared like they just witnessed a miracle. Even Ariel froze mid-thought, unable to process what she was seeing. Imon, the so-called Campbell's wolf, he rushed up and grabbed Moon's arm. "Young master, you can't apologize to someone like—" Moon cut him off. "Amon, what are you doing here?" Amon straightened, puffing his chest out proudly. "I came to avenge last semester's humiliation. I will challenge Ariel Bugard to restore our honor." Moon stared blankly at him. "And did someone tell you to do this?" Amon hesitated, thinking. "No, it was my idea." Moon sighed. "Right, come here." He grabbed Imon by the arm and pulled him aside. "Listen, man, don't pick fights with random girls in public. We've got bigger problems." Before Amon could respond, Moon discreetly stuffed a small pouch into his hand. "Here, 1,000 Amir. Take the boys, apologize properly to her, then buy everyone lunch and clear the crowd. Consider it PR recovery. And, sorry for dragging you into this mess, bro." Imon blinked, eyes wide. "Bro?" His heart swelled like he'd just been knighted. A moment later, Imon turned back toward Ariel with his 2 followers. She immediately tensed, expecting trouble. But instead, Imon bowed deeply, 90 degrees, just like Moon had. "Ariel, I'm sorry," his followers echoed. "We're sorry." The plaza went dead quiet again. Ariel could only stare, completely baffled. Imon and his crew did exactly what Moon told them to. Crowd control mode. On. All right, show's over. Nothing to see here." Ariel crossed her arms and stepped closer, her expression somewhere between suspicion and disbelief. "What bad idea are you plotting this time, Moon Campbell?" He straightened up, wiped his hands, and put on his best gentleman act, one hand to his chest, a slight bow. "Miss Ariel Bugard, I've turned over a new leaf. I wanted to apologize privately for my past idiocy, but I worried you might misunderstand, so I took the public route instead." Ariel narrowed her eyes, unconvinced. "Are you serious?" Moon tilted his head. "What? Wasn't I serious enough?" To prove it, he bowed again. 90 degrees. "I apologize once more for everything I did before. Miss Ariel, if this still isn't enough, should I kneel?" Ariel's face flushed instantly. "Enough! That's enough! Don't make it worse." Her eyes narrowed again. "Wait a minute. You're trying to get close to me to approach Lee, aren't you? I saw you looking at her during the coming-of-age ceremony. Forget it, Moon Campbell. Lee is mine." Moon froze. "Wait, what?" He coughed awkwardly, scratching his cheek. This might sound odd, but actually, I prefer flat." Ariel blinked. You what? Moon, utterly sincere, placed his hands on her shoulders. Yes, I'm serious, that's my type. Ariel stared blankly for 2 seconds, then her expression darkened. Bad move. Before Moon could blink, her fist connected squarely with his face. Thud. He wiped the thin line of blood from his nose, muttering, "Okay, maybe not the best time for honesty," then quickly raised his hands in surrender. "I'm joking. Please don't be mad, Miss Ariel. I swear I have no ill thoughts toward you or Miss Lee." Standing up, he dusted himself off, still half smiling through the pain. "I was planning to make a proper apology gift, but, well, all I've got right now is 1 million Amir and this sausage." He handed her the half-eaten skewer like it was a sacred peace offering. The friendship between gentlemen is pure as water, but sharing grilled food clears bad blood faster. Ariel just stared. She didn't even move as he jogged off toward the teaching building. "I'll make up the gift later." "Gotta run," Moon called back, waving. She stood frozen for a moment, sausage in hand, processing the nonsense that had just happened. Then realization struck her. Wait a second, 1 million Amir? Her eyes widened. She clutched her head. "Oh no, I let the idiot with money run away." "Hi, Moon Campbell," she shouted, breaking into a sprint. Moon turned around mid-run. "Huh? Stop." He saw her charging toward him like an angry bull and panicked. "Don't come over here. Give me the gift. I can accept the money." "What?" Moon had no idea what she meant, but his instinct screamed run, so he did. Their voices echoed across campus like a dramatic chase scene in a romantic comedy. Apologized with Amir, catchy, and giving away 1 million just like that? The golden-haired fool really has changed since the assassination incident. Then a mischievous glint flashed in her eyes. The stupid and rich Campbell boy. Maybe I'll mess with him a little. It's not like Celicia would mind, right? 2 teachers stood by the window, quietly observing the scene between Moon and Ariel. Grant adjusted the telescope in his hand and murmured, "The crowds dispersed. Seems we won't need to interfere." Pran, however, looked far from pleased. "Then why are they still there? You're good at lip reading. What are they talking about?" Grant chuckled, setting the telescope aside. He's apologizing, even offering her half of a grilled sausage. Gotta say, this kid's kind of entertaining. Pran's expression froze. What? Impossible. That brat apologize. Never. As Pran launched into his lecture on Moon's countless sins, Moon himself walked through the campus gates with a suitcase in hand. 2 girls nearby spotted him and instantly stiffened. Without a word, they executed a perfect tactical retreat, vanishing around the corner. Moon blinked after them, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. He hadn't even done anything this time. Grant, still amused, peered through the telescope again. I'm telling you, he said he's changed. I can read it on his lips." Pran slammed his palm on the table. "If that's true, I'll eat this table right now." Grant smiled thinly and patted his hair. "You really don't like this kid, do you?" Pran crossed his arms, frowning deeply. "It's not about liking. He's a disgrace to this academy. 1 year here and all he's learned is a single lighting spell. In 50 years of teaching, I've never met a student that hopeless." Grant lifted the telescope again and spoke thoughtfully. "If he's really that bad, why not just have him transferred? Duke Ron's reasonable enough. Maybe send him to the military instead." Pran sighed, rubbing his temples. "It's not that simple. His grades are terrible, sure, but he hasn't broken any rules. And don't forget, his mother, Lady Noise, the Imperial Canary. Her family sits among the 5 school chairmen. You really want to pick that fight?" Grant tilted his head. "Ah, the Philip family. Right. They backed the Emperor during the war, didn't they?" Pran nodded grimly. "Exactly. If I push him out, it could turn into a political disaster." Before the conversation could continue, Grant blinked through his telescope again. "Oh, this is good. He's bowing to the statue of the first principal." Pran froze. "He's what?" Down below, Moon stood before a bronze statue, setting down his suitcase. He placed a hand over his chest and bowed respectfully, his expression oddly sincere. But inside, his thoughts told a different story. Right, this is the statue whose head I kicked off years ago. Still glued together, huh? Can't believe no one's noticed. The crack on the statue's neck was faint, but visible. Moon clasped his hands and sighed. Anyway, first principle, please don't hold a grudge. I didn't mean it. Bless me with a peaceful college life, and after graduation I'll replace you with a pure gold statue. I've never seen anyone salute the founder's statue like that. Pran, not trusting a single word, grabbed a second telescope from the faculty stash. Through the lens, he saw Moon standing there. Pran blinked once. Bruh, I've never even nodded at that statue. Grant grinned. So, about that desk you promised to eat, what's the game plan? Bite-sized pieces or going full buffet? Humph. It's been one day. That proves nothing. He turned on his heel, cape metaphorically fluttering, pure hater energy radiating off him. Nobody just factory resets their entire personality over summer break. That guy's up to something and I'm gonna find out what. Grant just chuckled, stroking his beard. Classic. He'll never admit defeat. Moon grabbed his luggage and headed for the Santa Maria College dorms. Inside, Moon approached the front desk. Hello, I'm checking in, Moon Campbell. The dorm manager glanced through the drawers and handed him a golden key. Room 526. Welcome back. Moon placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Thank you. Hope your day's blessed. Her entire mental system froze. Was that politeness? From Moon Campbell. Her face turned pink as she remembered his calm smile. Oh no. Oh no. Why is he kinda elegant now? Moon found his room fast. He set down his suitcase and looked around with genuine appreciation. Feels new. He loosened his tie, spread his arms wide, and yeeted himself onto the bed. After lying there a moment, he cracked one eye open. Opening ceremonies tomorrow. Guess I'll shower, change, and vibe. 10 minutes later, Moon re-emerged in pajamas, towel drying his hair and humming like a man who finally had peace. He stopped at the mirror. He lightly smacked his chest. These gains hit different. The Black Book training arc paid off. He was satisfied until he noticed something off, a faint scar under his arm. Turning around, he caught sight of another one on his back, burn-like, oddly shaped. He remembered that moment, the time he borrowed power from the Withering King. Guess the evil god had left a little souvenir. He raised his hand, focusing his will. A flicker of blue flame appeared at his fingertips, cool, controlled, alive. Evening rolled in, painting the campus in a soft, amber glow. Yup. Still got the delete, everything flames, but the damage output's been nerfed hard. He gave the tiny fire a gentle blow, and it fizzled out like it had social anxiety. He pinched the bridge of his nose, continuing his rant. It's like those sketchy gacha games. You get an insane first-time bonus, but after that, it's just mid-tier rewards unless you sell your soul. Moon crossed his arms. Nah, not playing your game anymore. Love God, Withering King. Whoever's out there, leave me alone. I'm camping at Santa Maria College for the next 3 years. Come find me if you're brave enough. This is the plan. I stay on campus. You want beef? You're gonna have to fight through the top-tier mages of the nation first. That's what I call an S-rank strategy. Right on cue, the Black Book appeared above his head, summon successful. Moon caught it smoothly, smirking. See? Even the book agrees. He stretched out, flopping back onto the bed with a sigh. Still, a twinge of guilt tugged at him. Man, hiding forever isn't the move. My stats are trash right now. If I don't level up, I'm toast the next time an evil god pulls up. With that, he lifted the Black Book and pressed it over his face. Dark purple energy flowed out, wrapping around him like a portal effect. In an instant, Moon was standing on the familiar training grounds inside the Black Book's dimension. He drew his sword and smiled faintly. After dying 197 times, I finally made it to your phase 2. This time, I'm forcing you to pull out the Thunder skill within 3 rounds. Rod across from him stood Rod, still clad in silver armor, sword and shield in hand. Even though Rod was long gone in the real world, his skill data lived on. Every time Moon fought him, he got closer to mastering Rod's entire moveset, a literal grind to honor the dead arc. Meanwhile, at the girls' dorms, night mode activated. Inside one room, Ariel had just finished her shower. She was towel drying her hair, humming softly when someone knocked. She opened the door to find Lee standing there, looking slightly nervous. "Lee? It's kinda late. What's up?" Lee perched on the edge of the bed, clearly debating how to drop the bomb. "So, rumor has it, Moon Campbell apologized to you today." "Oh, word travels fast. Yeah, he did. I was just as shocked as everyone else." Lee's jaw dropped. "Wait, so it's true? I thought it was just one of those wild campus rumors." "Yeah, a bunch of people saw it. So it's not exactly secret news." Lee hesitated, then hit her with the real question. "So, is it true you and Moon had a child together?" Ariel froze mid-motion. Her brain lagged. "Huh? Come again? Who said that?" Lee reached into her bag, looking like she'd just smuggled a classified document. "Don't get mad, but this was in the first issue of the school paper." She handed Ariel the newspaper. "What? Who wrote this trash?" Her voice echoed through the dorm. "Pregnant with Moon Campbell's child? Are these people out of their minds?" Lee looked equally stunned. "The article says you and Moon were secretly dating. He dumped you for family reputation, then came back to apologize. Oh, and apparently he was talking to 13 others at the same time. You were the main one." Ariel stood there in disbelief, face twitching between fury and pure confusion. 13? Where's he even finding the time for that? No way I'm letting these rumors run wild. I'm not about to randomly become Moon Campbell's ex. Lee raised a finger, shook it with way too much seriousness, and corrected her. Not his ex who had a whole child with him. "Lee, even you're gonna betray me like this? Fine, taste my counterattack." Lee didn't even have time to react before Ariel pounced. Ariel grabbed her tight and unleashed the ultimate weapon. Tickling. No, please stop." But seeing Ariel laughing again eased her mind. "I'm glad you're not stressing about those rumors anymore. Anyway, I gotta wake up early for tomorrow's opening ceremony, so I'll head back." Ariel's smile faded. "Aw, already? Just stay over tonight." Lee chuckled and shook her head. "Can't. I still need to shower and practice some life magic before bed. Night, Ariel." "All right. Good night, Lee." Lee opened the door and slipped out. Ariel sighed softly and flopped back onto her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Black market's gone. Starting tomorrow, I need new money-making strats. School plus grinding. Learning magic is so expensive, and those news agency clowns are still spreading fake stories. So mad. I'm actually so mad. Her hands started flailing midair as if she could physically slap the rumor mill. After a minute of aggressive shadowboxing, she finally cooled off. Her gaze shifted to the glowing green ring on the bedside table. She sighed dramatically. "Master, besides the black market hustle, got any ideas for quick cash? Your broke disciples starving out here." The ring pulsed with light. A swirl of smoke filled the room, forming into a woman in a magic hat and monochrome dress. Her master smiled gently. "You're already a gold-rank mage. There are infinite ways to make money," Ariel pouted. "Yeah, but none that actually work. Everyone's too jealous of my ancient magic. If I could sell my scrolls normally, I'd be fine. But since the black market's gone, so is my tuition fund." Her master tilted her head thoughtfully. "Then maybe try learning regular magic." "It's not too late," Ariel immediately shook her head. "Nah, I'm only learning endgame spells." Then her tone softened, guilt sneaking in. "Honestly, Part of this is my fault too. I knew something was off at Duke Campbell's mansion, but kept quiet. Didn't expect assassins to show up. The aftermath nuked the entire black market. If I'd said something sooner. Her master tapped her chin, eyes brightening. Actually, I just thought of a perfect money-making method. Simple, fast, and very convenient. Ariel perked up, hope instantly refilled. Oh? Spill. Didn't Moon Campbell promise an apology gift today? Just tell him you'll forgive him for, say, $1 million. No way. I'm not folding my morals for a measly $1 million. If he wants forgiveness, he better earn it. Her master raised an eyebrow, amused. $2 million. Even if it's 10. 10 million? No, this is about principle. Her master chuckled, giving up. All right, all right. Still, that Moon Campbell seemed sincere today. She said it casually, but there was a teasing glint in her eyes. Meanwhile, somewhere far from Ariel's dorm, Moon Campbell was deep in grind mode, training with Rod inside the Black Book dimension. Hours of intense practice later, he finally stumbled back into reality, eyes bloodshot and dark circles activated. He closed the book, exhaled heavily, and muttered with a deadpan sigh, "Bruh, I'm cooked." Morning arrived softly over Santa Maria College. Professor Pran, doing his usual early walk, reached the empty playground and sighed. Not a single student awake. Terrible. Just as he was ready to complain more, a golden-haired student sprinted past him at full speed. Moon Campbell, except Pran didn't recognize him at first. An early morning runner? Impressive. Finally, a disciplined student. He called out, "Hey, you running on the track, come here." Moon jogged over, towel around his neck. "Good morning, Professor Pran." Pran froze. "Moon Campbell?" Moon cheerfully explained. "Just doing my morning run. Helps wake me up for class." Pran stared at him like he was seeing a glitch in reality. Moon, running, at 6 a.m. Impossible. Before Pran could say anything else, Moon waved and ran off again. "I still have 3 kilometers left. See you later." Pran watched him go, completely stunned. A person doesn't change this much over one vacation. Something's off. I need to watch him closely. Meanwhile, inside the teaching building, Wire, the student union secretary, rushed into the hallway carrying a stack of files. She pushed open the office door, hoping no one noticed her being late. No such luck. "You're 5 minutes late," a calm voice said. Sitting at the desk was Celicia, the student union president, stylish glasses, quill in hand, already working. Wire panicked. "Sorry, I overslept. I mean, good morning, President." When she looked up, she immediately noticed something else. "Wire, your dark circles are huge. Did you stay up late reading overbearing evil gods fall in love with me again?" Wire froze, blushing instantly. "Yeah, you noticed." Celicia sighed, took off her glasses, and rubbed her temples. "I don't get why you enjoy novels that glorify evil beings, but if you keep losing sleep over them and ruin your magic practice, I'll have no choice but to ban them from being published." Wire panicked. "I'm wrong. President, please don't ban them." Celicia walked to the window and opened it. A cool autumn breeze filled the room as sunlight outlined her silhouette. "Autumn came earlier than usual," she murmured. Wire, organizing books nearby, nodded. "It was already snowing in my hometown when I came back." As Wire dusted the shelves, she noticed Celicia still staring out the window, distracted. "President? What are you looking at?" Celicia pointed toward the playground. "Moon Campbell." Wire's face instantly twisted. "Ugh, scumbag." Celicia blinked. "Did he do something again?" Wire threw her hands up dramatically. "You mean you haven't heard anything? Yesterday was chaos." Realizing Celicia was clueless, Wire dug through the desk and pulled out a newspaper. The headline screamed, "Shocking! The domineering noble Moon Campbell bows his head to Ariel. The truth behind the apology." There was even a huge photo of Moon bowing. Celicia raised a brow. He apologized? But Vire flipped the page, launching into the rumor dump at full speed. The newspaper says Moon abandoned Ariel. They had a child. He was dating 13 other people. She had 50 abortions, and she jumped off a building 365 times. Before she could finish, Celicia flicked Vare's forehead. The numbers aren't even physically possible. Did you read the small print at the bottom? Vire looked again and found tiny text. This article is purely fictional and for entertainment only. She deflated instantly. Oh, I didn't notice. Celicia tapped her on the head with the rolled newspaper. Read less of these, they're rotting your brain. Vire lowered her head. Yes, President. Should we penalize the news agency? Celicia paused, then answered firmly. Go speak with them this afternoon. As student president, I won't allow anyone to spread harmful rumors, no matter who the target is. She turned back to the window. Her expression softened slightly as she watched Moon running under the morning sun. Her mind drifted to the memory of the Duke's mansion, Moon throwing himself in front of a dagger meant for her, collapsing in blood, still trying to tell her something. Celicia narrowed her eyes. Fixing your old mistakes isn't enough, she whispered. Prove it. Show me you're someone worth expecting more from. Moon Campbell. Outside, Moon continued running, completely unaware he was being observed, sunlight catching on his golden hair as he pushed forward with quiet determination. The new semester began, and Santa Maria College's auditorium buzzed with energy. Students in fresh uniforms filled the seats, some chatting, some finding their classes, others just waiting for the ceremony to start. Near the entrance, 2 first-year girls noticed someone walk in. Hey, did you see that? The gray-haired girl looked up. Yeah, he's definitely an upperclassman. The golden-haired boy they were whispering about was Moon, fixing his tie as he searched for his seat. Hearing their excitement, Moon gave the girls a polite smile. They nearly melted. He sighed inwardly. First years. Must be why they're not scared of me. Just then, Amon and Gru waved frantically from the front row. Young master, over here. Moon thanked them silently and joined them. Amon looked pleasantly shocked. We thought you wouldn't show up, young master. Gru nodded. Bro came early today. Moon smiled. It's the opening ceremony, and besides, gotta meet my brothers, right? The 2 followers were so touched they teared up on the spot. I'll follow you anywhere, Amon declared. Bro, you're the best, Gru sniffled. Their dramatic loyalty show was cut short when Ariel, sitting in front of them, snapped, Idiots! Quiet down. The ceremony's about to start. Eamon nearly jumped out of his seat to talk back. Ariel buggered. Who are you calling? Moon immediately clamped a hand over his mouth and bowed to Ariel. I'm really sorry, Miss Ariel. Ariel shot them a glare and turned away. The auditorium doors closed, the lights dimmed, and the announcement echoed. Silence, please. The opening ceremony is beginning. Vire stepped on stage as the host, went through the formalities, then announced, Now, please welcome the student representative and president of the student union, Celicia Leupold. Celicia walked out gracefully in her formal uniform, manuscript in hand. Students whispered in awe. Many were seeing her for the first time. Moon leaned on his arm and watched her thoughtfully. Oh, right. She's the student union president. I completely forgot. Then something unexpected happened. Celicia glanced toward Moon, sharp, icy, and unmistakably intentional. Celicia's sharp glance made Moon sit up straight like he'd just been caught cheating on a test. Amon nudged him. Young master, you okay? Gru offered his chair like a loyal NPC. Want to switch? Moon waved them off. I'm fine." On stage, Celicia ignored the audience chatter, adjusted her hair, and began her speech with calm authority. "Good morning. I am Celicia, Student Council President. Welcome to a new semester at Santa Maria College." Moon listened carefully, silently planning his survival strategy. Stay low-key, avoid the student union, avoid the heroine, train quietly, graduate alive. Celicia wrapped up her speech and announced the next segment. The above concludes the student union reminder. Next, please welcome... Then a random voice cut through the speakers. Hey, can you hear me?" All eyes shifted to the stage. A person in a bright pink teddy bear costume waddled out, holding a pink loudspeaker. "Good, you're all seated. Let's keep this short. I'm Pink Bear, your new dean. The previous dean, Hathaway, was sent away for reasons. Anyway, don't come to me if you have problems. Good luck on finals. Bye." He tossed the loudspeaker aside and walked off like he'd just finished a comedy skit. The entire auditorium froze. Moon almost dropped his jaw. Where is my graceful, elegant Dean Hathaway, who replaced her with this mascot? The ceremony ended and students filed out in total confusion. Backstage, Celicia confronted the Pink Bear. "Father put you in charge. Aren't they afraid you'll cause trouble?" Pink Bear clutched his face dramatically. "Me? Trouble? I love peace." Celicia stared at him like she'd heard that lie 500 times. Then she asked the real question. What happened to Dean Hathaway? Pink Bear slipped an arm out of the costume, made a heart gesture, and lowered his voice. "She's meeting her little lover. Her persistent one, you know." Celicia instantly understood. "I see." She turned to leave for the next task. Pink Bear waved innocently. "This is all from your imagination. I said nothing." Wire jogged after Celicia, trying to keep up. "So the dean left because of something serious?" Celicia nodded, voice calm but serious. "Anyone at her level having to swear an oath to the gods, it must be a top-level threat." She walked through the door with one final thought. Most likely, an evil god. The opening ceremony ended, and students streamed out of the auditorium with freshly handed course schedules. Moon glanced at his and let out a quiet sigh. So many subjects, and none of them fit me. Potion classes alone had an army of instructors. Impressive, but useless for someone who'd basically skipped his early magical education. Scanning the list again, one name finally stood out: Magic Fundamentals. Moon folded the schedule and slipped it into his pocket. That's it. Basics first. No shortcuts. Nearby, a few first-year girls were whispering and staring. Emon noticed immediately and scared them off with a look alone. Moon didn't even notice. His mind was already made up. This would be his first real step forward. He headed to the classroom with his books in hand, sunlight spilling through the hallway windows. And then class started. 5 minutes in, Moon knew something was very, very wrong. The chalkboard was filled with terms like multi-stage continuous chanting and spell overlap efficiency. He stared at it, then at his textbook. "I understand every word, just not the sentence." Fran, the young instructor, continued confidently. "Based on this foundation, we'll now discuss multi-stage chanting." Moon immediately raised his hand. "I have a question." Fran froze. "Yeah, you're Moon Campbell." The room felt tense. Students in the back had all chosen their seats as far from him as possible. Fran swallowed, trying not to panic. "Yes. What's your question?" Moon flipped his book open. "Why are we starting here? This is over 100 pages in." "What about the basics before this?" Fran hesitated. "Those were taught in first year." Silence. Moon slowly went still. First year. All of it. Missed. Quiet snickers came from the back rows. Moon glanced over once. That was enough to make them look away instantly. Fran coughed awkwardly. Let's continue the lesson. Miss Fran, she flinched. Yes? Moon stood slightly and spoke calmly. Could I ask you about private tutoring, one-on-one? You can name the price. Moon's request for private tutoring hit the classroom like a thunderbolt. Fran froze. Her face turned red, her grip on the textbook tightening as if it were a life preserver. Behind them, whispers instantly spread. Tutoring? Yeah, right. He's flirting with the teacher now. So the rumors were true. Fran misunderstood it completely. Flustered and overwhelmed, she tried to refuse, failed to finish her sentence, and promptly fainted on the spot. Moon shot up. Miss Fran! He rushed to catch her, panic written all over his face. Are you okay? Where does it hurt? Before the situation could get any worse, the classroom door opened. Celicia and Wire stepped inside for a routine inspection and walked straight into Moon holding the unconscious teacher. Celicia's expression dropped several degrees. Moon, Campbell, what are you doing? Minutes later, outside the classroom, the misunderstanding was finally cleared up. Fran bowed deeply, embarrassed. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. That was entirely my fault. Moon shook his head. No, I should have explained better. Celicia ended it cleanly. This incident won't be pursued. However, choose your words carefully in the future. She paused. As for tutoring, teachers aren't available. If you want to relearn basics, apply to study with first-year students. She left without looking back. Moon stood there, thinking. Studying with first years means losing a year, and I don't have time to spare. Then his eyes lit up. The library. If he could copy magic books into the Black Book and study them in its time-accelerated space, he could catch up without losing a year. A slow grin spread across his face. I really am a genius. He headed straight for the library. Inside, rows of towering shelves glowed in the quiet light. Behind the desk, librarian Anna yawned lazily, then spotted Moon browsing seriously through magic texts. Her eyes sparkled. Isn't that Celicia's rich golden boy? She thought, smiling mischievously. I'm bored anyway. Let's have a little fun. Moon found an empty seat in the library and sat down with a quiet sense of determination. With no teacher available, he chose the only option left. Self-study. He placed a book on the table, summoned the Black Book, and recorded its contents before slipping into its space to learn using the time difference. 5 minutes passed in the real world. Then Moon suddenly jolted upright. The Black Book slipped onto the table as he leaned forward, breathing a little hard. His expression said it all. The plan failed. He rubbed his temple and replayed what had just happened. The Black Book space was pitch black. Reading was nearly impossible without using magic, and the moment he cast a light spell, Rod charged him on sight, sword first. To Rod, magic meant combat. Studying turned into sprinting around a training ground while holding a glowing light and dodging fatal swings. Moon sighed. So much for peaceful learning. That route was dead. He needed another way. Holding magic fundamentals, Moon thought things through. Teachers were off limits. Studying off campus meant losing the academy's protection. Then a simpler idea clicked. This is theory. I don't need a teacher, I need a top student. He looked around and spotted one. A quiet girl nearby, braided hair, round black glasses surrounded by stacked books. Focused, calm, serious, academic pressure radiating naturally. Perfect. Moon stood and walked over. Hello? The girl looked up and froze. Moon? Moon Campbell? Her grip tightened on her book. Alarm bells rang in her head. Without waiting, she stood up. Sorry, I have class. Wait, Moon said quickly, raising a hand. His tone was calm, polite. I'm not here to cause trouble. She hesitated. I just want help, he said honestly. Paid help. She blinked. Help? Moon leaned closer, lowering his voice. If you tutor me after class, I'll pay you monthly. Very generously. Sally's imagination ran completely out of control. In her head, Moon's private tutoring request twisted into something far darker than reality. Every nasty rumor she'd heard smashed together at once, and panic took over. By the time Moon sat down nearby and smiled politely, Sally had already decided he was dangerous. You can name the price, Moon said calmly, as long as you're willing to tutor me. That was the last straw. Before Moon could react, slap! A sharp sound echoed through the library. He toppled back in pure shock, a red handprint blooming on his face. What? Sally glared at him, fists clenched. Money isn't everything. This is a college, not your Campbell family playground. I won't play along with someone like you. She didn't wait for an answer. Grabbing her books, she rushed out of the library, leaving a stunned Moon sitting on the floor. Moon slowly pushed himself up, completely lost. Since when did I date 13 people at once? He muttered. When did that even happen? He didn't get time to think longer. Excuse me, a cool voice said nearby. This is a library. Please keep it quiet. Moon looked up to see a girl in a librarian's uniform leaning down slightly, hands on her knees. Her name tag read Anna Kablin. Anna eyed the fading chaos with curiosity. Care to explain why someone just assaulted you and ran away? A few minutes later, they'd moved to a quieter corner. Moon explained everything, his lack of basic knowledge, his tutoring request, and Sally's complete misunderstanding. Anna nodded thoughtfully. So, classic rumor damage. Moon sighed. I swear I just wanted to study. Well, Anna said, tilting her head, for what it's worth, I believe you. She reached out gently and placed her hand against his cheek. Soft green light flowed from her fingers, and the sting faded almost instantly. The red mark vanished like it had never been there. Moon blinked. You can use healing magic without chanting. Anna smiled. Just a small trick. Thank you, Moon said honestly. She leaned back, studying him with interest. You're famous, you know. Most people are scared of you. Moon hesitated. Then why aren't you? Anna stepped closer, lightly tapping the back of his hand with a finger. Because rumors scare people who don't think for themselves. She leaned in just enough to lower her voice. And besides, do you really think you could fool me? Moon froze, ears warming despite himself. Moon froze. His face heated up instantly, and he forgot how to move for a second. In his head, alarms went off. Long black hair, braids, glasses, librarian. This is clearly a model student. Why does she feel so dangerous? Anna watched his reaction with interest, then casually sat back down, resting her chin in her hand and studying his face. Why'd you move away, feeling shy? She asked lightly. Weren't you supposed to be the legendary scumbag? You look surprisingly innocent. Moon turned his head away, avoiding her gaze. I'm not a scumbag, those are just rumors. Anna's expression shifted. Oh, what a shame. She waved her fingers lazily and smiled. I was curious what kind of monster could scare half the girls in the college. Turns out you're just a well-behaved kid. Moon stiffened. He misunderstood everything. Trying to regain composure, he sat up straight and cleared his throat. Well, actually, he started saying something clearly unnecessary. Flick. Anna tapped his forehead without warning. Ow! Moon yelped, clutching the spot, completely caught off guard. Anna laughed softly. Relax. I was just messing with you. I've never even dated anyone either. Realization hit Moon a second too late. Anna is a bad woman, he muttered, offended. She didn't deny it. Correct, she said cheerfully. A heartless bad woman. Moon crossed his arms, pretending to sulk. I don't think so. That caught her attention. Oh? Why's that? Moon gestured toward the bookshelves, the sticky notes. They're detailed, thoughtful, and meant to help people. And you healed me earlier. You even keep the library quiet with sound-isolating magic. Someone like that can't be cruel. For a moment, Anna looked away. Then she smiled again, quieter this time. You're sharp. Most people don't notice things like that. Moon tilted his head. So, what do other people say about you? Anna paused, eyes glinting slightly. They say... Anna caught on fast. The moment Moon tried to steer the conversation toward her, she reached out and squished his face with both hands, rubbing it like punishment. Trying to trick me now, she said lightly. Moon, you're bad. Moon closed his eyes, half defeated, half amused. So close, he thought. Seeing his reaction, Anna laughed, then relented. Fine. Since you said I'm gentle, I'll tell you. She pulled her hands back and made a small, snake-like motion with her fingers. They say I'm a snake. A snake? Moon repeated. Scared? She asked, watching him closely. Moon shook his head. Not really. Snakes eat mice. I hate mice. Anna blinked, then smiled, genuinely impressed. You've got guts. After a pause, her gaze sharpened. But let's be honest. You weren't flattering me for no reason. You want me to teach you, right? Moon's eyes lit up. You noticed? He leaned forward eagerly. Does that mean... Do you have money? Anna cut in. Moon straightened immediately. 1 million enough? If not, I can ask my family. Anna laughed, shaking her head. You really are innocent. Even top tutors wouldn't charge that much. Then she studied him for a moment. But knowledge is priceless. He nodded seriously. So, name your price. Instead of answering, Anna stood up. I'll tutor you, she said casually. No payment for now. Moon frowned. I don't want this for free. You can owe me, she replied, stepping closer. She bent slightly, meeting his eyes. When I ask for it someday, you won't refuse, right? Moon's face turned red instantly. Oh, of course. Good. Anna grabbed his arm and pulled him up. Then come with me. The library's boring. She led him to an abandoned classroom marked Ancient Potions Club. Dust, old cabinets, potion bottles, clearly forgotten. Anna removed her jacket, took off her glasses, loosened her hair, and sat on the desk with a confident smile. Welcome to my territory. Moon stared, flustered. Anna, she leaned in. Why are you shy again? Your ears are red. It's nothing, Moon said quickly, then hesitated. But a club with only one person, is that allowed? Anna sighed dramatically. Barely. 1 year left before it's shut down. She covered her face. A one-person club is lonely. Then she looked at him. So, Moon, want to join the Ancient Potions Club? Moon blinked. Me? After leaving Anna's clubroom, Moon realized it was already evening. The sun was setting, painting the teaching buildings in warm orange light. Classes were long over, most students had gone for dinner, and the campus paths were unusually quiet. Moon walked along with Introduction to Magic Fundamentals tucked under his arm, still replaying the afternoon in his head. I actually found a tutor, he thought, half amazed. And she's a top student. Club or not, this is a huge win. Just as his mood lifted, the campus broadcast crackled to life. Second-year student Moon Campbell, please report to the student union immediately. Moon stopped mid-step. Yeah, that can't be good. He sighed, scratched his head, and headed back inside. The student union office was bathed in sunset light when he arrived. Moon knocked, entered, and sat on the sofa. Across from him sat Celicia, calmly sipping coffee. No greetings, no explanation, just silence. It dragged on long enough for Moon's nerves to kick in. Why is it just her? Why isn't she saying anything? Am I about to get executed? Finally, Celicia set her cup down. "Sorry for calling you after hours," she said evenly. "I'll be direct." She looked straight at him. "Do you have any thoughts about the recent campus harassment report?" Moon's heart skipped. Library. This is about the library. He forced an awkward smile. Harassment? I haven't heard anything like that. I was studying all afternoon. Celicia raised an eyebrow. Really? Of course, Moon replied quickly, even clenching his fists for emphasis. If I ever saw someone harassing another student, I'd personally deliver justice. Celicia nodded calmly, then tilted her head. Interesting. She slid 2 file folders onto the table in front of him. But tell me, when did I say the person being harassed was a girl? Moon froze. Celicia tapped the files lightly. Go ahead, take a look. Moon flipped open the file and skimmed the report. His brow furrowed. Underwear theft. Victim is a boy? Celicia nodded calmly. You live in the boys' dorm. I thought you might know something. Moon scratched his head. Honestly, no. It's the first day back. Also, stealing boys' underwear feels oddly specific. That makes 2 incidents now, Celicia replied. If you don't know, that's fine. She changed the topic smoothly. What would you like to drink? Moon blinked. Coffee, she decided for him, already moving. She prepared 2 cups with practiced ease, then casually dumped sugar cubes into hers. 1, 2, 3, several more. Moon stared. That's not coffee, that's dessert. She drank it without hesitation. Moon took a careful sip of his own and silently updated his mental notes. Likes sweet things. Candy bribes may be effective. Sorry, Celicia said suddenly. Moon looked up. 4. This morning, I expelled you from class without listening. She met his eyes. That was wrong. Moon waved it off. It's fine. I wouldn't have understood the lesson anyway. Celicia nodded once. Then came the real reason. Moon Campbell, she said evenly. Do you want to join the student union? Moon froze. Me? Yes. He stood up, stunned. Why, I'm barely passing. Everyone hates me. Letting me in would damage your reputation. Celicia took another sip of sugar-heavy coffee. Do you think I care? Moon clenched his fists. But I do. You're royalty, future queen. Being tied to someone like me only drags you down. Our engagement already hurt you once. He lowered his voice. Please don't let my existence stain your future any more than it already has. That caught her off guard. For a brief moment, Celicia froze. She clenched her fist near her mouth and coughed softly, hiding the emotion she hadn't expected to feel. I understand, she said calmly. This was an invitation, not a command. If you don't want to join, we'll leave it at that. Moon exhaled in relief. He stood, bowed politely, and thanked her. When the door closed, Celicia rested the teacup on her lap. Her fingers traced the rim absent-mindedly. He was worried about me, she murmured. You really have changed. Outside, Moon didn't stop until he was well down the corridor. That aura is still way too much, he muttered. Student union. No thanks. He stared up at the ceiling, resolving quietly. They're the protagonists. I'll stay out of their story. Young master. Moon turned just as Imon and Gru came running toward him, both visibly panicked. Are you okay? Imon asked. Did the student union do anything to you? Moon blinked. Why are you two here? Gru patted his chest. We heard the broadcast. Thought you were in danger. Imon added grimly. The old student union used to beat people for fun. Royal control never changes. Moon stared at them. You were planning a rescue? They both looked away, embarrassed. Moon sighed, then smiled faintly. You idiots. If you rushed in, you'd be punished too. Still, their concern stuck with him. Come on, he said at last. This place isn't safe to talk. Let's go to our secret base. Secret base? Gru echoed. The place you idiots always hang out, Moon replied flatly. Oh, Emon said, getting it instantly. That one. They led him to an abandoned teaching building, dark, dusty, forgotten. Inside, Moon finally sat down and listened. When Emon finished explaining, Moon nodded. So your father served with mine? Emon scratched his head, shy. The Grand Duke saved my dad's life more than once. He told me to protect you, like a little brother. Moon smiled and nodded, then turned to the boy standing quietly beside him. I get Amon. What about you, Gru? Be honest. I won't get mad you're following me for money, right? Gru scratched his cheek and laughed awkwardly. Bro, with your personality, there's no way you'd remember. For you, it was just a bathroom break. Bathroom? Moon blinked. Gru took a breath and told his story. He came from a small town, a poor family. His talent in magic tools and alchemy got him into the academy on scholarship, and that made him a target. One day, in the toilet between classes, a group of noble students cornered him. Sticks, trash, laughter. He didn't fight back. He just covered his head and waited for it to end. Then the door slammed open. What are you idiots doing? It's noisy. Golden hair, cold voice. Moon Campbell. The nobles froze. Fear hit instantly. Moon didn't even bother being polite. Since you know who I am, get out. Or do you want to keep eating garbage in here? They bolted. Moon finished his business like nothing happened, glanced at Gru on the floor, and snorted. Pathetic. They only bully the weak. As he walked out, he tossed one line over his shoulder. Next time they touch you, say you belong to Moon Campbell. Gru swallowed. That was it, Gru finished quietly. From that day on, I decided I'd follow you. Moon fell silent, hand on his chin. One followed me because of my father. One because of bullying. Yeah, that checks out. He looked up, eyes steady. All right, then listen carefully. I'll only keep you two. Emon straightened instantly. Emon, Moon said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Your combat skills are solid. From now on, focus on studying and training. Every Friday, you're my sparring partner for martial arts and magic. Then he turned to Gru and tossed him a black crystal card. 500,000 emirs. Gru almost dropped it. What? You're a magic tools specialist, Moon continued calmly. You know talented civilians living off aid. Find the good ones. Hard-working, decent people. Support them with this money. Emon and Gru exchanged looks, stunned. Young master, Emon whispered. Are you trying to gather talents, overthrow the student union, and take over the academy? Moon waved a finger, smug. No. That sounds way too small. What's the ultimate goal of life, then? He asked. Gru pushed up his glasses. Go to the docks and steal fries like a seagull. Shut up, Emon snapped. Moon laughed and clapped their shoulders. College is just one stop. I'm not building an army. I'm building connections. He grinned. Make friends, not enemies. Invest in people. Extra paths mean extra safety. He planted his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. I'm going to be the kindest investor this academy has ever seen. Behind him, Emon and Gru stared, whispering to each other. So, he's planning to control the Empire someday, right? Obviously. Moon turned back, confused. Huh? Emon and Gru stared at him with deadly seriousness, whispering to each other like conspirators who just uncovered a state secret. What are you two muttering about? Moon asked. They stroked their chins, faces solemn. This level of strategy, Emon whispered, cannot be spoken aloud. If word leaks, guillotines start dropping. Yeah, Gru nodded gravely. Young master, say no more. We understand. Moon blinked. Understand what? They didn't answer. Instead, Emon stepped forward, chest out. Even if my talent is average, I'll train with everything I've got. Just like Duke Campbell protected the Empire, I'll protect you. Gru followed, hand on his chest. I'll study economics and management. I'll gather talents, build systems, and help you shake the Empire itself. Their eyes sparkled. In their minds, the scene was already playing out. Moon in a crown, red cloak flowing, Ammon in armor, Gru in robes, the Empire booing. Moon scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Emperor, huh? That's right, Gru said proudly. Worthy ambition, Emon agreed. Moon froze. When did I say I wanted to be emperor? They waved it off. Only us are here, young master. No need to pretend. You want me to rise through the army, Emon said. And me to control talent and resources, Gru added. Classic takeover route. They burst out laughing, fully convinced. Moon, meanwhile, thought, I can barely cast a light spell. Still, if this misunderstanding kept them focused and out of trouble, he coughed, straightened up, and nodded. Since you understand, let's proceed. Dinner first. My treat. Gru cheered. Emon grinned. Arms slung over shoulders, the trio headed for the cafeteria. Night fell. Inside the brightly lit student union office, Celicia was still working, calmly eating dinner among stacks of documents. The door suddenly flew open. President, something big happened. Wire rushed in, panicked. Celicia sliced her steak without looking up. What now? Wire slammed a newspaper onto the desk. The news department again. Celicia sighed, wiped her mouth, and glanced down. The headline screamed nonsense. A photo showed Moon holding the fainted intern teacher. Santa Maria's top scumbag changes targets, publicly teases female teacher, invites her to private training. Celicia's eyes narrowed. She simply stood up. That alone made Wire uneasy. President, Wire started. I'll step out for a bit, Celicia said calmly. Eat the remaining cake and handle today's pending documents. Got it. Moments later, the door to the news department flew open. Ariel stormed in, slammed the newspaper onto the desk, and pointed straight at the headline. Explain this, slowly, with facts. Mingot, green-haired and smug, barely looked up as he filed his nails. Oh, that. Just campus gossip. Very popular, too. We even added a disclaimer. Ariel's eye twitched. That microscopic line no one can read? He shrugged. Not my problem. If you're done yelling, state your demands. Retract everything. Apologize. Publish the truth. Mingot laughed. And if I don't? He leaned forward, grinning. What, you gonna fight me? Thanks to you and Moon, our sales are booming. I was thinking of tomorrow's headline already. Ariel clenched her fists. You're disgusting. Compliment accepted. Knock. The room went quiet. The door opened and Celicia walked in. Mingot's confidence evaporated on the spot. President Celicia? Ariel turned, startled. Celicia? Good evening, Celicia said politely. Then she looked at Mingot. You know exactly why I'm here. The temperature dropped. Mingot tried to keep smiling, sweat forming at his temple. My reporting violates no laws. News is free, even if you're royalty. Celicia pulled out a chair and sat, ignoring student union warnings, publishing unverified slander, deliberately inciting public opinion. Ice formed around her feet, damaging the reputations of students and faculty. The cold surged forward. Mingot froze mid-breath, ice crawling up his body, sealing him in place. Frost crept across the walls and windows. His eyes widened in panic. Celicia rested her chin on her hand, her seat shaping itself into an ice throne. "Mingote Raymond," she said calmly, "do you want to die?" Moon had no idea about last night's chaos in the news department. His morning went exactly as usual. He woke early, ran laps on the playground, showered, and checked his schedule while drying his hair. One line made him pause. Martial arts elective. Today? The grand arena was already lively when Moon arrived. Students stretched, joked, and warmed up under the open sky. Moon adjusted the red number tag on his chest and scanned the crowd. Then he spotted Ariel. She was stretching nearby, ponytail high, focused and energetic. When she noticed him, she frowned slightly. Why is Moon Campbell here of all places? Before either could say anything, a booming clap echoed across the arena. First class of the semester means one thing: draw matches. Let's see who got lazy over break. Cheers erupted. Cade rattled a wooden box and pulled 2 plates. Number 1, number 9. Moon froze for half a second. He glanced down. Of course. Still, he straightened up and stepped forward. At least I'm not fighting Ariel. At the center of the arena, his opponent arrived. Moon looked up and up. Is this really a student? Ren was massive. Broad shoulders, calm eyes, built more like a veteran warrior than a second year. "I know you," Ren said evenly. "Moon Campbell." Moon laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. "Yeah, and you're Ren. Please go easy on me." Ren nodded. "I will." They shook hands, polite, firm, and Cade waved them back toward the weapon racks. Ariel dropped into a random spot, arms crossed, clearly unimpressed. A sudden buzz of excitement rose behind her. "Moon Campbell versus Ren," a brown-haired student announced loudly. "Anyone want to place a bet?" The brown-haired boy grinned and raised a finger. "Relax, we're not betting on who wins. We're betting on how long Moon lasts." That got everyone's attention. 5 minutes, 100 Amir. 3 minutes, 50. Coins quickly piled up. Ariel watched, intrigued. She rested her chin on her hand. "If I'm watching him lose anyway, I might as well make money." She pulled out a green ring. "Master, thoughts?" The ring glowed faintly. "I'm not certain about his martial arts, but he feels different from last semester." "Different?" Ariel frowned. "He's stronger." She thought for a moment, then stood and walked over. 200 Amir. The crowd went quiet. "Moon Campbell," she said confidently. 10 minutes. She smiled to herself. Even if he's improved, there's no way he beats Ren. 10 minutes is generous and profitable. Down on the arena floor, the 2 fighters selected weapons. Ren lifted a heavy wooden greatsword with ease, casting a cautious glance at Moon. "So this is the one my lord dislikes. Doesn't look special." Moon, meanwhile, chose 2 short wooden blades, light, balanced. Ren raised an eyebrow. "You're sure about those?" Moon gave the swords a small twirl. "The big ones are too heavy. These suit me." Ren sighed. "Your choice?" They returned to the center. Just before the start, Moon smiled and asked casually, "Ren, you've trained a lot, right? Those muscles don't come for free." Ren nodded. "Since I was young." Moon tilted his head. "Funny. I heard moderate exercise attracts women, but too much attracts men." Ren's brow twitched. Ren froze. He lowered his head and slowly let the greatsword sink toward the ground, shadows hiding his expression. The air shifted. Ren's aura intensified, his gaze turning cold and focused. Whatever Moon had said clearly hit a nerve. Moon, gripping his twin short blades, stayed calm. In fact, he looked almost pleased. Got him, he thought. He's angry and reckless. Cade stepped aside and raised his hand. "Ready. Start." The moment the signal fell, Ren moved. His aura surged as he prepared a decisive strike. But Moon was already gone. A blur of dark purple energy streaked forward like lightning. Ren's eyes snapped open just in time to react. He abandoned his charge and swung his greatsword downward to block, but Moon slipped past effortlessly. Two black arcs flashed across Ren's chest. In the same breath, Moon landed lightly behind him. Dust settled. The arena went silent. For a heartbeat, neither of them moved. Then Ren's sportswear split apart, shredding into pieces. 5 red slashes marked his body, clean, precise. Ren stared ahead, stunned. No pain, no doubt. He'd lost. Cade smiled and raised his hand. Winner, Moon Campbell. The stands exploded. What just happened? That was over already. Ren lost. Ariel stood frozen. Her green ring glowed faintly. He's fast, her master said calmly. Very fast. Ariel wasn't listening. 200 a mere, she whispered, hands trembling. My food budget. She slumped back, eyes hollow. Bastard Moon Campbell. Meanwhile, Ren was still processing his defeat when Moon's voice reached him. Hey, Ren, catch! Ren turned around. Moon suddenly tossed a small white bag toward Ren. Ren caught it on instinct. The moment he shook it, the clear clink of coins rang out. Moon casually flicked his short sword toward the bag. 500 a mere. That's for your torn clothes. And about the comment earlier. I was provoking you on purpose. No insult meant. Moon stepped closer and gave Ren a firm pat on the shoulder. His tone was sincere, not mocking. Those muscles aren't a joke. They're proof of discipline. I don't know what women think, but as a man, I think you look solid. With that, Moon turned and left the arena, quietly satisfied. Behind him, Ren stared at the bag, then at Moon's retreating figure. His expression darkened. Someone like you, he muttered coldly, born with everything. You wouldn't understand. Moon, however, headed toward a familiar old classroom. Ancient Potions Club. He knocked. The doors open. Anna's voice came smoothly. Moon stepped inside, textbook in hand. Anna, I'm here for... He froze. Anna wasn't in her uniform. I'm refining medicine, she said calmly, tucking hair behind her ear. Give me a moment. Moon quickly looked away and scratched his cheek. I meant your clothes. She smiled playfully. It's new. Looks good, right? Yes. He approached the cauldron, curiosity winning out. This potion smells really nice. So that's where your fragrance comes from. Anna laughed softly. Only this one. The bad-smelling ones go on the rooftop. She checked the potion, then set the stirrer down. It'll take a while. Let's start class. She pulled over a blackboard, explained the fundamentals step by step, and patiently rephrased anything Moon didn't get. He listened closely, took notes, and asked questions without hesitation. Time slipped by. The clock chimed 6. That's it for today, Anna said. Moon stood. Thanks, Anna. I'll head back. Just as Moon was about to leave, Anna stopped him. She gestured toward the bubbling cauldron behind her. Before you go, help me taste this. Moon paused, then looked from the steaming potion to Anna. Wait, this wasn't in the syllabus. Anna dropped onto the sofa, completely unfazed. True, but you joined the Ancient Potions Club, didn't you? You should know what we actually do. She pointed to a nearby table and shelves stacked with worn yellowed books. Half of these come from the library, Anna explained cheerfully. The rest are my own collection. Ancient formulas, lost potions. Moon nodded. That part made sense. My research, she continued, is translating old texts and recreating what they describe, trial and error included. She scooped a small bowl of pink potion and handed it to him. Moon hesitated, staring into the strange liquid. So, this is an unverified ancient potion. Are we sure it's safe? Anna sat cross-legged, tapping her finger near her lips. I'm the best potion student here. I've tested it already. What does it do? Temporary transmutation, she said lightly. Cats, dogs, maybe objects. Cosmetic only. Last time it didn't even work on me. Moon frowned. That doesn't reassure me. Anna tilted her head and smiled. So you'll help me anyway, right? Moon sighed. It's not that I don't want to, potions have caused me trouble before. Anna nodded, then suddenly brightened. You want reassurance. Before Moon could react, she patted the sofa. Sit, relax. Somehow Moon found himself lying back as Anna fussed over him like a very determined caretaker. Don't worry, she said. This one's peach-flavored. Peach, Moon muttered. Open up. Before he could question it, Anna poured the potion quickly. Moon sputtered, startled more than anything, and nearly slid off the sofa, trying to retreat. Oh, no, you don't, Anna said calmly, blocking his escape and holding him steady. Finish it. Don't waste the data. A moment later, Moon was coughing lightly but upright again, waving a hand in surrender. I'm done. I'm done. Anna finally stepped back, clearly pleased. Good, see? Still alive. Moon caught his breath and glared at her weakly. You're terrible, she laughed. I warned you. I'm a bad woman. Anna smiled and watched Moon closely. All right, verdict time. How do you feel? Nothing, he said honestly. Anna's shoulders dropped a little. Pity. Then it's a failure. She shrugged it off easily. That's normal with ancient potions. The success rate is awful. The long day finally caught up to her. She stretched, yawned, and rubbed her eyes. I've been staring at that cauldron all day. Clearly done for the night, she curled up on the sofa. Just before drifting off, she added, Keys in the third cabinet. Lock up when you leave. Good night. Within seconds, she was asleep, knees tucked in, body curled small like a resting cat. Moon paused, then quietly took her uniform jacket and draped it over her. Anna stirred, felt the warmth, and opened her eyes just long enough to see what he'd done. Moon bowed lightly and smiled. Good night, Anna. Night, she murmured, already half asleep again. Elsewhere, deep in the dean's building, lights still burned. Professor Prawn slammed his hand on the desk. Why was the third layer Grand Aegis shut down without authorization? Across from him, the acting dean, Pink Bear, sat back casually. Too expensive, he said flatly. That barrier eats up a fifth of the Academy's budget every year. Prawn's face darkened. Is that His Majesty's order? Or yours? Pink Bear smiled behind the costume. I'm the dean. What's the difference? The Aegis protects students, Prawn shot back. Turning it off puts them at risk. Pink Bear exhaled smoke and finally looked serious. Professor, haven't you wondered why someone like me was sent here? Prawn stiffened. They're done with gentle education, Pink Bear continued. At this academy, comfort has replaced hunger. Fear, drive. But they're still children, Prawn said quietly. Pink Bear crushed the cigar into the ashtray. When I studied here, dozens died every year. That generation built the empire. His voice lowered. Since the Aegis went up, no more golden generations. Not because of talent, but because safety made them soft. Prawn fell silent. This wasn't supposed to happen so soon, he muttered. There should have been time. There is no time, Pink Bear replied. He reached into his costume and pulled something out. Want to know why? Prawn nodded. Pink Bear placed a black slate into his hands, palm-sized, etched with golden runes glowing faintly. Prawn's eyes widened. He knew this slate. Very well. Professor Pan stared at the confidentiality contract on the desk. He knew exactly what it meant. One mistake here could shake the entire human empire. He signed it without hesitation. Only then did the Pink Bear speak. I know you're worried. The evil gods are moving again. Pan frowned. Evil gods never acted recklessly. They only moved when victory was guaranteed. The Pink Bear continued. The King of Withering is approaching the silent moon. Pan's eyes widened slightly. That explained everything. So that's why you shut down the Academy's Grand Aegis, Pan said. To save power for a god war. Partly, the Pink Bear replied casually. The other reason is simpler. There are traitors inside the Academy. Pan stiffened. You leaked the information on purpose? I told the black market the surface Aegis was down, the Pink Bear said. Those bugs will crawl out tonight. Pan slammed the desk. It's midnight. What about the students? They're not infants, the pink bear said calmly. If they can't survive this, the academy shouldn't exist. Pan clenched his jaw. You didn't even warn them. The pink bear smiled. Who said I didn't? That same night, Celicia opened the notebook left in her room. Her eyes sharpened as she read, Possible attack tonight. Student council on full alert. Protect the academy. She closed the notebook slowly. Her expression hardened. Deep within a hidden rainforest cave, shadows stretched and twisted around a crude altar. A man was bound before it. The high priest stood above him, voice low and heavy with disappointment. You knew the doctrine. You helped an old woman carry her groceries, the priest continued. You worked honestly with your own hands. And worst of all, you spoke to your childhood sweetheart more than 3 times in a single month. Silence fell over the cave. Each act, the high priest said coldly, is blasphemy. Carry out the sentence. No hesitation followed. The ritual ended as quietly as it began. The high priest turned to the gathered crowd, his voice rising. The source of all evil hides within Santa Maria Academy. The Academy's grand aegis has fallen. That single sentence ignited the room. He raised his hand. Move out. Kill the one who dares defile our god. The cult surged forward, pouring out of the cave like a flood. High above, on a distant mountaintop, shadowed figures watched in silence. Let's hope, one of them muttered. This goes according to plan.